go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought, we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas as though run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I make that zagging when city to city, you niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang, and we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight, cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day, they still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain, cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane, and go get this money with Dizzy. I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
I get the bag with the gang. Taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. Don't fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, it's just my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
Your attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas.
Zach. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
Welcome, everybody, to another edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast. Let's get right into it. Y'all are joining me for dinner tonight. We got a lot to get into and not a lot of time. So let's go ahead and get started with a little communion. Appreciate y'all, and let's get to it. Cheers, gang. Appreciate everybody.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. Troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody
All right, all right, all right. Well, look, folks, let's get right into it. The truth is, apparently last night's stream caused a lot of confusion, and people seem to not really be getting to see what the issue is here. And I think a lot of these issues kind of came out. I guess Niddy did a stream last night after my stream. Apparently supposed to be his last stream or some shit like that. I don't really know. But look, we're going to jump into it, and I'll kind of break down what's going on. But, man, I think it's a real shame to me that people seem to be overlooking what I think is a pretty clear message. There's a bigot in our community. His name is Fuckface Doug from PineCreek. Quite frankly, he's an asshole. If you haven't figured that out, I don't know what to tell you. There's plenty of content out there. You need to watch it and see what the fuck is going on. Now, Uncle Bobby has a very clear saying about this. Your monkey ass lays down with dogs, you're going to get up with fleas. We've tried to, over a period of time, address the issues with PineCreek. I've tried to confront Doug on his channel. I've made several streams about it on my channel. Each time I made a stream about it, I made it clear that the problem was beginning to be more and more our community's lack of a response to Doug. I was sick of all the mutual friends who wanted to come around and cheerlead our cause. Yay, I'm with the anti-racism. Yay, I'm pro LGBT. Yay, I'm pro, I'm anti-misogyny. I want everybody to stop dealing with this hatred, okay? You need to deal with the motherfucking hater sitting around the poker table with you. Now, if you continue to obfuscate, look the other way, and make excuses for this person, eventually people in your community, especially if that community has people of color in its leadership and other people of these identities, right? Because it's not just about, people of color. It's all these issues that matter very much to us. And to me, you want to have your cake and eat it too. You want to break bread with the racists, and then you want to break bread with the anti-racists like it's all good. Eventually, the anti-racists are going to step up and say, either you're anti-racist or you're not really, truly participating in what this effort is about. And there are consequences for those choices you make. If you don't want to deal with the consequences of being friends with a bigot, to me, the obvious solution is to simply stop being friends with the bigot. Now, if you insist on remaining friends with that bigot, and that bigot insists on doing what bigots do, which is make content and statements that are hurtful to the people in your community, then eventually you are going to face the consequences of continuing your close association with that bigot. I'm sorry, but them's the breaks. That's how life works. I can't run around with mobsters, and then when the university is like, hey, Jay, this university is a public entity, and we get taxpayer funding, and we really try not to give tenure and promotion to people who are, known associates of mobsters. Okay, that's the standard that the university has set. Meet it or find employment elsewhere. This entitlement that people seem to have of they can do what they want, say what they want, be friends with who they want, but then, they're going to cry foul or play the victim when there's pushback on their choices. Look, man, make the right choice. Let's go ahead and get into it.
Let's talk about some shit.
Appreciate you, Crystal. Exactly, Cameron. It's somehow they changed the narrative to being about us having different opinions, right? The narrative went all the way from, hey, Doug's a fuckface bigot who we need to do something about, to woe is me, my friends actually don't accept me hanging out with my bigoted buddy. Sorry about your damn luck.
Links in the chat if you want to come in. Yeah, you don't hear anything because I'm fucking sad. No, I'm just not sure what to think or say at the moment. It's like an impossible situation. It's an impossible situation. No, not now, P-Town. Yeah, you don't hear anything. Is about community and expectations. Friendships, alliances, agreements. It's not going to be a night for, I'm not going to kick you from the studio, but it's not going to be a night for theology right now. Maybe later, P-Town. I respect you. I appreciate you for watching. And it's YouTube drama. I should expect this, right? Nobody's perfect. No man, woman, child is a moral paragon. No one needs to be an apologist for anyone else. And I don't pretend to be. I never do. And here's the situation as I see it. A live stream happened last week. That created a lot of community response. And Lena, thank you for staying on mute while let's recap some history for those who are not quite aware. So yesterday, I went live. Was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. And I talked about how frustrating and misogynistic and stupid David Falk's comments were. I made an ass of myself. It was a good time. Because I don't stand for people getting away with saying sexist, misogynistic, and dumb shit.
Claim. I don't stand for people saying sexist, misogynist, and dumb shit. Got it.
And I have the balls today and yesterday to talk about that. And I hold back, not mince words.
I had the balls to talk about it and not mince words. Keep going.
And to just say what I feel and how I see that situation. And so Nathan talked about it the day prior, Friday. And during that stream, my sole contribution to that this part of the conversation that's in question was the comment was made. I helped for 2 seconds. I helped a person with a question, a controversial person, find the clip that they were looking for, that they've unfortunately used to create a triggering video.
No, you like to just glance right over that part right there. But this is where people have to realize where they fit into the picture. Doug uses Niddy in Tux. And for lack of a better way to put it, it's like he tries to use them as basically, I had Sean laughing earlier saying, he's like, they're like his hood pass. He wants to run his little games where he interferes and trolls in our community spaces. He knows the stronger voices in our community ain't having his shit anymore. We've called them out. He knows exactly who he can get away with the shit and who he can't. And so he takes advantage of the people he knows are buddy-buddy with him to serve as safe passage for his nonsense. So yeah, Niddy, Doug says jump, you ask how high. Everybody else has managed to get clued in on what the fuck is going on this week. Y'all buy into Doug's Johnny come lately. Oh, I don't know. I was under the weather. I haven't been paying attention. Nigga, you've been editing troll videos. What the fuck you mean you ain't been paying attention? Y'all always falling for Doug's bullshit. And then, yeah, you feed him a clip so he can understand what's going on in the middle of a 3-hour stream or whatever it is where we're calling out the misogynistic behavior. We're calling out the sexism. And Doug utilizes all of this as an opportunity to say, what? I don't think it's really that bad. He literally defended David Falk and doubled down on Falk's position. So again, Niddy, why are you bitching at me? I'm not the one cutting your nuts off. You do a 3-hour stream, you're anti-sexism. Jay Bundy's got nothing but claps and cheers for you. Nathan does a stream, he's anti the sexism of David Falk. Jason Bundy's got nothing but claps and cheers for you. So apparently y'all the ones who, like you said, you're gonna call out the sexist behavior. You don't stand for that shit. You got the balls to say it. All right, then sit down at the big kids table and fucking call it out then. Because otherwise it seems like you call it out when it's an apologist. You call it out when it's easy, when it doesn't come at any personal inconvenience to you. But then your little troll buddy Doug comes up and cuts the nuts out from under our streams, our community streams while they're happening, and y'all ain't got shit to say.
Of more controversy. And it worked. It worked.
And so yeah, exactly. He did it. And then he took that clip and then he made a video so he could do what with that video? Undermine the entire effort this community has been trying to make. And you just don't notice how it happened to be you, the one who goes right along with his bullshit. On top of that, a lot of y'all may not have noticed this, but when Doug came into Nate's chat on Saturday, he was all on that David Falk bullshit. And as part of that bullshit, he basically tried to infer that, this community is guilty of the same biases and same prejudices because Francesca Stravakopoulos streams is, I guess, Derek from Mythvision's most popular stream. Now, again, listen to this point very clearly. PineCreek could come through the chat and say, hey, y'all, I think what David Falk said isn't that bad. And wouldn't you know it, her stream is one of Derek's most popular. Why do y'all think that is? Right? Now, Doug knows if he comes through the chat and says that, what's going to happen? We going to jump on his ass. Which is pretty much what we did. Me and the other few people in the chat, the usual suspects who all up Doug's booty hole as soon as we sniff his bullshit. Now, what did he say instead? He said at Nidamos, her stream on Derek is his most popular live. So now put them two things together. Doug comes through and says, hey guys, what's going on? Niddy goes, hey Doug, I'll go fish out the clip for you. He fishes the clip to Doug. Doug comes through literally doubling down on a David Falk position and then does what? Uses Nidamos' name as a means to get a pass doing. So again, he could have just left this comment in the chat. But no, he tagged Nidamos in it because he knew that Nidamos' passivity would make it seem like must be good to go. And did Nidamos take that as an opportunity to say, what the fuck you talking about, Doug? No, I'm not here to support that. No. He ain't do a goddamn thing about it. So stop acting like I'm the person throwing you under the bus and you and Doug are just mutual acquaintances and no, Doug is so clearly using you guys to do his fucking carry water for him. And all our community is saying is we don't carry water for fuckface Doug around here. And if you can't leave it alone, then leave us alone. Y'all still have not offered 1 ounce of convincing, support for why on earth y'all want to be friends with this fucking monster. And that's the problem. Because I hate to say it, your white asses don't have to deal with the realities of the issues that Doug is dealing with. Doug shits all over pregnant people. Your white male asses don't give a fuck because you don't think it applies to you. Doug shits all over LGBT people. You're not queer. What does it matter to you? Doug shits all over people of color while there's a national story about black people being murdered just for being black. Looked in the mirror, saw me some white skin. Guess these are just differences of opinion. Guess what, Doug? Hope you're ready to play poker today, man. Yeah, man. Sucks all these liberals out here bitching and moaning about they don't want to be murdered. But hey, man, what can I say? I don't agree with what you say, Doug, but fuck, let's set that aside. Let's have some drinks. Let's have some fun, buddy. Let's play some fucking cards. Who cares? We don't want to talk about politics. That stuff's no fun. Cool. Like I said, have Doug. What seems to be the problem? What seems to be the problem? Y'all have said everything other than you don't want to be friends with Doug anymore. You've said everything but Doug is unacceptable to you. What seems to be the problem? You seem to be making a very clear choice that loyalty to Doug is more important than loyalty to this community. Then when this community calls you out for it, all of a sudden you want the community to cry for you. But I'm playing the victim. Wow.
And while that discussion was happening,
wow,
it was clear that, I'm in the chat. I don't know if Tux was in the chat, but, Nathan's channel was very much in the chat, and Jay was in the chat. And Jay just cracks on in with calling PineCreek Doug a racist. And I just thought to myself, this is a conflict. I am a conflict avoider when possible. When possible. When it's theists or people saying dumb shit, I'll make a video and let it get disliked. Fine, whatever. But this is a conflict I don't want to have right now in this chat. I get it. Like, I don't agree a lot with the things that happen on PineCreek politics. And Doug knows that I don't share his political views on many issues. And nor do I support them being made mainstream or something. That's clear. I hope. And
it's not at all clear. As a matter of fact, you spent 4 hours, 33 minutes, and 36 seconds making it very unclear.
I mostly have been listening to the live streams on the normal PineCreek channel to just get a sense of what's being talked about. And I don't stay very long. Now, for Nathan's channel, I have a lot of respect for Nathan because he is so studied. And I'm just flabbergasted because I just really don't.
Yo.
What up? What up? Niddy to me is the program officer who plays softball with the kids after school, and so therefore doesn't want to talk about the police beating down black people overnight. Right? That's the overnight shift that does that. You know, it's to me, this is your fault, Nidamos. If you care so much about this community, you need to be aware of what the fuck is going on in it. It has been brought to your attention over and over and over and over and over and over again that we are having problems with Doug. And you just ignore it. And I'm sorry, y'all, I'm not falling for this preacher okey doke bullshit. When I wanted to, my grandfather used to get his monkey ass up there on Sunday morning and preach all about how drugs are bad, drugs are destroying the community, weed, like every other preacher does. My ass, being the president of the National Organization for Marijuana Laws, was like, hey, Grandpa, we need to sit down and talk about how you might be a little bit misinformed about that marijuana there. And also, Jesus probably used, a lot of scholars think Jesus used cannabis in his healing ministries. You might want to slow up. So what did he do? He just refused to read it. It's that bullshit of, if I don't see it, then it didn't happen, then it's okay for me to not act on it because it's out of my field of awareness. But when you know Doug has a secondary politics channel, literally just so he controlled the people that, again, you supposedly have the balls to stand up and protect, and you're not going to stand for their abuse and blah, 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 blah. And then you're like, well, I know he says all types of fucked up shit on that channel, so I'm just not even going to watch. Oh, well, now don't hold me accountable for being friends with Doug or what Doug says on his channel, because I told you I don't even watch that shit. I'm not responsible. I don't even see that stuff. Nigga, look, I don't watch everything James Apperson does. Cameron Bennett just released a couple of workout videos. I paid zero attention to either of them shits. I just heard there's a new Black Cat's voice drop. We're probably going to check that out later. I haven't seen it yet, but guess what I'm not going to do? Lose an ounce of sleep over the content that they made. Why? Because I just know there isn't a problem like that with the content they made. And if somebody told me there was a problem like that with the content they made, believe me, I'd be all up in them timestamps trying to figure out what the fuck is the problem. So you literally say, I'm looking away from the scene because I know there's a problem there, but don't hold me accountable. I didn't see the problem. You didn't see the problem because you didn't want to see the problem. And the problem is you now think that the rest of us owe you to look away as well so that we don't see the problem, so that you don't get confronted with the reality of the problem. But who's the problem? Doug is the problem. None of us want to be in this situation. Almost everybody up in here except James Apperson and a few are we're big PineCreek fans. It wasn't easy for any of us to realize that one of our favorite content creator is literally, more weaponized in many ways than fucking Tucker Carlson. But it's a reality we had to come face to face with. We all tried through various means to get through to Doug, be that comments in his chat, pushback on his live stream, calling in to talk to him. Lena spent 2 hours on a stream with them about LGBT issues and climate change. And every single time we did, what did Doug do? He undermined everything we said. He gaslit us. He played us. He played stupid-ass word games with. And then without a fail, every single time, within a day or two, he made an entire stream throwing every single thing we said under the bus. But let me guess. You just didn't notice how abusive Doug treats everybody in your community. At some point, y'all, the excuses have to fucking stop. They just do. And in this community, the buck stops with me. It just does. I created this, and I'm responsible for it. And, I do take seriously the goals and the progress of the people in our community and the leadership of it. We are not going to have a community where more black and brown people participate, if we do not make it very clear, we have absolutely no tolerance for bigotry in this community. We are not going to create a unique space where our queer fam feel just as much a part of it or just as, important if we make it clear that we are not going to stand up for them when they need to be stood up for. We cannot say that we are going to stand up and combat misogyny on one hand and then turn around in the very same stream and let misogynists come through and wreck our chats and be like, oh yeah, it's totally all good. Hey, we got to let them say what they need to say. No. I'm going to take responsibility for creating the type of community where, everything's on the up and up. So when these things happen, I talk it over with the mods. That's the other thing that's really funny about this. People think that I'm speaking just for myself, that like, oh, you piss Jay off. Jay's real sensitive. Jay bipolar as fuck. So you say something Jay don't like and you don't play his lotto numbers, he's going to fucking cancel you. No. I take stock in what a lot of other people are saying, especially the people with certain marginalized populations, right? If there's an issue around misogyny, I'm gonna listen to what people have to say, especially the voices of females. If there's an issue around somebody being anti-queer community, I'm gonna listen to what everybody has to say, especially our queer people. When it comes to issues of racism, I'm gonna listen to what everybody has to say, especially our people of color. Now, without putting everybody else's business in the streets, let me tell you this way. I rarely make such a strong decision on behalf of this community unless I feel like I'm doing so on behalf of a substantial portion of our community. So there's been this problem with Nidamos and Nate and Tux. People have been feeling this way about them. People in our community have been uncomfortable continuing to support them. We've been uncomfortable watching them and modding their channels and promoting their streams. And we've been trying everything to get them to pay the fuck attention before it got to this point. But those subtler gestures, those please come fucking help signs got ignored. So we did something people couldn't ignore. And wouldn't you know it, everybody comes out the woodworks when it's time for damage control and reputation rehabilitation. But ain't nobody had shit to say when it was simply time to step up and do the right thing and avoid this shit altogether. So that's where we're at. Hey, Heathen Queen, good to see you. James is here. Appreciate a lot. Heathen Queen's here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
All right, Queen, can you hear us?
My voice is being fed back to me, though.
I think I can't hear Heathen Queen. I don't know if she's muted or something. Hang on. All right, she said 1 minute. All right, we'll get back. All right, we'll play some tape. Here we go.
Know how I could have helped Jay, or if I should just like okay, if Logical Probable Possible popped into my live chat right now, I hate that guy, but if he popped in my chat right now, I'd still want people to be respectful to him. I'd still not just say, oh, you're a homophobic asshole, even you, though he pretty much is. Like, if people come here, like, I just don't know how to draw this line for myself. And when it's important to bring up people's character flaws and their issues in a live stream that's not about them. It's not about them. Wasn't about them. So, like, if let's pick on someone that's easy to pick on, like fucking Jeffrey. I'll pick on Jeffrey Dahmer, right? Now the stream's about Jeffrey Dahmer. Chat, you can berate Jeffrey Dahmer all you want. He's a fucking crazy bastard, right? That's what the stream's about. The stream is not about the other people in the chat. And maybe you have issues with them, other people that you see in my chat. But guess what? We're not talking about them. So when is it worth it to bring up, like, oh man, that's Satan's little helper. He's just
It's worth it when the person is a problem. They're continuing to be a problem. They're unrepentant, and they're coming in our streams to sabotage people. Yeah, I'm gonna call out Doug. And again, this is where you're not gonna cut me off at the nuts because you don't have any. Yeah, I called Doug out because Doug's a fucking racist, and he's unrepentant in it.
Okay, here you go.
And it's, what'd you say, AR? Oh, you're talking
We
Heathen
got
Queen.
Heathen Queen.
Yeah, great. Hey, Queen.
Yeah, sorry, there's a lag,
No worries.
and I'm hearing an echo, so I'm just trying to figure it out. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. Take your time. Maybe mute the stream. You might have the stream playing somewhere.
Yeah, Jay, something's echoing in Gather.
Oh, let me see. Hang
That's
on.
Myron Bot or something.
All right, let me check my inputs here. Something's echoing in Gather. All right, let me play tape and help me figure out where it is, AR.
a crazy motherfucker. Like, and this is what I mean about keeping chats in tandem with what the presenter is talking about. And if you have issues with people, take them to their comment section on their videos about that. Like, I just don't know what the value is in.
AR, where are you getting an echo from?
Echoing when we're talking.
It's echoing when we're talking. Oh, yeah.
You're not
okay.
echoing, but like when James is
Okay, I
talking,
got it. It
it's
should be gone
echoing.
now. It should be gone now. It should
Yeah,
be
yeah.
gone now. Thank
Are
you
we
so
good?
much. Yeah, we're good. Sorry about that.
Sorry, no, it was me. I had to disconnect my phone and reconnect my headphones. Sorry about that.
All right, no worries. How are you doing?
I'm angry, but
You did a really great show on incels on
Yeah,
Skeptic
thank you.
Haven. That was fantastic.
Thank you.
So I was watching that, and I want to do an episode with you on Pickup Artist.
Let's do all the episodes. Like, I'm here for it. There was a time when I was unable, but now I am able. So let us
All right.
do the thing.
All right. Can you send me a message in my Discord, and we'll do the scheduling stuff,
Ooh, Discord.
or whatever works for you. You got
Yeah,
kicked
can
off-
someone
you
just
got
like
kicked off
send
of
me a
Twitter.
message and I'll say yes?
Yeah.
I have a new Twitter. Oh,
you did get a new Twitter?
I do, but that's neither here nor there. We'll figure it out. I'm so technologically challenged.
All right.
But
I
yes.
just sent you a message that says hi. Tell me if you get it. If not, I'll have to put
On
your new-
Discord?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Let me roll some tape.
Throwing, our disagreements with individuals in a live chat that's not about that individual. I just didn't see the value in being a part of that conflict. And if that is not sticking up for Jay, then I'm sorry. I mean it. I am sorry.
All right. I feel like I got to address this because it's a point that should not at all be confused. Heathen Queen, do you have a TV on or something that we're hearing?
Oh
Can
shit!
you
Yeah,
you can
I
just
do.
mute
I'm
your
sorry.
mic when you're not
No,
talking.
I'm sorry.
It's
There.
not a big deal. You could just mute us too. I mean, you can
I
mute
just
your mic.
muted it. I'm
All right.
just watching the Warriors game, but I don't need to hear it.
So I got to be clear about this. Yes, I feel like when I see fuckface Doug, it's on. Right? That's how I'm gonna just be honest with you. That's how people in certain communities.
I mean, y'all know my history with him, right?
No, we don't know your history with him.
Oh.
But we call this on site, right? It means
yes. Like,
yeah.
it is on site.
It
Like,
means
if
me
I
and
see you.
Yeah, if I see you, it's on. Like,
It's on site, bitch.
We have beef everywhere.
So, sorry to steal the floor,
No,
but
you're good.
I'm gonna do it. You're familiar with the Robert Price bullshit that happened? Yeah.
Yes.
So there was this whole thing with Robert Price that had quite literally nothing fucking to do with PineCreek. Like, I didn't even know who this man was before this.
Yes, most of us know the Robert Price episode well. We remember
Right.
that well.
So the
yeah.
entire reason that he went on PineCreek was because of that nonsense with me. And he was like, well, I'm going to prove myself after PineCreek invited him on his channel. But PineCreek only did that for fucking clicks, because he had nothing to do with me or with Price, and what I was saying about Price had
So I
nothing
didn't
to do
know
with
this,
any of
but
it.
you were part of the social media conversation with Price that
I
people
initiated
were.
it.
Oh, okay, and then that's what
Yeah,
Doug
somebody
is.
sent
Okay.
me some of the screenshots, and I was like, I had just called out some Christian apologist for being a piece of shit. And so then I was like, well, I gotta be fair. So I was like, y'all, generally, we should stop platforming this man because here are the receipts for how he's a racist piece of shit. Let's not do that. And then Price was like, Heathen Queen is like mentally unstable and mentally ill and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I am mentally ill, but I'm also right. And and then like PineCreek inserted himself in this entire fucking nonsense and was trying to like
Always.
always, yeah, like because nobody, like, quite literally 5 people care about him otherwise. And so like he then had a couple of people on, the most important being Price, who was like, I'm going to defend my position. And I was like, no, actually, you're going to do all of my work for me. And he did. He did more damage than I could have ever done in my wildest dreams just by showing up and talking.
Yeah, well, to your credit, I just want to say quickly, to your credit, that a lot of us didn't really. To me, that was the start of the PineCreek problem. That was when a lot of us were like, whoa, and people may not realize this, but this is when we had our old Discord, like when I first got out here, I got all types of penis hacked. So before my Discord got penis hacked, because that's a thing, like
Hey.
we used to get in there and just chit chat about streams. It was back when No Name was around, and Annette and some other people came through and basically told me that. Because I was like, yo, we got a right-winger problem here. Because it wasn't just Doug, right? It was Doug kind of platforming Price through the whole thing. But then I was involved in the comments at the time. And people were coming out of the woodworks with all types of crazy shit in the comments. Literally, that was the stream where people put in the comments, like, I don't understand why we can't say the N-word if all the rappers can say it and shit like that. And I was like, fuck no, hell no, no, none of this is happening. And
Absolutely fucking not.
yeah, exactly. But that's when Annette was like, yo, we have a problem in this community where a lot of these guys, they just left the religion alone, but they're still out here on this
I
alt-right
quite literally
bullshit.
just gave an hour-long talk about how you can leave fundamentalist religion and not leave fundamentalism.
But yeah.
That way of thinking will stay with you if you don't deconstruct all of that fucking binary bigoted bullshit.
Right.
Because religion, fundamentalist religion, depends on you thinking in black and white. I don't even mean like racial. I just mean binary, like terms. There's an in-group and there's an out-group. And if you are the in-group, you're right. And anything that goes against that is the out-group and like, you know, is hell and Satan and whatever. And like,
Right.
you can leave fundamentalist religion and still be a raging, racist, homophobic, ableist, misogynistic trash dumpster.
Right.
Easily.
Yeah. And so, but yeah, to your credit, it really mattered. And you had the receipts. But also what I found out was there was a lot of history, right? For a lot of us, we thought, you know, Derek and Robert Price had his falling out and this was all new. And it turned out Robert Price had this long history of being very clear about all these positions, very adamant about all these positions on social media. We were just totally unaware of it.
What I will say is that Derek was not aware of those positions up until this whole
then.
like fiasco, and he did make the right choices, and like I stand behind Derek wholly.
100%. Yeah.
Just to be clear.
Me too. Yeah.
Hi, Derek. Love you.
But yeah, I'm glad you're here to speak to that. I didn't realize that. So then, yeah, you kind of saw. But yeah, that was when I started seeing the problem with Doug. I was like, whoa, this is, you know. And then
I
and then
told
it got
y'all
worse.
I'm
He
here
did
to
some-
cause problems,
Yeah.
but like in the best way.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah. I think a lot of us kind of are, and some of us not so much.
Like, I
All
just
right, so here's what I wanted to make clear about that, though. I do have a beef with Doug, and I have no problem expressing that. I don't feel like people are obliged to come to my aid. You know, if I'm scrapping it out with Doug or somebody else. So I feel like I don't want to say it's a misrepresentation. Maybe I'm hoping that there's clarity here, and I want to be clear about this. I like Nidamos. I hope that the Midamos situation ends up water under the bridge, but I'm not seeing what I need to see yet, and that's just me being as honest about it as I can be. But I want to make it clear: I like Niddy, and that's very different than how I feel about other people in this community. Yeah. But the issue is the issue is not making a hard line with Doug. It's the inability to call Doug out for exactly what he is doing wrong. And furthermore, the acceptance of sometimes you gotta cut a toxic person off, because what they're doing is they're going to use your goodwill to do harm to your community.
They're
and that's
using
clearly what
your
he does.
goodwill for credibility for their extremist shitty views.
Exactly.
And this happens outside of this situation. You can see this, and if you listened to my interview the other day about incels, like, this is what happens when people like, and Niddy, I'm not comparing y'all, like, please hear me on this. I love Niddy. Like, that's my guy. But like, this type of thing happens when somebody like, let's say, Jordan Peterson, who most people, listen, he's trash, but who a lot of people are like, I don't know, he has like some good ideas, is sort of like grouped in and like sharing a platform with somebody like Milo Yiannopoulos or like Richard Spencer, right? Like, this guy's an extremist, but he's sharing a platform with this guy who we think is a moderate, and therefore like this credibility is lent to this other person who is actually incredibly problematic.
Right.
And why is it done? Because like, that's what's comfortable for everybody, and that's how, like, quote unquote, everyone benefits, everyone being the people that were already benefiting. Like you know what I mean?
Right.
It's definitely not everyone, but like, it's easy if you're already in a position of privilege to be like, oh yeah, we're just like sharing a platform. It's like totally normal and fine. And I don't agree with them, but also like, I'll just like chat with them because like, free speech. Like, yeah, fuck that.
Yeah. And right. And I want to say a couple things about that. So free speech is a really important point in all this. And I feel this very strongly. I'm all about our civil liberties. But part of what I feel the alt-right does is they abuse the civil liberties we have to the point that we have to do something. They also
just misunderstand them. Like, they think that like freedom of speech is like, I can just say whatever the fuck I want and like, that's fine. Nothing can happen. And like, that's quite literally not true. Like, you have the right to say whatever you want and then have the federal government not punish you for saying those things. And y'all can hack that out somewhere else. But like, freedom from speech or freedom of speech is not freedom from consequences in like the general public or even the private sector.
Right.
Like, sorry, it's not.
Right. And so that's kind of the deal. And so they take that too far, and then we have to rein it in. Then they play the victim. And then, of course, we'll later use that very same regulation against us to try to limit our actual expression of things that should be protected to say, right? It's like, oh, they stopped us from saying hate speech. Well, now when they say, hey, let's take the Bible out of the classroom. Oh, well, now you're assaulting my religion and you're oppressing my religious freedom. And you guys did say if it's hate speech, it's out, right? So now you got, and that's part of what we're dealing with is them, the semantic infiltration, they call it, right? Where it's like, but yeah, that's a big issue here in all of this with Doug, is because you have to see Doug's playbook, and he's always going to argue for I'm just thinking out loud, I'm just having a thought experiment, I'm just what if
do that somewhere else.
Yeah. The
thing is like, a thought experiment is all fun and games until your thought experiment actually affects living, breathing human beings, and especially those that are historically and currently marginalized. Like, if you are in the if you are in the class that is able to put your privilege into policy, then like it's not a thought experiment anymore. That's real life for folks that have been marginalized historically and continue to be marginalized. So shut up.
Yeah, I'm pretty much with you there. Sorry, I'm fucking around with Gather over here.
I just feel like my hair is very unbalanced, but it wasn't when I looked in the mirror earlier, so maybe I'm just sitting weird.
No, you're good to go. This is fun. I like having you here for these things.
I just did not see the value in it.
Also, yes, we have to do our show. Like, that's gonna be awesome. Like, and
I'm down for like the whole dating, sex, relationship shows.
yes.
Like, let's do it.
And James, I am hoping will be a part of that as well, because this is something James and I have been mutually trying to accomplish. So we gotta it's just scheduling, folks. We'll get to it
at that moment. I just decided, you know what? There's a lot of conflict happening. There's a lot of people throwing things around. Just not. Because I'm just gonna get emotional. I'm gonna get worked up. Because guess what? I really like Jay. I love listening to Hot Program. Like, awesome. And I really love
Gather. Has nothing to do with anything.
And like, as someone who basically has like very few real life friends now that the church is a piece of shit. That's the part and parcel with being part of a cult.
Fair.
I really want community.
I mean,
I want to feel accepted, supported, loved like most humans do. And I try to cultivate a space that does that for the people who come in. And if I'm too mean to a particular theist, tell me so in my comments. You can dislike my videos. I'm strong enough to take it. But I really do want community and to understand where I fit in content creation, in streaming, in being a voice in this space that's respectful, that's charitable, that's meaningful.
Yeah, but charitable to who?
While at the same time, you know, not I'm not a simp or an apologist for any particular person, nor have I ever been asked to.
I need more alcohol.
I'm just sad because now I've woken up, I've fired up my Discord, and I see a stream title come out that's like, nope, this person is out of our community. That's me. This person is no longer part of this Discord server. Jay wants no association with me. And that's fine that he doesn't. But there are other people that, you know, gather.
Can we hop in?
To what? This is this is recorded.
No, I know, but I just meant like, can we like pause chat about this? Yeah.
Pause the tape,
so, like,
is what we say, yeah.
Sorry, pause the tape. As someone who like, I love Niddy, like love him, feel a deep connection to him as a friend, and like did not come on here for like Niddy slander in any way whatsoever.
Same.
I came on here because I heard people talking about PineCreek and like the need to take a stand against PineCreek.
Sure.
Did not even hear Niddy's name till I got in here.
That's fine.
Niddy, I love you. That's all I want to say about that. However, like how far do I go back? I, for many years, have been deep in the sticks of research as it regards to, or as it pertains to, racial justice. And that does not make me a white savior. That does not make me some kind of like expert, like none of that. And I don't even want to like pretend like that's the way it is. But what I have learned is that there is a very white tendency, a very white proclivity that I also have had to fight against, to say like, yeah, well, like if we ostracize these people, then they'll like never learn. Okay. But also, when we don't take a stand against them, they also learn. They learn that what they're saying will be acceptable to people that look like them, that hold the privilege and power that they do. And that because of that shared privilege and power, they will be allowed to say whatever harmful ass shit and have it be like downgraded. And that's not acceptable. It's not okay, because those opinions, that privilege and power that these people hold, like the more we normalize it, the more it will continue to go into public discussion, to cultural understanding, to legislation, to all the rest of this shit. And so it is incredibly important. You don't have to just block someone, right? Like, I'm not saying, Niddy, you just go ahead and block PineCreek and never deal with him again. What I'm saying is something much harder. You create very clear boundaries, and you explain those boundaries, and you have those hard conversations with this person. And if they block you, if they cut you off, okay, that was their choice, right? Like, you did the work you were supposed to do. If they decide to block you, that's on them. But like, if you have the social currency to engage with these people that are in power, and you decide to give them the easy way out, that's not allyship.
I 100% agree with you, and I actually just want to roll tape because it was really good, and I just want to say thank you, and yeah, I see it pretty much the same way.
Brings me in contact with that I really do appreciate, and for me, the hurt and the pain is coming some from I just do not know what are the expectations to maintain this relationship. I'm being serious, and if you watch this, like, let's talk, really, like.
So this is this is sort of the thing that made me want to take this seriously, or like respond to this, I guess you in some sort of way, because look, it pulls on my heartstrings. Obviously it wasn't an easy decision, it wasn't a thing to be made, but part of my frustration here is I think Niddy and Tux know or probably believe as much as the rest of us that if anybody has a chance to get through to Doug, it's that, right? It's what you said. It's the people who share the identity, who are sitting around the old boys' room,
but that
smoking
includes
the
boundaries. That includes consequences.
Yes.
It's not just do and say whatever the fuck you want and we'll talk about it on the back end. It's an intervention. Like, as the child of an addict, like, let me explain this. There is a bottom line. Like, you tell this person, hey, this is my bottom line and here's why. And like, we can talk about the why as much as you want in private, like, all the way. But that bottom line stands.
Yeah. And to me, this is, so I tried to talk about this, and this is sort of a new phenomenon to me in the sense that I'm learning how to deal with this, in real time, like everybody else is, and none of us have the manual we wish we had. But it's why I called it being exposed by proxy, and I tried to use exposed by proxy because I think that's different than guilt by association. Right? If we're going to be technical, guilt by association is I'm going to treat you as you are the racist because you are standing next to the racist. This is not it. This is saying you're exposed by proxy. All of us have, known associates. Let's put it that way. And some level where we stand with those associates is known. Like, people know that I know who Otangelo is. But they also know me and Otangelo aren't friends, so if Otangelo did something fucked up, I'm just like, yo, Otangelo did something fucked up. He's kind of an asshole. Matter of fact, I don't even talk to him anymore, right? So that's that. I don't have any more exposure because I'm not dealing with this person. right? The issue with Doug is because there's no boundary placed and everybody's just, well, I'm friends with you guys, but I'm friends with Doug too. Every time Doug does something new, we're dealing with another Doug situation. So let's hypothetically say we nipped this in the butt when the Robert Price situation happened. We like, hang on a sec. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong goddamn app. I keep doing this. All right, so like that would be different, but instead, like we keep dealing with new issues. It's like every time something happens, Doug makes
Why
content
are we
about it.
friends with people that we know hold problematic beliefs unrepentantly?
That's it. That's the $1 billion question. That is the $1 billion question. And then why is it the responsibility of everybody else to look the other way? That doesn't make
anybody
any sense.
that is coming to this stream and that is like, oh my god, I can't believe HQ is here. Like, where have you been?
Yeah, she hangs out here.
Because I mean, yeah, and also like I've straight up said, like, punish all of them.
I mean, right? It's the same way we feel about the confidential documents. Whoever stepped out of line should deal with the consequences of them stepping out of line. If you don't want to deal with the consequences of stepping out of line, don't step out. Who is that man? Oh, damn. Just, okay. Hi. Well, damn. All right. I see.
They're hitting on you, Joey.
And I'm straight as narrow. But
that's fine. It's Joey. He's a lawyer.
Hey, it's a man right there. It's a catch right there. Okay, do you? It's all good. But yeah, no, I think you put it perfectly. That's and you have to understand that hurts people. Right? It hurts like
I mean, it listen, like I hate to put it I don't love to put it this way. It's like a man that I'm friends with, or like even if I like just say I'm romantically involved with them, that is like, yeah, actually like Andrew Tate isn't that bad.
Yes, exactly. You're like,
I am so single. Like, yeah. You can't even imagine how fucking single I am right now. Like,
well, you know what I related it to? I literally related it to the people who have in their dating profiles, if you're a Trump supporter, swipe left. Right? And they're trying to give you, I used to think, man, that's pretty, you know, it's pretty cut and dry. But I realized, look, they're giving you feedback. They're saying, I'm really not going to enjoy having dinner across from someone who doesn't understand what's wrong with this laundry list of complaints.
Is you are not going to enjoy having dinner across from someone.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I will read you your fucking funeral rites, and I will leave you with the check. So, like,
and to be honest with you, there was an element of that too, right? So part of this is I've tried to moderate our community better, and it's growing, and more people are getting gathering, and that's great. We love that. That's the goal. But at the same time, it means we have to be careful about who's a go and who's a no, right? And there's a lot of reasons that people are no's, and a lot of it is what you said. I have to think about how awkward it's going to be for both sides. I know who we are. We are people who, if we are up 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, we're ripping on the conservatives, we're ripping on the theotards, we're going to sleep, and we're going to watch, rinse, repeats. We're going to be right back at it tomorrow.
Right.
And it is the type of situation where if fuckface Doug drops some weaponized shit, we're all on it. Just like if dumbass Rebecca drops some shit, we're all on it. So if you think you're gonna just sit around and be friends with this person and it ain't gonna get hella awkward, let me tell you, my guy, it's gonna get hella awkward. You understand? And it's the same thing I have about, I'd say there's certain Christians who want to join our community and we love them to death, but we got to keep you in the guest room because behind the curtain, we're ripping Jesus a new asshole around the clock, and it's brutal, and it's it's gonna be awkward for you, and quite frankly, it's gonna be awkward for me. And so
I do love awkward, to be honest. But yes.
Right, but that's what the guest
not the
room's
host,
for.
that's fine. No.
That's what we have certain spaces for. That's what the guest room is here for, so that we can come to the cafe. You don't have to have the password. Everybody can call in.
Yeah.
And then that can
Somebody
be an
has to lead
extension-
me to whatever room
that's
y'all
how
are
you
in,
go.
because I'm boomer. But yes,
that's the extension
agreed.
of it. It's like that's the place where it's an extension of YouTube. But when we go back to the ranch with the gang, that's not an extension of YouTube.
Right.
That's our private community.
Safe place?
That's our private safe place to be anti-theist, anti-God, anti-Republican, and anti-Doug.
I'm also like anti-liberal, if we're being honest.
And
Like I'm so
anti-liberal
fucking
all the
far
time, if
left.
we're being honest. Hey, we did a big thing with Trump's documents. We turned right
People
around.
are like, "Fuck Joe Biden."
and
I'm
ran
like,
down
"Yeah."
Biden for his documents too. Yeah, we was like, you ain't gonna get no sympathy, no problem here. Like, yeah. So, that is a part of it. And the other thing I recognize is people are not trying to interfere with your quality of life because they're saying you might not be a great fit for this community right now. So this reminds me of playing in a church. I played at a church where I was very honest with the worship pastor, the head pastor, and most of my friends and stuff that I was a non-believer. And I'm an evolutionary biologist. And we're friends. We have great relationships. We have lunch. I can go to Bible study. We do all this stuff
Not
together.
lunch.
I play on Sunday, play on Thursday, over their homes. We're friends. But when it came to joining the church, right? It's like, sorry, Jay, you can't join the church. Oh yeah, we love you to death, but oh yeah, you
Not that much.
and you can come to membership classes. I went to all the membership classes. I was welcome because membership class was a social event. Oh, you come to membership class, you want to hang out, but
I just feel like it boils down to folks, and this is not me pointing the finger because I am also folks that could quite literally walk into anywhere ever and be accepted.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a white female. There are very few places that I will be rejected outright. I might be sort of marginalized or whatever, but like I will still be welcome. Like my existence will not be found like abominable, right? Like unless I'm going to like I don't even know, a fucking, what is it called? Like a Mason Lodge, perhaps, then they're like, you can't come here. But for the most part, like anywhere that I go, the fact that I look like this is a free pass.
Right.
But that's not reality for so many people. And so, like, I think it's incumbent upon those of us that have the privilege that I do or have more privilege than I do to just try and embody what it might feel like to be someone that does not have that freedom.
Yeah.
Or does not have that, it's not even freedom, doesn't have that safety. Like, what do you do with that? How do you explain that away?
Yeah. So, and that's kind of the example I was given with the church. Is like, I accepted that, to them, being a member means you got to sign the statement of faith. When I'm looking over that bitch and I'm going, all right, cool. That you guys are able, you guys are allowed to have your standard, and if I can't sign on, then that's just what it is. And I think our community, while we don't have a statement of faith, I think we are trying to figure out how do we deal with, we're trying to deal with recognizing narcissistic personality types, abusive behavior. We're recovering from religion, right? We're recovering from a lot of this.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say that we're recovering from a lot of this stuff. And so we're trying to figure out what our boundaries are. And I think part of this is we're just in that process of learning how we take a stand for things. And we are learning there's certain things we don't tolerate. I'm looking around going, yeah, I think we're all pretty much unanimous in not tolerating this, except for some glaring exceptions. Time to deal with the glaring exceptions.
So again, I did not join this conversation. Like, I'm new to this to y'all's community. Like, let's be clear on that. So I did not join this to say who should or should not be a part of it in any way whatsoever. What I came here to say is that, like, PineCreek specifically is a grifter, is problematic, and who does not care who he has to hurt if he can capitalize on it. Because if we're being super, super real, the only person that he hurt with that stream he did was Robert Price. And you know what? He hurt Derek, but less so Derek, more so Robert Price. And he didn't give a shit because he had him on this stream and it was like, well, I'm going to get more clicks. I'm going to get more views. Who cares if quite literally everybody else in the community was like, yeah, we're never going to have that man on again because of what he just said. He didn't care. So it's like, what are we defending? What are we trying to include? Why do we want him here? Like, what value added? Can you not be his friend if you want, I guess? Like,
yeah, I mean, it's a free country.
I mean,
but...
I don't want, but like, maybe I do think there's a place for people that have more social currency than I do with this man to engage with him in a way that perhaps he will learn. Yeah. I think that's important.
Yeah.
And I think that people need to do that. That's like telling me that, like, I don't need to engage with my white fucking uncle. Like, yeah, of course I do. But do I need to offer that man a platform? And do I need to, like, welcome him with open arms? Like, no, I need to let him know what the fuck is up.
Right. All right. So I think maybe Punk's trying to get Niddy in here.
Oh, yeah. Let me go get... I'm going to fill my drink.
All right. You do that.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. Sip some of mine.
So I'm still taking all this in and
go ahead, James.
Trying to form an opinion, and I've got thoughts, but I don't want to interrupt you guys' flow.
All right. Hi, Niddy. Hello. Oh. All right. We'll roll tape.
And then the next thing is, should I be this upset? Like, I don't know. Yeah, go ahead, Jerome. You can ask me whatever in the chat. And the other thing that hurts is just that now I feel like I have to start all over again. I gotta start the fuck all over again. Like, the people that I trust and respect and enjoy are gone. They're gone. Like, what the fuck? So, Lena, you can chime in. Let's talk. you unmuted and then
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Okay, my screen's lagging, but I got it to work. Well, that was a lot. I have a lot of thoughts, but I guess I mostly want to have Jay talk to you and maybe moderate if needed or just be there for support.
Sure.
Because I empathize with a lot of what you're saying, and I want to like remedy this, and I think it can be. So if you want, I can like hit up Jay real quick and see if he's willing to talk to you.
He said he got to go to bed, and I'll respect that. And he can want he might.
Just to be clear, I think Niddy is getting situated downstairs, and then I think he'll join us.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe it's best if there's some time in between and he can think about things.
Exactly.
I would have probably preferred if he had tried to reach out to you in person.
There's nothing to think about.
Hey, Niddy.
That's me.
Yo.
Niddy.
Hey, what's up? All right, so so where are you at with all this? I mean, people wanted me to ask you, is Sean still around? I don't know if Sean's still around.
Sean.
I would like to say this before anything gets started. The reason I hopped into this chat had quite literally nothing to do with you, Niddy, and everything to do with PineCreek.
Oh, I heard you.
Great, I'm glad. But like, I understand
I've been here
that
since the beginning.
This probably still feels combative, and like, I understand that, but I want you to know that like, I fucking love you, and wherever you end up with your opinion of me after this, I accept. But like, what I'm saying is fully based on like my values and principles and just an absolute love for you. That's all. You can end up wherever you do on the other end.
And I've been super so.
But like, I hope that you recognize that I've not been trying to like shit on you.
No, yeah, you've been great. A lot of y'all have been great to me personally, and like over the last couple months, like Jay, you supporting my content and like bringing people to come listen to me, and like and like validate my experience from like being like abused by stupid ass Christians.
They're all stupid. Sorry. Just here for the comic relief.
Appreciate you. Go ahead.
It means
Niddy.
a fucking lot. It means a fucking lot.
I appreciate that, Niddy.
A lot of what has helped me hang on has been able to have a voice and make a channel.
I love
And you
Niddy.
feel so lost. When you lose all that community and like you do all this work and it's just never done.
It's never done.
It's never done. It's never
That
done
is
when I was a
true.
Christian,
Yeah.
and it's still not done, right?
Yeah.
Never done, man.
It is never done. But that's fair.
And this is what I appreciate. And YouTube Punk said this, like, real growth hurts. And the irony is, Christians say the same shit, right?
Yeah.
Growth can be painful, right? And I guess, like, the hard part is, and the reason, well, there's two things I definitely need to say. One is, I had no fucking business running that stream as long as I did because I just kept digging the goddamn hole deeper for myself. I'll just be blunt and say, like, I just made the hole fucking deep because I got tired. My will was low to do pushback because, frankly, I have. Well, hold on.
Sorry.
I am personally generally bad at face-to-face conflicts. I have
Just invite me.
I have a huge scrupulosity problem. I can be real fucking needy. Just to be clear, like in my real life relationships. And yeah, and that's why I had no business keeping that stream open as long as I did, because I'm just not equipped as the kind of person that I am to play hardball. And you know what, Jay? I appreciate you said that, you know, Niddy, you said you had no tolerance for misogynists and shit like that, and you're going to make a stream about it, and you'll talk about it. That's fine. But then when they show up, you're not hard on them for making content that leans in that direction, or even just is overtly a part of the playbook. You know, I'm just not good at that. I just need to own.
Uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable, but but now I need to come to terms with what like how I'm going to present myself on this platform to express these ideas that I have about my faith journey and stuff. And I don't think it's going to be in these, like, you know, open rooms with like total freedoms and, like, you know, let all ye who are weak and whatever, or fucked up or crazy or or regressive or conservative, come on to me. You know, no. And because I want to do better, I want to be clear about where I stand about things. I don't want ambiguity. I want some semblance of community. I want to feel like a whole and purposeful person. And I don't want to mince my words. And I don't want to be aligned with people playing an alt-right playbook. I'm against that. That the alt-right playbook videos helped me get out of Christianity. Like
someone sent them to me and I was like, I'm not watching that bullshit, and then I realized what they were.
Yeah.
Sorry. Just like
And
a
so
brief comedic aside.
No, and that's exactly why, like, I don't want to be seen as an ally to what I think is social regression, or in bed with it, or cozied up to it. And like, yeah, not somebody said in the chat, I'm non-confrontational to begin with. And that's where I'm gonna take the pain of what you're saying, Jay. Because it hurts to have to acknowledge that I gave this person a pass for too long.
I did the same thing. So if it makes you feel any better, I mean, it's not something that I'm not guilty of myself, right? And also,
we love you. That's all.
yeah, everybody loves you, Niddy, myself included. I think you're great
Me the
at
most,
what you do,
but
and you know, it's
like I could not go into a coffee shop and be like, I'm an atheist. Atheist speak with me. Like
Come
I would
chat,
be like,
bitches.
don't even fucking come near me ever
Yeah,
in your
right,
life.
yeah,
So like,
exactly.
I just want to say that, but continue.
Yeah,
But I love you the most. But yes, continue.
yeah. I'm like, I'll play drums on Jesus songs. Don't bother me. I don't want to fight.
I have like 5 sets of headphones on in the coffee shop. Like, don't even consider me. Don't perceive me.
But no, Niddy, I think you're great at what you do, and I want you to understand all of this was a mess for me, and you know, I wasn't happy
No one
about
is
any
enjoying
of this. This isn't
I wasn't
but-
planning on crying at the start. I mean, Jesus.
I cry a
was
lot
that?
when I'm not planning
Well,
on it. It's the
yeah,
best.
yeah.
Slash worst.
What was
I'm,
that?
I'm trying not to cry, and you know, it's been a lot of that around, you know, a lot of these issues on all sides. I mean, and that's
Healing
part of
begins.
that's part of where I got even with these conversations, like in the chat the other day. I mean, that's you know, like so for instance, Jerome Robinson is a troll to me, right? He just everywhere, and it's like I can't just pop up anywhere without Jerome, you know. And so but yeah, I get to these point where I'm so infuriated about these issues that I'm like, okay, I can't even show up and participate in this chat because me apparently taking a stand for these things just makes me a target on sight of a significant number of our, you know, channels. So of course I can go to Niddy's, and of course I can go to James's channel, and of course I can go to Derek's channel, and I'm still gonna feel like, there's the gang, and I still feel welcome here. But now somewhere like Nate's channel, where I'm a mod, I was
surprised by that. I
I'm
was like,
I'm a
oh.
distraction on a channel. I'm literally not helpful here anymore. And I felt the same thing. Like, I'm gonna have to just, in order to not be triggered and not be set off, I'm gonna have to, you know, avoid channels and streams where all my friends are. And I know that's where all my friends are, and I'm just gonna have to hope I catch them later, right? And it sucks too, because our community, at least our neighborhood of it, is still a relative content desert. Like, there's not enough of us that, like, there's always 4 or 5 of us live, and you've always got options and all this stuff. And that's, to be honest, that's why we started Discord. We started Discord so that we could keep track of, like, who was live or who did a video. That way, at least we could, like, have an easier time, you know, linking up in the same live streams or commenting and having discussions about certain videos. And then, you know, Gather kind of grew later out of you know, a bigger wanting to be together offline or whatever. But yeah, dude, you know, everybody clearly wants you to be part of this community. This is, to me, about taking a stand against Doug, right? And making it clear that this community isn't going to tolerate his shenanigans. And you know, I think, you know, we're all sympathetic to the position that you're in, and I think we'd be happy to help you work through that and, you know, work this out together. We're not.
Yeah. Like, I want to be like 100% clear on all of this. I probably already have, but I'm going to do it again. When I joined this chat, it was 5,000% against PineCreek. Don't care, hate him.
Yeah.
He can know that. He knows. I'll tell him to his face. Get fucked. But like, also 5,000%. Like, you're my guy. I hope that you know that. Like, always. Like, I've loved you since day one, and so I did not join this like stream to shit on you in any way whatsoever. And I will always be your friend, and I will always be here to have conversations and support you. But that is the tension that I exist within, which is you are my guy, but also like that guy fucking sucks. And we have to figure out, or I have to figure out some way to balance those things. And I will always side with the folks that are being negatively affected by his like devil's advocacy. But I just want you to know how much I care about you. That's all.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Niddy.
And
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I mean, so I got a message this morning because I was I stayed up all night, like, and I slept. My wife was amazing. She let me sleep in.
Shout out.
And, yeah, she's fucking awesome. And she took the kids to school and all that stuff, and I took the day off work, and I was a wreck. And I
think that's beautiful, really. But life hack for anybody that needs one: if you don't get married, your wife will always let you sleep in. Just want to let you guys know.
My life is so amazing with no wife or husband.
Just saying.
My wife is great. She just hangs out on a different YouTube.
Oh my god.
Hey, no shade towards your wife. I'm just saying, I love myself. That's all.
Yeah. So
she's just not photogenic. She doesn't like
I did this thing.
Don't let her hear you say that. Don't ever let her hear you say it.
No, she doesn't exist.
Sorry.
I'm literally kidding.
Not Unity. He said his wife wasn't photogenic, and I was like, "That's fucking.
No,
that's
you know,
on site,
you know how
bitch."
when somebody doesn't have a girlfriend, they always say that she goes to another school.
Like, she goes to
that's
another school.
That's what I'm saying. She's not photogenic, yo. She's just, that's why you never see her. She's real. Trust me. She's totally real. Super hot.
Trust me, bro.
Yeah. 15 degrees.
Yeah, my girlfriend is also inflatable.
Yeah. She's James. James. My wife's very rich. She just keeps me on a very tight allowance, so you can't tell.
I like filling my wife up with helium. I'm like,
Wait,
now you gotta be on top. You got no choice now.
Wait, who other than Niddy has a wife here? I'm dying to
None of us. Can you tell?
No wife, no girlfriend.
Who would marry us?
No, seriously.
I mean, listen. Don't ask me that question. You don't want the answer. However, I'm just curious.
Seriously though, one of the most profound realizations I had about myself was that I'm not marriage material. It was a real cold shower in life, but I've accepted that reality. Niddy, man, like,
ain't nobody want to deal with me long term. Come on, be real.
Yeah,
I too am a rental.
So Niddy, this thing tore everybody up, man, and I don't feel good about how hard this has been on you, and you know.
Well, you know, I have this thing where I'm very reactionary, and I went back and I have it's like an 18-minute or so video on my channel where a couple months ago, like 6 months ago or something, where I just talk about like how hard it can be for me personally. I was just very honest about how I get like kind of depressed and reactionary, and I reactionary tweeted a bit, and Dr. Josh saw it this morning.
Oh wait, not Josh.
And he fucking messaged me on Twitter.
I'll text him right now.
And he said, I caught the tail end of your stream, a couple minutes here and there. I'm working on my book. Motherfucker. And
he's
then
working on his book, and I have the book he needs to work on his book. Have I sent it to him? No, I have not.
You are literally holding back the scholarship in this community depends on Heathen Queen.
Yep.
Shame on you. Sorry,
what
go
about
ahead,
it?
Niddy.
Hold on, what is it? Keep
he
going.
said, if you need someone to talk to, I'm here. And he's like, I'm sorry that this is going on for you, Niddy. This sucks. And I said, all we can do is better. And if I can do better by not platforming a known bigot, then I can do better.
Hey, Josh. Sorry. But yeah, you are right, and you're doing the hard work. I'm just being a pain in the ass. That's all. Sorry.
I think I will say this, like, your stream really had an impact on people.
It's crazy.
It had like three times as many views as the original stream I did. I said, well, this is the problem. We got more people watching the reaction than what he's reacting to. But no, and you know, a lot of people have been, reaching out and trying to, show me what's been going on. And so I think your genuineness, has definitely resonated with people, and people see that you're taking this seriously, which is all that we can ask, right? Like the past is the past, and reactions are reactions, man. Like, one thing I'll tell you is it's weird being a YouTuber.
Yeah.
Because you have your content, you've got the live chat, and then you have everybody's
when there's so many eyes on you, and you're trying to like be true to yourself and be true to like you have your own values, and then you're also trying to communicate those values in a way that is both educational and like, I don't know what the word is. You're trying to act with integrity, but also like be educational and not be exclusive, but at the same time be inclusive. Like, there's so much going on.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Like, there's so much going on.
And then and then at some point you become the news, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And so
there was a group of
weird.
men that did an entire ass fucking stream about me the other night.
Oh shit.
Get a life.
Yeah.
Well, there's like this other meta thing though, which I'm finding really fascinating about like your space, Jay, and and how it's intersecting with like the atheist community Austin part of the algorithm and the Mythvision part of the algorithm and Apologia.
Just so much.
Well, but here's the thing with Gather and StreamYard and the way in which we're doing open rooms now to talk about issues in society, issues with faith and psychology. For me, it is crossing this like personal boundary that content has never done before.
I 100% agree with that. And I think that that's a blessing and a curse, right? Because so I'm someone who it's hard for me to say, probably, to be honest, since I've lived in Michigan, so probably over a decade now, my life has been predominantly online based. So aside from my work colleagues and people I date, because I haven't figured out a way to have coitus.
Oh, you date?
Virtually.
That's nice.
But
yeah.
But like aside
Can't
from
relate.
that, all my friends are online, right? The longest relationships of my current friend group is my motorcycle club. Like, I know all my friends through PlayStation, right? So I got real up in arms even
I literally have
when,
never done that in my life, but yeah, sounds
like
great.
Doug was talking about how, friends you make online aren't real friends. And I know that that's the perspective that a lot of people have. But Mike, Answers in Atheism, actually responded to that on Carol's stream today. Like, that set Mike off, because Mike's like, but that's because people probably like me and Mike are like, we've really adjusted to say maybe the normalization of a lot of our friendships.
I'm sorry, says who?
Online.
Says who? That those
Well,
aren't
last
real
night
friends.
I didn't push back as much against that because some part of me was hanging on to this like what's the word? Words are hard. So when I was in Christian fellowship and thinking, like it polluted my thinking back to the only real relationships are always face to face. But what the fuck are we doing right now?
I'm sorry.
Right.
Okay, that's fine. So, like, where is God in that like, relationship? Like,
Right?
fucking,
Yeah,
like,
right. Yeah, look,
structure.
Oopsies.
Look, Christian,
Where are you at, though?
you know what,
'Cause
Christian?
y'all
Y'all are
can't
right,
see him
Christians.
face
From
to
now
face,
on,
bitch.
only relationships with people you can be physically in the same room as.
Yeah,
Go.
yeah. Like, but no, it was
go
from a
ahead.
fundamentalist reading of
Help
Paul's,
God. Where is the tabernacle?
of Paul's language in Colossians 1 of like, oh, I've got to be
Cancel
so
Paul.
intimate. I got to be like a mommy where you're sucking on my titties and like
Sure.
I
a
mean,
daddy
yes,
where I play rough
but-
with you.
Also, he's asexual, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Weird how that works.
But you get where I first like.
Oh no.
This is like
What?
No.
Sorry, Niddy. What, Jay?
Jerome Robinson.
Oh, he's up in here.
Oh no.
Can I tell him to suck on my titty?
No, I'd be so offended if
Just
somehow,
kidding, I would never,
somehow
ever
this
let him
troll
do that,
shows
but-
up and skips the line. Like, what the fuck?
So, but the thing is,
Go
the
ahead.
point I was trying to make is
Get in line, bitch.
that's not
Not
really
you,
how
Niddy,
I
sorry.
feel. Right, but I
Yeah,
didn't
sure.
like the more time I spent throughout my day thinking about you guys online and the people who are, like I said in the beginning of the stream last night, the crew or whatever, that when Heathen Queen's live, we know, like, you know, Kata, Carrie, James,
Sure.
Jay, you know,
Sure.
we're all down.
My
And
babies.
Derek, we're all in there, right? We're all here supporting each other. Yeah, and Niddies. And like, you know, if I'm live, you guys are all popping in.
Yes.
Yeah, and you want to
And
see
I don't
my
want
face.
to
You wanna,
lose that or fuck that up. Like,
right.
I
And
hope.
I was thinking about that very point when
But also PineCreek, go
Speak
fuck
pushed
yourself.
back on that. And I'm like, you know what? No, I don't actually agree with that. Why did I agree with that in the moment? Oh, it's because I'm a non-confrontational little dweeb.
Yeah,
Like,
and Niddy, that's totally
You
fine.
don't even
I'm
have
just,
to go that far. Like, being non-confrontational is like a thing. Like, I can't
Yeah.
relate because I will quite literally steamroll your entire life. But
fair.
I understand that other people are not like that, and I get it. Like, it's a much more peaceful existence. But it doesn't mean there's anything like necessarily like
yeah, it's not an inherently
Flawed.
bad thing.
yeah, it's just
Yeah.
different, and then you have to like adjust the way
Well,
you
it can be
navigate.
very valuable in the, you know, workplace where you have a time
Yes.
and a place for a confrontation, right?
Well, and I also think that like being non-confrontational, like, and I've said this a million times, like I come out the fucking gate swinging. Everybody knows that. That's fine, and like I will make you feel bad about yourself, but I'm gonna make you feel bad about yourself. I'm not gonna blink an eye, and I don't care. But like some of the work that gets done is somebody that's less confrontational on the back end that talks to that person and is like, "Hey, yeah, I know, like she made you feel terrible, and you hate her, and that's fine. But like, hey, maybe you should think about X, Y, and Z, and like that's actually why her perspective is like, you know." Right. Even if you don't say her perspective is right, just like the person on the back end that is less confrontational but has the same general sort of push, flux, whatever you want to call it, has the same general arc. Those people are so important.
Yeah. Thank you, Jess.
I mean, no problem. Also, shout out Josh Bowen, because like I'd be out here fucking making and fools, and then he follows up with like the nice guy routine, and like that is very important. So like it like all of these roles are important. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that that's the thing. So there's a lot that I've kind of noticed about the meta of our community, and Niddy, I share a lot of your frustrations actually. So this is like a special night for me because there's stuff going on, and I wanted you and potentially other people to be able to call in, but it's why we limit the gather spaces and why I have certain spaces that we've limited because I don't want to do the open panel thing. I think that's very like. You just lose the reins of it as a content creator, right? And I love that, this sort of, I always say people are using YouTube wrong. Like they use it like a television network, we use it like a bar. And it's great.
Cheers.
It's great that it's great that everybody feels.
Wait, sir, are you drinking or no? Okay.
I am. I'm drinking beer. Cheers. I need more.
Shit. I might fix that. I don't know. I gave plasma today. Should I drink?
Niddy,
I don't know.
Yes,
if we're gonna burn
absolutely
the
you
hatchet, you got to get some alcohol. I got to get some more
Come on.
alcohol. I think that's.
Listen, I lied. Not really, but I'm pretending like I lied. I came in here specifically to build a bridge. I'm fucking lying, but you should get some alcohol. But yes.
All right, so. But Niddy, actually, somebody hold down the floor while I do this.
I feel like this falls to me, and I don't like it.
Oh dear.
Yeah, oh dear is correct. Niddy, get some alcohol. I'm gonna be here just vibing. Oh my fucking god! I don't know who else is in here. What should we talk about? Okay, somebody in the chat give me something to like riff off of because I'm old.
How long is Jay going to be away from the keyboard?
Probably not that long. He's just going to get a drink, as far as I know. So, like, hopefully not that long. Oh, Niddy's back. That was so fucking fast.
Easy access to the fridge.
Oh, okay. What are you drinking?
Death's Tar.
Fine. Great.
It's a
love it.
Stout aged in bourbon barrels.
Okay, I just need to know, like, because I've been emotional this evening.
Who hasn't?
Yeah, I know. But, like, you know that I love you, right? Like,
yeah.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you. Like, once I started talking about PineCreek, and he was like, well, Niddy X, and I was like, no.
Oh, no.
What
happened? Yeah.
Yeah, that's all. Just want to make sure. Just checking in. You know?
Yeah, and if we get to reviewing more of what transpired,
I quite literally only joined to shit on Doug.
No,
that's
you're
it.
good.
Yeah.
Why we got a race car? What's going on?
This is beyond me. Look, I don't understand Twitch. I'm not gonna lie. I don't understand Twitch. I'm old. Very old.
See, I switched to carousel view because I wasn't sure I wanted to watch the race car.
But where was I going with this? Oh, I was really grateful for Stephanie and Stephanie Helms and Mikey coming on.
Stephanie Helms and Mikey Famine. We love
them
too.
Yeah. They came on my stream and they gave Doug a harder time than I could. And Oz.
Oh, hey Oz. Yeah. What is this? Sorry, what is this race car?
That's Wayne.
That's a
Sorry, I've eaten like once today, so I'm just confused.
Yeah, that's how Gatherers everybody streams.
I simply am too old for all of this, so I just don't know what's happening at any given time. Like
Stephanie
I support
was
it.
Amazing, Maya.
I just don't know what's happening.
By a million. Sorry, I'm commenting on YouTube, chat.
No, you're good. I don't know what's happening.
So yeah, people were really impressed with the panel you had on last night and the pushback that they gave Doug. Yeah, and part of what I feel like is there's a lot of people in our community who I think are more like your personality, Niddy, where they find direct confrontation very, very hard.
Yeah.
Fortunately, most of them don't have YouTube channels.
I feel like you have to
but that's not always the
start
case.
a YouTube channel. You gotta You got to be at least a little thick-skinned.
But I do
I'm
think,
working on it.
but I do think people like
I'm trying to start fights.
they no, I think a lot of people relate to you, right? They relate to
I
your
agree.
approach, and I think to be honest with you, I don't know. I if we took a poll, I think more people would probably even come down on the that way of handling things. I don't know, right? I just but I do sometimes feel like for people like myself that are at least when we do feel like people are being taken advantage of or we've got to speak up, sometimes we feel like the need to be more vocal, especially on behalf of people we know don't feel like they can really, stick up to people or call somebody out.
Yeah. Well, like for me, like specifically, I feel like everybody is aware that I will take that role. And so in some ways, I say that I feel like I have to, and that's not like, oh my God, I wish I didn't. But when it comes up, like, I feel obligated to take that, let's draw that line in the sand, because that is the role that I serve in this community. And if I don't do that, then like I'm not being true to the sort of standard that I've created.
Yeah. And I want to say something else too, which is like a lot of this is very context dependent. Like to me, like I had a big problem with I sort of like I feel like I've been calling out the Doug thing, right? And I feel like I said, other people in our community have been talking to them, and we've been uncomfortable about this for a while, right? And I think we tried to bring this out in a couple of different streams before, and at some point it just felt like people were avoiding conflict with Doug.
Yeah.
And that became problematic. Yeah. But
he's the nice white guy that lives on the block, but like nice to other white people. It's like my dad, that if like some fucking like something happens, he like suddenly turns racist.
And in some, and go ahead, James.
He's the really nice Klansman that lives on the block.
Exactly. Yeah. Like I tailored his little like.
Oh, it was a little, yeah.
Just kidding. I couldn't because I don't sew, but
I was gonna say that, like, it was a situation where he just keeps doing stuff, right? So I really felt like, for instance, for this week, like, for instance, with the Francesca Stravocapoulou stuff, like, that was just like
fuck off into the sun, bitch. That's all. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, of course, this stuff was really bad, but I mean, it felt like that's what's happening in this space right now. That is what, a disproportionate, man, it's what people are trying to avoid making streams about right now. People are like, yeah, hi, today I'm gonna talk about something other than this raggedy ass man getting all over this woman for no goddamn reason. And so
I live to get on the raggedy ass men.
It felt like it felt like, bro, you have to realize that's what's happening right now. Like, take the temperature of the room.
Like, y'all are getting on Francesca? Sorry.
Not me.
No, not us. No.
No. I know y'all. No. Sorry, I know y'all are not.
Yeah.
But like the general public are like getting on Francesca, and I'm like, are y'all being really fucking for real with me right now? Because like this woman is like the top of Hebrew Bible scholarship in the UK, and also like she's attractive, which has nothing to do with fucking anything.
It has everything to do with everything.
I mean, yes and no. Yes and no, right?
It shouldn't, but it does in this particular situation.
Anything to do with it. But like she doesn't exploit that. And so the fact that somebody like David fucking balding ass bitch with a ponytail Falk is out here saying that like Francesca gets on TV because she has like
on TV?
a size C like bra size. Like, my guy, catch me fucking outside, bitch.
Yeah.
Like, leave Francesca
me
out of
outside.
this, because I will
that?
fucking fight you in the alley.
It's
Because it's just like, what the fuck? Like, first of all, you got a sorry, I hate David Falk. He knows this. It's fine. He got a degree in Egyptology and only did it to be like biblical studies adjacent. It's like a soft field. So he did it so that he could study his very specific way of thinking and then negate everything else. And then like appeal to authority in this way where he's like, I am an Egyptologist, therefore I can talk about the Exodus. And it's like, no, you can't, because if you talk to any other Egyptologist, and I say this having spoken to people like Kara Cooney, who is like the top of her field, when you ask Egyptologists what they think about the Exodus, they say they don't think about it at all.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't exist.
Right.
So like, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
And
sorry,
and also,
I'm so fucking pissed.
Just to raise a little awareness here, like something I said on Derek's channel is academics across all disciplines have to come together and speak out against sexist behavior of our colleagues towards our colleagues. It's a real problem. And here's a bigger thing that people might not be thinking about. These are, let me just say, talk of the town issues across academic departments across the world right now. So something that you're not gonna have to do a whole lot of Googling to find, stuff about is not just sexism in academia, but sexism in, let's say, theology and biblical studies particular, or sexism, or sexism in biology in particular, right?
It just gives permission to people that are already misogynists to vocalize their shitty ass viewpoints.
Yes, in disciplines that themselves have a history of misogyny and sexism at the core of the discipline.
But like, can you name a discipline that does not have that at its core? That's not women and gender studies?
No, which is exactly why every serious academic community is trying to address this right now.
Right, of course,
as like a number one item, priority, top flight. And so what that means is you have to be beyond tone deaf to do this right now as a current academic.
Yeah, you have to be intentionally
dumb.
Or like whatever you want to like call dumb, have your head in the sand, like, biased, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
It was a culture war move. I'm sorry, but that's what that was to me. It was a culture war move. They're
100%.
desperate. They know they're losing the war, and they're looking for any opportunity they can at all to platform their losing side. Because
it's called watching the fucking downfall of the patriarchy in real time.
Yes.
Love it. Yeah, I do it on TikTok. Like the watching the fall of men on TikTok is my own personal pastime at this point. But the at large, that's what's happening.
So I don't expect people to necessarily, be hip to all that, but it is a really serious thing, and I don't excuse him at all. He definitely knows this. He definitely knew exactly what he was doing when he said it.
David Falk, dude. And his fucking
and it's
wife.
really bad. And if you're gonna critique a non-male scholar, you better come correct.
Do not talk about her cup size.
Yeah, but also even the comment about fringe, like you better not call a non-male
it was so fucking.
You better not call that word
he
fringe
would say
unless you got it.
Fringe.
Like that's crazy.
Right.
Like, dude, I'm sorry. When Dan McClellan showed up and was like, "You are pathetic," like I was like, "Where are my pom poms? I need the confetti. Like, how do I support this in more of a way?"
Yeah.
Because sorry, every fucking male biblical scholar out there should have been doing that. Every single goddamn one. Because Francesca is not representing in any way any position that is not 100% canon, pretty much.
Yeah.
I won't say canon. But that's not the consensus. Nobody disagrees with her unless you are David fucking Falk, who was committed a priori to his position.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's ironic that she loves the Bible more than he does, and he's the guy that worships it.
I tell people all the time I love the Bible more as an atheist than I ever did as a Christian, and I'm not even a scholar. I'm just an average person.
Go ahead,
You
Wayne.
know, this is just more fuel to the fire of my belief that religion is incidental to patriarchy. Like none of, like 70% of Christian men don't give a fuck about the Bible. They only give a
Nope.
fuck about the power that they think it gives
They
them.
they
you
care
know?
about hierarchy.
Right.
Mhm.
Here's a book that says I was born correct. That's what that is.
Exactly. Niddy,
Special, privileged.
Yeah, Jay.
I want to make sure you have space to talk about anything you
Sorry,
want to talk
I
about
just started
from,
shitting
especially
on
from
people.
what happened
Yeah.
on your stream or whatever. Because I'd rather have this conversation. I think people wanted me and you to talk, and I'd rather us talk than to
Happy
you
to
know,
hop
Well,
off if y'all
sit
wanna
here
So,
and do the
well, yeah.
the
Let's actually hash
review
through
type
things where
stuff.
where you feel like you don't understand my position or something I said just is not clear to you. Like, I appreciated at the beginning that you said that you called out that obvious like flaw in my presentation and character, where it's like, oh, I take a hard stance here, but then when that person shows up, I'm just like, woohoo! Like, I fucked up. There you go.
Yeah, that happens. So you know, honestly, Niddy, I'm trying to like do my best to understand where you're coming from and accept that we're not wired the same for these type of things, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? I guess for the most part, I don't see Doug as a friend, and if you know the intervention was, and maybe this is something I didn't communicate as clearly as I could have. It's not saying, hey, we think, you know, if you're friends with Doug, we don't want to be friends with you. That's that. It was more like, we don't think Doug's the type of person you really want to be friends with. And at this point, with the way he keeps making all of this triggering, hurtful content, it's getting too painful to watch him take advantage of you. Right. And I think that may have done more to communicate what the actual frustration is. Because like I said, like when he came in that chat yesterday, clearly trying to double down and support, Saturday, trying to support David Falk's position, I just couldn't help but notice, like, he literally tagged you when he was trying to basically throw Derek under the bus. And I'm sitting there like, there's no need for you to do that. There's no, if you want to double down on Falk, like, do it on your own. But why throw Niddy's name around? Why throw Tux's name around? And it's like he knows that you guys are in good with us, and it's almost like, you know, y'all are his hood. It's
pack. That social currency,
right? Y'all are his social currency. He knows we don't want him around this neighborhood. But if he's with Tux and Niddy,
that caught me off guard. Actually, I was like, so what if it's the most popular?
Right. Like, and then why?
You know what though?
He's clearly trying to make a statement to the chat. Why did he need to put your name in it? I'm like, damn, Niddy, he gonna put your name in there. Like, he ain't need to do that. Like,
well, like, I mean, let's be honest though. Like, the algorithm and thumbnail generation. Like, if there's a woman, there might be more chances for clicks. I'm sorry, like. That can happen, and maybe there's some of that going on, but that doesn't in any way have anything to do with the discussion on, you know, whether or not Falk should be able to say and have no consequences for what he said. Right.
Yeah.
That's
also, I think,
and I completely agree with that. Like, there's no reason to bring in how many views a particular stream has, no matter what its thumbnail is, because that's not the point of the discussion.
Yeah. The other thing is, a lot of it is algorithmic. So I'm 100% sure that if you talk to Derek about it, he will tell you putting the person's face and presentation, you know, directly on the thumbnail is advice he's gotten from larger professional content creators who say this is how Derek creates YouTube videos for a living.
Well, the other thing though is but Falk mentioning her, you know, by name on his stream, I'm very curious as to Derek's metrics on
Well, that was the
Francesca's
other thing I was
videos
gonna.
after that.
Yeah, that's the other thing I was gonna say. Is I'm pretty sure what actually happened is it became his most popular video because of the controversy around her started recently. It wasn't always.
Yeah, because she is
again-
popular on her own.
So again,
So
Yeah.
anyone that mentions her,
Exactly.
tags her, does whatever is going
Yep.
to like boost their engagement, regardless
Right.
of whether or not it's negative or positive. Like I'm not giving like a value judgment here. Just like she is popular. If you have her on your channel, or if you have had her on your channel and mention her, whatever, like that is going to boost clips.
also her topics are popular.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
and
they're controversial
she's
topics.
and she's also
She
like
has
one
her-
of Derek's favorite authors. So it's like people
But
being like,
even
oh,
beyond Derek, like she's very popular just in the community because what she's writing about is timely, topical, and fascinating.
yeah.
And yeah, she is a woman who is also like this is how the patriarchy sets it up. If you are a woman and you are an attractive woman, there is a value added. Unfucking fortunately, that's what happens, right? And that is not a fault of her. There's no negative like bearing on her whatsoever. It's the way the system sets it up. It's the same reason that like if I have a stream and some random guy has a stream and we have the same audience, like I'm probably going to get more clicks. Right? Because like that's the way the system is set up. It doesn't mean she should be punished for it. It's just like acknowledging that like we have a shitty fucking system.
Right. I mean, I know a lot of my subs because of my hair, because of how awesome my hair is.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, it's unfair to a lot of guys that don't have my hair, but you know, that's just the way it is, guys.
Or the voice. I mean, everybody
Hey,
has
what can
to
you do?
figure out what makes
can you do?
them marketable. That was the other thing that bothered me about that particular issue was so I've done a little bit of content about this myself recently, and I'll tell a quick version story because I know people have heard it before. But there's a large-breasted, attractive lesbian content creator who that's all relevant because she feels like YouTube punishes her because she is who she is and she wears cute outfits. And, you know, she made some really heart-shattering content about the consequences of being a sexually attractive content creator who feels like part of your gender expression is I wear cute clothes because I'm cute, bitch.
I mean, it's hard after these streets.
And the fact that she was literally being punished for this. And I felt bad. And I realized that, to be honest with y'all, I was part of the problem. Like, for instance, if I saw Hot Chick plays drum solo, I'd be like,
Yes.
I'm not going to click on Hot Chick plays drum solo just because a Hot Chick's playing a drum solo. And I was like, wait a
However.
second. However, like, now I'm part of the problem.
However.
And no, until I realized after her stream, like, that's not cool either, right? Because, you know,
It's rough.
If somebody,
Yeah,
if you're damned, they damned if you, damned if
It's
they
the
don't.
system that
Like,
tells you like what is valuable, and then if you're like, okay, well then I will market to what is valuable,
right.
and then also the same system that's
How
like,
dare you
well,
exploit the system?
give into
Right.
it's valuable. And then it's like,
Right.
what the fuck, bitch?
Which really
Um,
is only the people in privilege going, only I'm supposed to be able to exploit the
Like,
system for and use
just
my
the
identity for
fucking,
my
like,
advantage.
hardwiring
But don't you
is
dare do
just
that.
smoke.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, it's crazy
it-
talk.
And it punishes, like, to be honest, it punishes women. And I was thinking about this today, where it's like, hey, like, all right, I want you to be like, you know, super sexy, but also don't show too much skin. Like, but also be like a fucking whore in the bedroom, but also be a saint.
Yeah, it's
just what the
yeah,
fuck?
it's a mess.
What do you want?
It's a mess. But yeah,
And it's not just a mess for women, it's also a mess for men, because the way we program men, it's like there's no winning.
right. Yeah, we're all fucked
Sure.
up because of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is why we gotta get rid of gender as a whole. Just abolish it.
Amen.
Just have folks.
Just
so
have people doing things.
So I realized as part of that conversation that like presentation is part of the thing we need to be aware of. And we should not be punishing people for the way they present themselves. and this is big in academia. Like I always tell people, this is my professional attire. That's really important because she inspired me to be like, yo, if I want to wear tights and be a sexy boy, then I'm going to wear tights and be a sexy boy. And if people have problems with it, I'm going to be like, go fuck yourself. This is how I express myself. This is what I want to look like when I get dressed. So this is what I look like when I get dressed. And it's a really important thing for my students and my colleagues to understand that a scientist looks like whatever the fuck a scientist looks like, right? And,
absolutely, yeah.
And so I deliberately dress this way when I'm teaching, when I'm at work meetings, when I'm meeting with my advisors, and every single person in my life has learned to say, hey, Jay, good to see you. How you doing today? And move on with the fucking meeting, right? Nobody's going, oh, you know, do you really have to, like, nobody would dare.
Like,
They've
who
learned
fucking cares?
that is
Sorry,
not
but yeah.
that is not what we do. And
Sorry, that's me
so-
saying who fucking cares as a
No,
white
totally,
person.
totally.
Like, I get there's a difference. Like,
And
I
so
get it, but yeah.
part of that was, how dare you critique this woman's quote unquote style of dress and presentation when number one, no, we just don't do that. And number two, this woman is as professionally dressed as anybody. She is literally
like show me the place.
billboard for
Like,
professional
show me.
academic attire.
Yeah.
We would literally be
wasn't
like,
wearing-
young
She
women.
wasn't wearing her academic burqa, Jay.
We would
Like,
literally
I
be like,
was
young
not
women,
trying to say that, but I'm
Yeah.
like, show me the picture where she is dressed in something that is not just like a very shallow long sleeved. Show me.
Right.
You
like
can't.
she's literally textbook. If we literally gonna say young women, here's how you
She
can.
like doesn't even barely
this
wear
is how
makeup.
you can wear feminine attire and
Right.
look totally acceptable in all
Yep.
professional circumstances. This is appropriate for
Nah.
business,
Her head's
teaching, conferences, all
She's like, she
academic
doesn't, like,
settings.
I
And they
say
treated
this
her
with
like she
all-
was in a G-string.
I say this with all the
For real.
fucking love, and like I think she's beautiful. It has nothing to do with anything. Like if you Google her name and you look at her pictures, the shirts that she has on in these pictures are like very shallow U's, long sleeve. She has hair that's long but not like particularly styled. She might be wearing makeup, but it's not like noticeable. It is very much the way in which like the patriarchy would say like
it's not even girls' night. It damn sure
It's-
ain't date night.
no,
it's
no,
literally
no.
work clothes. It's work
it's not
clothes.
even
I don't
that.
know what to tell
It's very
you.
much like Saturday in the
Lean
garden.
conservative.
Like I don't even know.
work
Like
clothes,
it's just like
yeah.
that's not a judgment. Like I don't give a shit. She could show up in a mini skirt and fucking like girls' night makeup, and if she brings the knowledge, then like go off, queen.
Exactly.
But like,
Can I interrupt y'all for 1 minute
Yeah.
before you continue the tirade?
Go ahead.
yeah, sorry, yes,
So-
please do, because I will go on forever.
I get that, but but all this is aside, right? Like in my opinion, because it's not what like this whole ordeal is made about. The reason that dude tried to discount her in any way that he possibly could was because of
He's an idiot.
because she is the premier academic in her
Yes.
field. She's literally, and nobody talked about this the whole time for the past couple of days, and I just don't.
Also, Francesca, please accept me to your program. Thank you.
So I just don't
I already
understand
applied.
why. I just don't understand why nobody talked about the simple fact that this dude's discounting her in any way he possibly can because he can't
Yeah.
stand in the same room with her
Some
on an
folks
academic platform. It was
Some folks did.
Yeah, I think the people who felt my impression is the people who felt qualified to
Yeah.
did. You know, I
Like
certainly
if
am not
you
as
watch
much
like
of
what Dan posted and like other
Yeah.
Hebrew Bible scholars, they were all like, "She's the fucking like top scholar in the UK."
No, but that's
when it
my
comes
point.
to this.
Everybody else wants to talk about like him making misogynist comments and all of this, but the reason he made any comment at all is because he wants to discount her any way he can because what she brings to the table is extremely problematic for the
Sure.
conservative, for any Christian.
And also,
for that
he
matter.
can't pronounce her name, so like, let's
Right.
start there.
I mean, it's regardless the fact that this is an attractive woman. She's well
But
dressed
that
every
is what
time you see her.
men default to when they cannot meet you where you're at. Like this happens. Listen, my undergraduate is in economics. It's not even close to the fucking like rigor and level that she's achieved. But like, if I start in with a man and I'm talking about anything that has to do with economics, you know what they resort to? Like, first thing, predictable all the time, pink hair.
Sure, Jess, but regardless, like this, I was just really surprised that any kind of deal was made out of this because everyone should have just wiped it away. Because literally the top, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, she is one of the top, if not the top, New Testament scholar, exeter. Like, I mean, her credentials are huge. And this guy's taking a swipe at her, and instead of being like seeing it for what it is, everybody made this huge ordeal about like, oh, well, he's trying to discount her because she's a woman or this or that.
Because
but he's
it goes
not.
all the way down. That's the thing, is that this level of reasoning goes from top to bottom. You can be a PhD, you can have a bachelor's, you can have less than a bachelor's. Men will resort to your looks to discredit you. And yes, people that are more evolved and more educated and more whatever will then kind of leap in and point out the common denominator, which is that, like, hey, you're a dumb shit that's going after looks, even though she is like this well-educated, like, top scholar in her field.
And we could tie this into what Doug does, right? They're playing a game. So Falk being right, like I think we all can agree he's just a dipshit, right? Like, and she's an actual academic, if not one of the top academics.
No, she is, but yeah.
But he's playing a game. He's playing this game of like, hey, don't listen to this lady because of X and whatever X is. And I don't agree with anything, whether it be misogynistic or objectifying women or whatever that all those things that people have been talking about for the past couple of days.
But it's so important to point out the misogyny.
Hold on one second. I understand that, Jess, but hold on one second.
Do you?
But this is, because this is what Doug does. Doug plays another game, and when we don't address that game, we miss things. So when Doug goes into these hypotheticals, Doug takes off the table the actual issue that it's not, the hypotheticals are just all bullshit, right? This dude's a bigot. I think he leans racist, even though he
doesn't lean racist. Sorry, he is.
Whatever all of that stuff is.
It's not leaning, but yeah.
My point being is he's playing a very specific game that gets him out. And Niddy, thanks for doing that stream. And I don't think it was problematic that you went on for 4 hours. I think it was kind of wonderful that you did, because to me, when Doug goes on a stream with like-minded people, or at least people that I would think are like-minded to me, you get to see like his true colors come out time and time again, whether it's Stephanie and the license, or it's, the bullshit he likes to drag Lena through, or the way that he condescends when he wants to control the conversation, but he can't. And all of these things come out, but it's wildly apparent that Doug's playing a game that nobody holds him to, right? Like, Doug's position is not only will he start voting soon, but he's going to vote against Stephanie having any rights as a woman that she should have. But he wants to talk about these hypotheticals so that we're not able to sit on the ground of like, wait a minute, dude, this is why you're a bigot. This is why you're a fucking asshole, is because you are voting against her having those rights. And he wants to say, well, hypothetically, if you're sad or you're happy, what's the better situation?
You have to do both. Like, as the person on the right side of history, which, like, you can get into the philosophical debate of like, well, what is that? But I think we all know that the person that is like on the side of freedom and rights and all of this shit, like, y'all are on the right side of history. You have to do both. You have to point
Jess,
out.
there's a place and time for hypotheticals, for philosophy.
No. It's always the place and time to point out both.
Sean, I also think you got to remember too. Like, I think we're hearing you, right? So that we can't go back and relitigate all of the content. But I think people who had the expertise to call out the problems from an academic perspective did, and I think the people who didn't called out what they could, which was more towards, the misogyny and then the problems with him doubling down. And then also I think there's a difference too, because he threw Derek under the bus and all of this, and then there was...
Who, Doug?
No, Dr. Falk. So
okay, gotcha.
So I think people also felt the need to speak to that because Derek was trying to address and say, hey man, you need to have a better apology because that's not really gonna cut it. You're kind of doubling down on your positions here with more
he was saying you just like
misogynist language,
dodged and weaved on the apology.
Yeah.
Sure, Jay. I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying in Doug's and we spend a lot of time like entertaining Doug's hypothetical bullshit. And he does that intentionally so that we're not able to talk about why he's actually bigoted because you say, well, wait a minute, let's talk about this. And he says, well, hypothetically, what about this? Well, let's talk about where the rubber meets the road. How are you going to vote? Right?
I fully
But Doug
agree with
doesn't
that.
want to have that conversation. And then you get Danny into the mix, and then the hypotheticals and the philosophy come out. And Doug's on record for saying, oh, I hate philosophy. But guess what? When he goes into a room after being accused of being a bigot and a racist and literally having problems in the community, he's doing damage control, and that damage control is not like, let's talk about why I'm not a bigot or why we should have less hate speech or why we should figure out a way to do this. But it's these hypothetical bullshit games Doug likes to play, and
100%.
nobody's calling him out for that game.
No,
the
I
same
fully
way.
agree with that.
That's what I'm. That's what I'm.
I
that's what
fully
I mean.
agree with that. And as like a white woman who has like probably like second in command when it comes to privilege, like that is what I fully agree with that, where it's like, okay, you want to run hypotheticals? Well, this is my real life, so let's talk about it. Like, what are you doing to make you not a bigot to me personally? And I am like top tier when it comes to like how easy it is to just fucking agree. Like all you have to say is like, yes, women are equal to me, and like I meet that criteria for someone like Doug, right? It's
No,
so
let's
I
have a
fully
hypothetical about it.
yeah.
Well, Wayne, it's like, and this motherfucker goes on, and he's like, oh, Oz, you've had therapy, you know, and then I can't remember if it was Mikey or Lena, and you have therapy, and he looks at fucking Stephanie and is like, oh, and I assume that you've had therapy, right? And it's like, you motherfucker. Like,
He's just a Dilbert dude. Like,
the
do you
games
guys-
that this
Someone
motherfucker
tag me in
plays.
because I'll be like, I assume that you've
Well,
been
so
pinged.
look, and that's the thing, right? And Niddy, this is where, you know, I mean, you're wonderful.
This is why at a certain
but-
point you fucking kick these bitches out of the community because they do not want to learn.
I agree. I mean,
Sorry, they don't want to
that's
fucking
the-
learn.
that's the
And
end of
how
the day
much
for me.
longer do we try and force them? This is what happens. They don't want to learn, and all of us in our like liberal glory are trying to teach them while offering their bigotry a platform. We know full goddamn fucking well they don't want to learn.
Yeah, there's a lot here.
That's the hard line for me.
Wait, Sean, I wanted Sean to finish his point
Oh
there.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I don't have a problem with
I empathize with you, dude. You you don't want the conflict. Doug comes in manipulating the stream to where like, hey, like doing some damage control. You know, you're looking for community. I think he knows that. He plays on things. Doug's I think looking years of watching him, he does a lot of stuff that if you rewatch a lot of his streams from the outside that he plays games. And like with Stephanie, right? Like when she said, oh, well, there are 150 bills, somebody should have stopped there and said, Doug, this is where the rubber hits the road. Let's not play hypothetical games. Let's talk about how you're going to vote, right?
No one know why Doug never fucking fucks with me?
Give me 1 second, just.
No, that's all. I'm just saying.
Niddy, the reason that I feel bad for you is because if you did push back, right, Doug's just going to steamroll you because he knows that you're empathetic. He knows that you don't like conflict. He knows the buttons he can push on you very quickly to just steamroll over you, right? The same way that towards the end of your stream when Oz was on and they're talking about this stuff, like you see him flip, right? You see the game changes, and now he's like, you know, Stephanie, let Oz finish. I don't want to talk about what you are. Like he just, if you rewatch this stuff, Doug's not stupid. He's extremely well versed in the SI. He's just he's combative, he's good at it, and he's playing a game. And Oz called him. I think this was brilliant because at some point Oz is like, no, this is what this dude believes, right? It's not a hypothetical. He believes X, Y, and Z. And if we ask him, do you think Stephanie's a woman? He's going to say absolutely not. She shouldn't have those rights either. So I just I felt pretty empathetic towards you and what was going on. But
thank you, Sean. Yeah.
sorry, Niddy. No hard feelings. I'm just saying there's a reason he doesn't fucking come for me.
Oh yeah.
Right. Yeah. So Sean, did you want to ask? So I feel like this is everybody. We've all kind of wanted to chop this up together. And thanks so much for coming on, Niddy. And
sorry, Sean.
Of course.
So at some point, I think people want to hear from you, but I just want to say I'm really satisfied with the fact that I feel like you've taken this very seriously and you've really reflected, maybe even more so than anybody can be obligated to, right? So I think that's that shows that you take this all really seriously. So
well, and there's a reason, because I find the purpose of my channel, my initial purpose of my channel, it morphed and got messy, and I went into ancient Near Eastern shit and fine. And interviews, and I was having a blast with it, and I am having a blast with it. And it's stupid of me to just be so reactionary. And I'm glad I went back and watched that other video I made of myself telling me to stop being so reactionary and just take a step back, figure out what's going on, and figure out how are we going to do better? How am I going to do better? How am I going to grow from this and change? Right? And what am I trying to learn here, and what's really going to help? And the tears that came out of me at the beginning of this are me understanding that I need you guys. Oh. But not in like this sick oh, I gotta have my J, I gotta have a following, a cult.
It's me, MJ.
I need my worship, right? No. But we need each other.
Yeah.
Right. And when we are making mistakes, when we can do better, that's where we need each other all the more.
Yeah.
And say, you can do better than this.
Yeah.
I believe in the content, what you're saying. Jess, you saying that you appreciate me and how I do things and work things, and
I do.
How I communicate, that is so valuable because
I'd be out here ready to fight people.
Yeah, but what I don't want is any of us to make what we're doing here a cult either, right? If at any moment any of us can be doing better, I hope we all have the strength to DM each other and say, do better, right? Because no one's going to worship you here. No one's sucking your tits and your butts. Well, if that's your thing. But we're not here to worship each other. We're here to make the best of the one life we have. The one life everyone else has.
Worship each other in specific situations, and I support that, but just not you know what I mean? Yeah. It's fine. You can all do that.
Yeah.
Niddy,
that's what I wanted to say.
At the end of the day, Niddy, your channel's yours, dude. Do with it what you want, right? Don't let and this is just me being who I am. It was odd to me that you would cancel your channel over this bullshit, right? Because to me, the options are ditch Jay, ditch Doug, ditch them both, but not cancel your channel, right?
Don't you,
I mean, seriously.
So Yeah, Sean, and this is
Like fuck everybody
I'm
else.
gonna be
Like
honest
keep your
with
channel,
everyone who
keep doing
listens
your
to
thing.
this, but I need to be honest with everyone who listens to this and to understand some of me is that I continually am learning and growing from maybe a mental flaw or like a survival mechanism that's gone wrong in my development as a person to recluse myself when I feel like I've hurt others.
It's a trauma response, my love.
Yeah.
And I can only say that because like same. But like it's a trauma response.
Yeah, and it's I'm having a very difficult time growing past that kind of response. And
it's
so if
hard.
you see
Message
that
me whenever.
but here's the thing. Now I see it for what it is, and now you all are more aware of it because you haven't watched that other thing on my channel. It's fine. But if you see me doing that, tell me I'm doing that.
But also, yes.
And I give you all pass to say, Niddy, wake up.
This is me speaking as someone who, when I feel remotely rejected in any way, will disappear. Bye. And so something that I have had to learn and work on, I'm not perfect at, is a work in progress, is like when I feel that way to reach out to someone that I know understands that, because I've expressed that, and then to say like, this is how I'm feeling. I really want to run away and just like self-destruct. I'm not saying that's the exact same response that you have, but
ditto.
Like, yeah, I thought so.
It's
but
not like I
always-
have self-harm scars on myself anywhere.
Same.
No.
I'm just saying, like, always feel free to reach out to me personally because, like, relatable content. But like, yeah, we might not solve it in that moment, but I think it's, for me, it's been really important to be able to say to people like, hey, I'm having this incredibly chaotic response that is me wanting to just like shut everything down and like self-immolate and like fuck everything. And to have people then be like, all right, let's just let's take some steps, right? And like, it's really important. And so like, I have people that have offered that to me and I am offering that to you. And I'm sure you have other people that are willing to offer that as well, but like, know that. That's all.
Yeah. And Doug actually spoke to this because he knows my history, but in depth, right? And which was interesting. I did not expect that at the outset of that. But I've been through a lot of shit. And I'm not sure which exact thing that motivated or incited that way to respond to situations of perceived rejection or...
It's called rejection sensitivity dysphoria.
Thank you. That's a thing? Is that in the DSM? Or?
Yeah. It is. Yeah.
Oh, fine.
And it most likely to manifest if you are either ADHD or autistic. I am both, so lucky me, you know. But yeah.
Say that again, so I can.
Can I just say hi
Message
to
me
Carol
for more
real
details.
quick? I'm so excited Carol's here.
Carol.
Hey,
I
Carol.
really
the
need to use the
atheist.
restroom, so.
Oh, you can go ahead. Just mute your mic when you go away, and then
I'm just gonna mute everything now. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we'll see you in a few. Yeah, Niddy. You know, I'm just I'm happy that you came out. There was something I wanted to. Oh, here's what I wanted to mention. You had mentioned earlier, like, our space overlaps in an interesting way with sort of all these different other networks, be it ACA people or, you know, I wish, you know, I wish there was a little bit more of that. But I also feel like our community's in a qualitatively different place than a lot of those other networks.
Oh, sure, yeah.
One, in terms of size, two, in terms of focus, and sort of other things, right? But one of the consequences of that is I think we're actually really vulnerable. Honest, there's this thing where for a lot of people, there's like this sort of optimal size of a community where, you know, it's big enough that interesting things happen, or they're in the midst of things, but, you know, it's small enough where you can get attention and people will interact with you and come to know you. In other words, I don't think people are lost on the value of our community. They kind of see it. They're like, oh, these people are good to each other. They take care of each other. You know, there's something meaningful happening here.
Right.
But unfortunately, I think a lot of people, one, want to just straight up interfere with that. Two, I think a lot of people want to benefit from it without, you know, really trying to participate in it. And it's just something I'm being more mindful of and trying to be more strategic about addressing, because I think it's a problem and I think it can hinder our growth, because I think we do need to focus, in my opinion, on, yeah, we want to interact and be open with the other side, but we have to grow our community. And too much openness to the other side, too much of that, I think, makes it so like we get off track, right? Or we don't have direction. And I've felt that a lot lately, where a lot of these panel discussions and a lot of these live chat dramas, they just get us so off course from anywhere where anybody's actually trying to go with our channels. Go ahead, Wayne.
Oh, nah, nothing. You're good.
But yeah,
sorry,
so
I was mumbling to myself because I'm taking these corners. My bad.
yeah, I know, it's all good. Yeah, so I just think we have to be careful, right? Like, it's because that's the thing. Even with like our viewers and our chatters, like there's just a lot of trolls out here, and it's kind of like, I was talking to my teaching mentor, and, you know, I've been working with a really small class, and fortunately in the class I'm teaching now, like, we don't give exams. I hate exams. But it's funny, she was like, yeah, when COVID started, I just got rid of them. Like, there was just so much cheating. And I'm sitting here like, yeah, you know, because the reality is like, exams are the one time, you know, my whole mission in life changes and I turn into this murder hawk, and we have all of these crazy rules and protocols in place because some people would just rather cheat than take the grade they earned. And on top of that, the real fucked up part is some people will work harder to cheat the system than they would have had to just study in the first place and get a goddamn honest A. But
I had friends like that in high school, bro. Like the whole thing of like, let's print out the the label on the water bottle and like all the answers are on the inside, all that stuff. Like, just study.
Y'all are the literally. That's why you're the reason why I have to tell my students you're not allowed to have drinks. You're not allowed to have fucking anything other than a clear plastic water bottle. No hats. No. Take your cell phones away, and you're moving people because their eyes are roaming and all types of crazy shit. But the point is, I had to really pony up, right, and accept. Jay, you know what? It's just
less hard.
As much as you facts. But I had to accept
that.
Hey, bro, you want to be a biology professor? This is the real world. Kids cheat. They always been cheating. They always gonna be cheating. You could not give exams, and you're gonna have to grade something else, or you're gonna have to deal with these cheating ass kids. Right? So not everybody's gonna see what we have and play the game straight up like we're trying to. And we just got to be ready for them, unfortunately. Go ahead, Niddy.
You gonna be going for another 15 minutes, you think, and more? Because I'm just gonna run out real quick and come back.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Hey, super quick, Niddy, before you start, I just want to say, Doug calling us like a den of the mentally unfit, I kind of enjoy that just a little bit.
Well, you know, I did something really weird in that moment where I just owned my own, like, I literally didn't. So like, I didn't register how offensive that can actually be in the moment, and I was just like, yeah, I suffered depression and post-traumatic stress disorder. Like, what?
Yeah, and I think it's a really low
What-
blow when we own it the way we do in this community. That's,
Yeah, and I shouldn't have done that. And I owned it right away in the chat though when YouTube Punk called it out. I'm like, yeah, that's fucked up. What the fuck is wrong with me? Why did I?
Okay, I
just
want to say something.
Why did I
else.
put that on myself rather than
So, like, I think at any point, if someone needs to sort of qualify, or however you want to phrase it, a bunch of people in a sort of derogatory way that there's your boyfriend, that has to do with mental health or just like whatever, like, y'all have already lost. Because like none of us
Yeah.
around here saying that like, oh, you fucking apologists are all out there mentally ill in the streets. Like nobody's saying that. Like we're just saying like y'all have bad positions.
Right.
That's it.
Well,
And then,
but the other thing that says though too is that what if it is the case that all of us have some kind of mental issue?
What about it?
Exactly. Like, well, like, do you want to do something about it? Do you want to help us? Maybe. Like, what?
But that's
No.
that's always the Doug thing. That's always Doug thing. He never wants to help. He never has anything helpful to say. No
All right,
matter
I'll be back in a
what.
bit. I'm gonna listen
All
on
right.
my phone and then I'll
Yeah.
come back.
All right. Appreciate you, Niddy. So yeah, this has been fun. Man.
But that's the conservative mindset though, right? Like, and not to say that I'm all liberal, but point being is like there's very little like help in like the greater sense of like, hey, let's help each other. It's pull yourself up by your bootstraps, right? Thicken your skin, get tough, get this, right? Like anybody can do anything, like less social programs, less of everything that's going to like help us as a society, help us as a community. I just and Doug's full in American conservatism, so much to the point that dude's literally going to be a citizen in a couple weeks. And for me, that's just, I mean, now I can't even say, well, you're just some shitbag Canadian that needs to go back to fucking Canada because we've got enough of your kind here to deal with. But now literally like he's coming across the border to fucking add to the conservative pool of like,
oh yeah. Can't wait. I'm sure he's giddy. He's giddy about it.
Man.
You know?
Right? It's so funny how I've met so many. I worked for this guy, Hispanic guy. Anyway, like pro-Trump was illegal here, but was still like pro-Trump. And I'm like, you understand that dude wants to send you back home, right? And just like, it's crazy to me. Anyway, sorry.
Also, all right, what is Jerome Robinson here? Jerome, are you here to talk to me? If not, I'm gonna kick you out because you're going at YouTube Punk. So one of the things that needs to start happening in this community is people have to start being aware of who people are in this community. And you have to understand who the power users and mods in this community are. So if you start talking shit about people like YouTube Punk or Jerome Robinson or AR or Carrie Ann or some shit like this, I'm just ready to ban you, boot you, block you. Or I have no kind of tolerance or patience for people who want to come at my friends. You're talking about people that are literally with me every single day around the fucking clock. I'm with these people 3 o'clock in the morning before I go to bed, and I have messages from them waiting for me when I wake up every single day. So I will cut you. So like,
same.
like
for like literally no reason. Like, I'm gonna pull up. I'm just here for the violence. That's
stop.
it.
Like,
yeah, that's it. Don't care.
Well,
I will fight you for the sake of it.
I think he actually said, if he's being honest, he said he's trying to figure out his audio so he can talk
go
to
ahead.
you.
Well, but stop in the chat until you can. Wait, get your audio figured out and leave the chat.
All
alone.
I want to say, I know PineCreek is about to become a citizen, and that fucking sucks, but also tracks for America. He's quite literally the epitome of garbage ass conservative politics that is like oxymoronic. And I'm saying this having graduated the top 0.02% of my class with a degree in economics. Like, the shit he says, it just doesn't even track with like theory or statistics or practice or anything. That's all.
No, it's bad, and I mean, and it's usually like really like bush league, out of context, like it's troll. It's trolly. It's literally like just troll content. And here's the
It's
problem.
just trickle down troll. It's not even good troll. It's trickle down troll.
Yeah, the problem I have with it though is here's the thing: when Tucker Carlson or Charlie Kirk or Tim Pool or one of these fools pulls this shit, we call it what it is. The problem is we have a right-winger problem in this community such that when Doug pulls his shit, not only is it tolerated, people are like, buddy's so brilliant. Oh, he's such a genius. Well, Doug,
He's not.
I really thought that was just such a brilliant political commentary.
What in the world makes anybody think this fucking balding white man is genius?
Yeah,
Somebody tell me.
It's a real it's a real problem. I think
Jess, I think it spilled over from the SE that he does with the theism, and I think we've had this talk before about how we're as humans, like we're very
pattern seeking.
Well, but we're also we latch on to people that are like-minded in certain areas, and then we're just so naive thinking like, oh, well, they've got to align in every way. And then Doug comes out and is like, no, Derek, you need to fucking platform Robert Price regardless whether you want to or not. And we all have like this aha moment after that stream, and we're like, holy shit. This guy that we've thought we've like, who's our best fucking friend.
Yeah, we've come to get to know him and all of this shit. Yeah.
Right. It's just like literally my conservative asshole neighbor that I refuse to talk to because he's just.
I'm trying to just hold back all of my pettiest thoughts. So yes, I agree with you. You're right.
Yeah.
But Jess, look, Doug's intelligent.
He isn't.
He's okay.
He isn't.
He's intelligent.
It's relative.
He's passable when it comes to intelligence.
He's
not
more
like
intelligent
anybody
than a lot
that
of
we
people,
should like.
Right? I always say smart enough to outsmart the dumb kids.
Sure,
he's intelligent enough to manipulate conversations that he goes into when he's in a hot seat, like today, and he's got Lena, who all these people that I think are intelligent and smart, and you've got Oz, you've got Lena, you've got Stephanie. You've got Niddy, you've got Danny, and Danny's so surprising to me because I just don't know why Danny entertains this stuff either. But you've got all these people in there, and Doug is literally able to steer the conversation everywhere but where it needs to be, and that's why he's such a.
I agree with you. Sorry, I cut in because I was chewing.
Well, no. Maybe that's not intelligence, but he's a slippery motherfucker.
Not
then
intelligent. What it is rhetoric, and it's the ability to manipulate conversation. That could be a form of intelligence. I'm not going to say it can't.
Yeah.
It certainly is not something that's going to be measured on like an IQ test. What somebody needs to do is keep Doug on task. It has nothing to do with intelligence on either side necessarily. It is somebody that is going to demand that Doug answers the question posed to him. Not a reroute, not like a fucking redirect, not whatever. Like, answer the question that I just posed to you. I think if you do, you find that he's totally inconsistent. Yeah, and he's just a slippery little pig. He can't.
Like literally, he was having. I just saw pieces of it later. Like his conversation with Stephanie, and he was basically like she was bringing up the critical issues of like LGBT, and he just kept going. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. And here's where, and I wanted to kind of mention this to Niddy, but it's all right. Like this is where the issue of exposure comes in, because if you've got somebody in your circle who is out there on some wild shit and you're not paying attention to the wild shit, I'm sitting there and a lot of us are sitting there thinking, well, Doug, go ahead and run your little experiment about how maybe we should tell trans people they're not trans. And you said that if we support LGBT people, they still don't have they still have higher self-harm rates than average. So maybe we should tell trans people we're not trans. Go ahead and tell that to Stephanie right now. See, he won't do it, right?
No, he won't.
Of course not, because he knows how awful that is. But when he's
that's
on
the
his
thing is
channel and then those people aren't
very
watching,
few
he thinks he
people
feels
are
safe
going
doing
to
it.
hold him to that. That's the
Right.
problem.
Yeah.
Like, and it's hard. It's uncomfortable. Don't get me wrong. It is wildly uncomfortable to say, like, nope, I said this, answer the question. Nope, I said this, answer the question. Nope, I said this. Because people like him will continually redirect ad infinitum to avoid answering the question that makes them look bad.
Did you both get through some of the Doug and Stephanie interaction? And like the
I saw it earlier before the stream.
I saw a little bit of it.
There was he's like, well, you're all right now. Well, you're a survivor. Like, you survived. Like, everything's okay now.
Why should you have to survive?
She's like, yeah, motherfucker. But like, what I went through, and
Oh my God. How fucking dare you? Like,
it was
That is that's like being like, oh, you're a rape survivor. That's fine. You survived. All right, go get raped. Let me know how you feel about that. Like, I'm not encouraging rape, but it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, like, being a survivor and like also like, I have been sexually assaulted, and like having that experience and living with it is vastly different than like never having been exposed to that experience and like and not having to think about it or deal with it. Just like, what the fuck? Like, God. Like, it changes your fucking life. And that's just me as a woman that's been assaulted, let alone me being born as a female or a male that does not identify as such and then has to live an entire lifetime in a society that is continually trying to repress, oppress, and like deny your existence.
Yeah, Doug's just an abusive character, like a very abusive.
He is
character.
reactionary.
Absolutely, to the definition of the day. And I don't know what Tux's deal is either. And I feel like that's a thing that I think needs to be said. Is, when we tried to deal with mutual friends, we tried to be clear about who we thought was maintaining problematic friendships with Doug. And, Niddy and Tux were in that boat together, but I don't think they're in this boat together. I don't think people feel the same way about Tux they do about Niddy. I'm just gonna put it that way, and I think Tux needs
to be honest, I don't even know that much about Tux.
He just needs to answer for his own take in these things. Go ahead, Evil Queen.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I don't even know that much about Tux. I have a very limited knowledge of Tux. So, like, trying to equate the experience that I have with this guy that I've rarely interacted with versus Niddy, who I have, like, watched and engaged with for an extended amount of time, it's just not the same.
Yeah. So how do we get on Tux now?
It's not. I don't know that we can. I mean, he feels a bit more combative about all this. Like, he seems really more genuinely sympathetic to Doug's perspective, and also I think Tux is a bit of a bureaucrat when it comes to these things. Like, that seems to be and like I
not a libertarian.
That's almost what it feels like. But like, I don't know what to say, right? Because to me, like, if somebody's gonna tell me I'm gonna fight for Doug's right to say what Doug's have to say, again, you're just totally missing this.
Yeah, then do it outside the fucking club.
Yeah, you're missing this. We don't need to fight for white men's rights to be able to trigger people. Like,
Just do it outside the club. Like, y'all have all those rights just outside of these walls. That's fine.
Yeah. You have the right to do it over there, or to face the consequences of doing such. And this is all this is. This is consequences.
And like
for
this, no
behavior.
offense, but this is like such a small community where it's like, all right, like you have rights quite literally everywhere else except for this like quarter-mile circumference, and you are so fucking bitter that you can't lord your like opinion in this like very small space, and it's like nobody is stopping you from having this opinion or being the majority or doing whatever like everywhere outside of here, and you're pissed off because you cannot colonize 100% of the space. I said what I said.
Just I think that's all extremely relevant, and then I think a couple of things that should be added or one, so he's extremely open about this is all done for his entertainment. He's extremely contrarian. He's always, throwing a grenade in the room, but he does stay in the room when the grenade goes off, because that's what he enjoys doing, right? Like, so I do think he holds these positions that he brings up to say, oh, well, like you called it devil's advocacy earlier, which I would agree with, but I it's hard to say devil's advocate when I think these are positions he holds, right? Oh, well, hypothetically, if a woman's born a man or whatever the stupid shit Doug likes to talk about I think they're incendiary, and it's you can.
Sorry.
Also,
no. It's I'll ramble, but that's the one thing. Like, if we're just here to like listen to some dude literally like fan the flames of bigotry for his enjoyment, I think that's problematic. And then there's this other thing that a lot of people I think like to say that Doug uses the SE or the hypotheticals to get to like what people believe, but I don't see how anything.
Hypotheticals are not needed.
In
my opinion.
But that's the philosophy side of it, right? Like when you want to get down to like what's right and where right comes from and all this shit that they like to talk about. But for some reason,
who loves to talk about that shit? White men. Sorry, am I wrong? No, I'm not. Who loves to talk about hypotheticals when it comes to like what's right and what's wrong? Who likes to talk about that? People at the top of the privilege hierarchy.
I will say this. This is something that has been difficult to explain about the discomfort we felt around the mutual associations. It's this feeling that, like, yes, we're having a discussion, but the shit we're talking about drastically impacts our real lives. And so when
it's
your
entertainment
allies,
for other people.
When your allies are sitting around with your enemies, just, whoa, we're having this disagreement. Let's all hear each other out. And then let's pat each other on the back for hearing each other out and go,
Isn't this such a fun intellectual exercise that doesn't affect me, but also it affects your life very drastically?
And that's why I flipped out at Jerome the other day, because Jerome, we can hear you now. Oh no,
Jerome,
is that Jerome? Or is that Wayne? Who's got the hip hop going? Somebody just came
not
in.
Me.
Oh.
JR? Jerome?
All right.
I don't know.
So no, it
It's
wasn't.
Jerome.
All right. So it's like that's what it feels like. It feels like this is all entertainment to them.
That's because that's what it is.
They're all having a little intellectual jab, sit around the old boys club smoking cigars, talking about, well, wouldn't it be better if we were a little bit more inclusive towards the queers? Oh no, you don't think so?
It is an intellectual exercise. An intellectual that does not affect them.
Yes, and we call that exercise mental masturbation. And it ain't doing
it's not
shit
even exercise.
for marginalized
Y'all
people.
aren't breathing hard. Don't fucking play with me.
And Niddy, here's the deal though. That's what our community is here for. So
Niddy is back.
It's like my club, my GTA motorcycle club has these rules called like 1%. We try to play the game like a real hardcore role play way. You only use certain weapons. You only shoot second. And it gets frustrating a lot of time because people who don't play this way will just walk up to us and blow us up with a rocket. And every once in a while, we'll get frustrated. And I'll have to remind everybody, I know it's really frustrating, it sucks, but let's remember they're playing the game it was intended to be played, right? We're the ones who are trying to do something creative and different, and they're not used to it. So, let's just remember this is how this goes. So for us, it's been a very conscious thing where I had to realize, yeah, you know what? It's true that this space exists because this is entertainment to people. People go to work or they're trying to do
But
their
it's like
podcast and
people's
chill
real
throughout the
lives.
workday. Yeah, it is people's entertainment, and I get that everybody's trying to have a good time and have a little powwow.
Also, why does JR type in haikus? I really need to know.
But I don't. But for a lot of us,
Sorry.
it's more than that, right? And we're trying to, build and help and do community and do all these things that are different. And then part of what we're struggling is we're trying to demarcate ourselves as, yeah, we do a little of that, but we're trying to do something different over here. And yeah, that's just really not welcome over here because we take this shit kind of seriously.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
and it's a
People's
delicate
existence
balance.
and identity should not be debated. Full stop.
Hey, Jay, I think Jerome wants, if you want to take a minute,
go ahead,
Jerome wants to
go
talk
ahead,
with you, so
Jerome,
I'll mute.
Are you here?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up, Jerome?
Good. Hello. There's actually this
He said Jerome said he couldn't be bothered to talk to me about patriarchy in the U.S.
Yeah, because I don't want to interrupt you and talk about that. I don't want to because
Oh
as
no,
you can hear,
it's no interruption. We can just like chitty chat.
Yeah,
Wow, I've
no,
never actually heard
as-
your voice before, Jerome.
have you not?
No.
No, Jerome's here to answer for the trolling. Why are you
Fine.
constantly trolling me?
Mm-hmm.
So I could talk about
Why you're trolling all the time?
no, I could talk about like specific instances, right? Like I could
No,
talk
no,
about,
it's fine. Like,
the
why
whole-
are you constantly trolling in the chat? That's what you're here for. Let us know.
What now or before?
Just always.
Always.
Depends, right? Because sometimes I
Siempre.
actually got-
Adelante. Siempre.
Just let him go. Let him
You're
go. Go
always
ahead,
trolling.
Jerome.
That's
Yeah,
what you said.
Bro, it's Latin for always.
Okay. Oh, okay, my fault. Well, it depends, right?
No.
Like most of the complaints that he's like levied at me have been about Rebecca, right? And this is like not what you lot are talking about right now. So I'm just not doing that. Like, why would I bring that up and just like talk about something that happened like 4 or 5 months ago, right?
All right,
Like,
Jerome,
you
I
lot-
need
you
you to
lot-
do something for me, brother. I need you to say, I am here because, and
Yeah,
finish the sentence.
why?
Oh no, well, I'm here because of what happened on Nathan's stream.
All right. Well, what about what happened on Nathan's stream?
You tell me about what happened on Nathan's stream because
No,
you told me to come
you're
here.
here for that.
because you said you would debate me about the issues, and
Yeah, so
I
what-
went
what-
off
what-
on you
okay,
because
so-
you
and
said
that- and
that
that
you
was about-
thought
that
you
was-
thought this whole Doug racism
Yeah,
incident
Jerome,
around
Jerome,
the midterm election
outline.
was funny.
Outline very specifically what are the
Hang
issues
on, I got
you
this.
want
I
to
got
debate.
this. I'll be very clear with you. Doug making troll racist comment around the midterm election was anything but fucking funny. And like I made very clear, as I experienced very real voter intimidation at a very real poll during that same fucking election, I don't think
So
it's something
funny.
to fucking joke about. And if I'm making content about it that you find enlightening, I'm glad you find the content eye-opening, but you need to recognize I didn't make the content because I think this shit's fucking funny.
Okay, that's fine.
So if you
Is
were
it
being
fine?
sarcastic about it, then you got shitty taste in what to joke about and not to joke about.
It's just funny, haha.
And it's a coincidence that like Doug, you're always joking as to the wrong side. Nobody, you're like, oh, I support you guys. I'm on your
How does
side of
that
things. But
boot
how does
leather
it work?
taste?
Like why can we never tell?
Well, you can't tell because sometimes I disagree with you, right? But other times it just happens to be like that, right?
Yeah, how
To
does
where-
the boot
all right,
leather
let me
taste?
let me
Asking for a friend.
let me explain to you what I found funny, right?
Yeah, please.
So my some of the stuff that you were complaining about like before, like in the middle of like December, right? To where I was saying things like, why would you like react aggressively to this form of instigation, right? Because clearly the formation of PineCreek
Be
politics
specific.
was okay. Can you not interrupt me?
No, I will. Be specific.
All right, fine. So literally the
Great.
first video that was made about what was it like that top 10 list of crimes, right? And
Yes,
how
the
and how
top
that was
10
related.
cities or for homicide are all Democrat.
Yeah, like this is why I don't understand like because I agree with most of you lot, right? That video is not great. right? That video is not great. And the reason why it's not great is for an obvious reason, right? We know why cities tend to have more crime rates just because there's more people in them, right? Like he hasn't said anything that's that interesting by making this video, right? And yet the entire formation of PC politics was about people complaining that you lot were complaining openly about him instigating and causing lots of issues, right? What I found funny was that you lot were being baited by this, even though it was just like ground level stuff, right? Like this is it's very, very obvious that these videos just don't do anything. A lot of them are like I don't want to say easily debunkable, right? But a lot of the videos are just like him saying something that's just obvious and doesn't mean anything.
Then you're clearly
right?
missing the point. You're missing
Wait,
the
what's the point?
entire
Yeah.
issue.
Which is what exactly?
That nobody's that's how dog whistling works.
Yep.
It's like
Okay,
people are obviously the point is that there's no reason other than to point out that the top 10 cities are Democrat-run cities unless you're carrying water
But, like,
for the
who is doing the
racist
work on the
GOP.
ground?
You're unless you're carrying water for the racist GOP. So to pick right as midterm elections are coming issue where people's voting rights are on the ballot, and then for you to make a clearly racially problematic video needs to be called out, especially in a community where people are recovering from religion, where marginalized voices like women, queer people, and people of color are continually marginalized because this community is dominated by fucking white men who don't have a fucking clue, and people are trying to find a safe space to get away from this fucking toxic ideology. And right, wrong, or indifferent, people like Doug end up being central players in this community. People gather around his community, they make friends through his community, and what is okay in Doug's community and encouraged in Doug's community then trickles down as being seen as okay in this part of the YouTube universe. And we're sick of that shit. And
Why
Doug
shouldn't
does it
people
on
push back
purpose,
against
and
Doug?
there's no other reason for him to make this content than to be problematic. It is literally to weaponize his channel to hurt people
And
like
his
us
privilege.
when we need to express our democratic rights right now. So he waits till it's game time. It's fucking game day, Doug. Your message could just be, hey, everybody go out there and vote. Do your democratic duty. See you tomorrow. No. He picks the day he knows motherfuckers are going to the poll to throw black people all the way under the bus. Why? For his right-wing ass political agenda, which is right out of whose playbook? Tucker motherfucking Carlson. And what are the motherfuckers in our community doing? Oh, Doug, you're so brilliant. Oh, Doug, that was such a creative video.
That boot leather.
I love the AK-47 gun. Literally, the soundtrack to that video was machine gun fire. Really? So if you think that somehow we didn't see through it and Doug stumped us and he outsmarted us and we didn't see what, no, we saw right through it. The problem is we're in a community that apparently doesn't and continues to support him.
I mean,
Does that clear it up for you?
I mean, that's fine, right? But like, when I'm saying to you that, okay, wait, let me say this first, right? I don't think that this idea of a community was something that you were owed, right? Like, I don't think that when you complain about needing a safe space, I don't think that's something that you lot were owed. Right?
who said anything about a safe space? Did you say that, Jay?
You lot have been talking
I mean, I have
about this
talked
the
about
whole
it.
time.
But we've talked about that's what we're trying to do. If that's what we
Right,
want
but
to do.
you're saying
hold on,
like
this- wait,
nobody
wait.
is saying that PineCreek owes us a safe space.
Right.
Nobody is saying that.
So when videos are posted on his channel about whatever, like regardless of its instigation or not, right? You can't then complain that it's like infringing on your safe space, right? Because it's not even your channel.
It's no,
Hey,
I
do
got
you
better. No,
feel
I'm
okay
saying it's
if, like-
infringing on our safety. Fuck a safe space. This isn't even about the
Right,
safety. This
so-
is infringing on our safety in real
So
life.
wait,
Okay, so it's not
I'm
a safe
sorry,
space if you
JR,
already had them,
JR.
no?
You're a man, I'm assuming. Could I be wrong? I'm wrong, maybe.
Yeah,
You're a
no, you're
man?
fine.
In a Doug talking from across the pond about the shit he don't have to live
Sure,
through.
so you're
Yeah,
a
wait, hold
British
on. I'm gonna
male.
talk about that as well, right?
No, I'm just asking. You're
Yeah,
a
go-
British male. I don't know what ethnicity you are, whatever. A British male.
He's black.
Wait,
fine.
have I said that before?
I don't know. I'm not even going there. But like if I set out and have a channel, if I'm British and say I'm American, obviously, but say I'm British and I'm over there and I start an entire channel that's based on just fucking shitting on black men, do you not have a right to then push back against that?
No one would like. I don't think anyone's ever said to you that you can't push back, right?
Right, but that's what this community is doing.
We're just
That's what we're doing.
Okay, that's fine then. Like, go
Agreed.
ahead. But then
We're agreeing.
But do you want to hear?
That's
Do
quite
you want
literally
to hear
what's
the real
happening.
problem, Jerome?
What? Go on.
You're not. That's the
You're
problem.
not.
Is every time these things happen, the only people you seem interested in critiquing or calling out are the people calling out the bad behavior. You never stop your bootlicking long enough to meaningfully make it clear that you've got problems with the Rebecca Davises of the world, that you've got
hold on.
problems with the PineCreeks
Okay, that's
of
kind
the
of
world.
on. That's just lying.
No.
So
Listen,
question,
I know you
Jerome,
critique
Jerome,
them. I'm not
Jerome.
saying you never critique them, but I'm saying when
No,
these
no.
issues
I'm asking.
happen, you don't push back on them.
I'm dead ass. I am 100% never been here before asking honestly. Do you spend as much time calling in, critiquing, doing whatever to people like PineCreek or Rebecca or all of these other people that are the right wing of our
Wait,
stances?
who's all of these other people? Because these are the only two people that I know.
Okay,
you're
fine.
complaining
Just
about.
those two people. Let's leave it.
I've called into the dog show
Do
twice
you
to call in
spend
about other
as
stuff, right?
much time trolling, critiquing, and arguing with them as you do with the people that are being affected because those folks have the power? Do you spend as much time or extra, because if they have the power, they deserve more time, critiquing, arguing, campaigning, whatever the fuck you want to call it, against them as you do calling out or calling into or arguing with folks like Jay or myself or this entire channel?
Well, I mean, I've never
Don't
spoken
play
to
with
you
me.
before.
Exactly. So
Yeah, I've never
that's
spoken
fine.
to you, but
Ignore me.
hold on.
Ignore me. What is the proportion of time that you spend?
Well, I don't know what the proportion is, right?
Yeah,
But
I think you do,
no,
though.
it is probably like well over 70-30, right? But the reason why I do it is because I think
you align yourself with white bootlicking power. That's why.
Wow, thanks for
Sorry,
answering
that's
for me.
dead ass. Jay, am I
That's
wrong?
what it feels like, Jerome. And this
Alright,
is
sure. I mean, you can believe that, right? But the reason why,
I know it's
I
just what
believe
you're.
that.
It's just what you're
can
demonstrating.
You, like, HQ, can you just stop? Like,
All right, go ahead,
interrupting?
Jerome.
Holy shit! Like the reason why I came after you
Truth
on
hurts.
Nathan's channel, right, is that you decided to talk about an issue that came up 2 months ago in a stream that was completely unrelated to it, right? I made a joke inside the chat, and you decided to come after me. No one added you, bro. No one came after you, and you decided to instigate and like forge an hour-long conversation with me
That's what
about
happens in
several
public
issues,
forums.
right?
Bro,
Yes,
again,
that's fine.
I
But
came
but
at
then
Doug,
wait, I'm not
according to
I'm not
you.
done yet, though. Am I? I'm not
Nobody
done.
cares.
When why are you? What is wrong with you? Like,
I mean, many things. Do you want an alphabetical
don't
list?
make
Let's
us
start
feel
with you.
This is
good,
why
and now
I stalled for
yeah.
a long time, because you just like interrupt for no reason.
No, it's because you're getting pushed back against your bitch ass bootlicking position, and you don't like it.
Jay, at the end, when Nathan complained about you like causing drama, being too loud, right? The reason why he's done
God,
that
how dare
is
you, as a
because
black
decided
man,
to come in here
cause
and talk
problems, Jay?
Just let him go, Keithan. Go
I
ahead,
won't.
Jerome. Just go
Why
ahead.
do you keep bringing up his fucking race?
Just go ahead, Jerome.
When Nathan complained about you causing issues, right? The reason why he's doing that is because you walked into his chat to type in all caps about an issue that hasn't happened for 2 months, and it wasn't even related to what he was talking about.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about an issue.
So you
that
think
hasn't
his
happened in 2
trash ass
months.
opinion from 2 months ago doesn't stand?
What issue from 2 months ago?
Be specific.
I don't even know what to call it, right? Like
Oh,
the
cool.
whole PC politics, like racism thing, right? Like that
Doug?
that was in like
He's no longer a racist
Yes.
after 2 months. You should know. Just
When was
FYI, Jay, he's no longer racist.
how long ago was Martin Luther King Day?
That's great. Then get out of
How
here.
long ago was Martin Luther King Day?
Sorry.
How long ago was Martin Luther
I
King
didn't
Day?
know. Don't remember specifically.
Oh, it was this fucking month.
Oh.
Okay.
And I
So-
made a PineCreek video, but no, Doug does
Yeah,
this
that's-
every
that's-
time.
that's-
Does
that's-
this again?
that's
Again,
fine, right?
did you
But,
see
like,
the stream
Do you think
yesterday?
racism
Doug made a
disappears after
racist
a
ass
month or
video
two?
2 days ago.
Asking.
2 days ago. No, but Jerome,
no, I won't.
this is what happens when you do the bootlicking. You
If you wanna hop in here, let
you
me know.
contort the situation. Oh, Jay, you're picking on Doug for some shit. No, I'm picking on Doug for some
didn't
shit
say
Doug
that.
does every
I
fucking
was talking
day.
about what you were talking about in Nathan's channel.
I didn't mention anything from 2 months ago in Nathan's chat. I said Doug's a racist.
The stream wasn't
You
about that.
have
You
made
can talk
it
about
about
what
what
you
you
want, but
wanna
don't
talk
complain
about.
when he tells you to not talk about it.
He's not telling me. He's
You're telling
you.
me, you're literally telling me to my face to not complain when somebody tells me not to talk about a racist. Say it again. Let me say it again.
Unless someone has
obviously-
repented from their racism,
Exactly.
they are still
It's-
fucking
exactly,
racist.
Exactly.
You
And
can
it's a
obviously do
topic
what you
on
want,
site,
right?
off rip, all
You
the
can
time.
obviously
Sorry,
do
like
what you
I'm not
want.
wrong.
Yes, you're right.
Like
I can-
unless you have been, if you have been racist and you
What do you want
refuse
from
to
me?
then repent or walk back your racism, you are still fucking racist. You need to be accountable for that racism,
Wow.
and no amount of bootlicking will change that.
Yeah, well,
Sorry,
position
die mad
I don't
about it.
disagree
Hey,
with.
just back it up.
Fucking
I think
hell,
JR
dude.
doesn't get something very simple. Like,
I mean, obviously.
yeah, but I want him to really understand this because I don't think he gets this. Like, there's racism and there's anti-racism. There is no in between. There's no middle ground. You can't compromise with people who think other people aren't people, JR. Do you get that?
Or
Wait,
less
repeat
than
that,
people.
sorry.
Less than people.
You can't compromise with people who don't think everyone's a person.
I mean, on the issue, sure.
No, not on the issue, bro. Like, how can I have a conversation with you if I think that you're subhuman or you're not worthy of all rights? How can I have?
Oh, okay, well, that's fine. You phrase it well. Yeah, sure.
And here's another problem, Jerome. You're sitting here talking about why are we going after Doug for something he did to. Here's what you guys are missing.
That, dude.
All right,
You can talk about what you want.
okay, but
You
look.
can talk about what you want, man. Like, this is so stupid. Like, no one's telling you to not talk about it, right? What
Why
I'm
are
saying
you
to you is-
camping so
then
hard
what's
for
the
some
issue?
random white guy that doesn't care about you?
I know,
What are
seriously.
you
I want him to
on
say that.
about?
Jerome, what do you? I thought you said this was because I was on Doug about something from 2 months ago, and I'm trying to make
Yeah,
it
you
clear
can
it
go
wasn't
and
about
do
something
that,
two for 2
man.
months ago.
No, I never told you to not do that. What I said to you is don't complain when Nathan tells you to calm down, and then
Why?
you immediately say that you're being attacked by like loads of
I'm a
random
mod
people
on
in
the
the
channel.
chat.
If I'm a mod on the channel, I don't like the way the streamer's treating me, I'm gonna complain about it. What's your point?
Because
I
you're
don't see the
wrong.
problem.
I don't think that's relevant, to be
Oh
honest.
well, I think it was.
That's
relevant.
fine
It was
that you don't
perfectly
think it's relevant.
Like you.
I
being
think
a
it's
mod
relevant
doesn't
that I
tell
pay
anything.
attention to how my mods are treated in my chat. So if one of my mods is being abused by people in my chat,
I don't
and
think I was
instead of
abusing you,
calling
but
out the
sure, dude.
viewers, I'm not speaking directly just about you. It was the accumulation of you, a couple other people,
It was
people I
me
never
and
even heard
Dawkins,
of.
bro.
And
That's it.
No, there was
Dark
Me and Dawkins
Dawkins,
was
no, you're
only-
fucking playing with me right now.
No, I don't think you heard what I said. Darken. Do you know
Wait,
Darken?
Darth Dawkins? Is that who you're talking
No,
about?
No, somebody
I
else.
said it twice.
Oh.
This is how I know you don't.
It was a
listen.
couple of different people.
Okay,
No,
bro,
it was-
you
it
need
was
to
just
stop
me
with
and
the
him,
you need to stop with the spoken word. You need to start saying shit with your chest because we're trying to
Right.
hear you. Enunciate, please.
Yeah, give us your fucking point. Quit
No,
mincing
but
words.
I don't know what the point is. Because like the only thing I came to
Clearly
say
you don't know what the point is. Why are you here
So, Nate,
arguing
if you,
with us?
JR,
Be
if
clear,
you want to know
specific.
why I said what I said, and I'm trying to make this very clear, I felt Doug was there to do something that was essentially obstructing with Nate's stream. I literally made that clear. Doug was basically like, oh, I'm sorry, I've been gone all week. I missed what's going on. Can you replay the clip for me or whatever the fuck he said? And I was like literally making a point of why should we interrupt what we're doing just because Doug is here all of a sudden? So I literally said, racist fuckface Doug is here. Let's start all over again or whatever the fuck it was, right? And
Yeah,
again,
I remember
I'm
saying
calling I'm calling the center fielder for the Yankees the center fielder for the Yankees. In my mind, racist fuckface Doug is exactly racist fuckface Doug. I will stop calling him racist fuckface Doug as soon as he stops
being a
being
racist fuckface.
fuckface Doug. So that's all I'm saying. So really, all of y'all then, instead of paying attention to Doug, who, let's remind everybody, Nathan just did a 3-hour fucking stream, whatever it was, talking about David Falks, all sorts of fucked up for being a sexist misogynist against this particular person. Doug came in there to double down on the David Falk bullshit. And anybody who knows Doug could have seen it coming a mile a fucking way. So being a mod, I do what mods do. Nah, fuckface Doug, get the fuck up out of here and we ain't playing that shit today. And instead, what does everybody do? Y'all jump on me. Cool, but if you were paying attention to the chat, what did racist fuckface Doug do? Exactly what we knew he was gonna do. He sat up in that chat and undermined everything Nathan just said the entire stream. He said, "Oh, well, I don't think it was that bad." And then what did he do? The very next day, he made a fucking video undermining everything that was said on that goddamn stream. And so the problem is, just like then, instead of calling out Doug, you want to call out me. So first off, you misrepresent why I'm even calling Doug out and what my motivation to call Doug out is. And then once again, you just so happen to overlook how much Doug is directly undermining the content creators' content. And then they jump on me, and then when I'm sitting there, and all I said is, Nate, cool, I'll shut the fuck up. But it's a little frustrating that you don't notice this is exactly what the trolls want. They want to jump on me for trying to call him to task, and then instead of you pointing out who problematic fuckface Doug, instead you call me out, giving the trolls exactly what the fuck they want. So what I do, I did.
Sit there.
Exactly, because y'all want to play clueless.
Yeah, Jay, I love you. I'm not even arguing with you, but how is everybody gonna... Everybody is going to sit there in a stream that is meant to defend a woman against misogynistic bullshit, to then have a white man hop in and say, like, actually, it's misogynistic. And also, let's refocus the conversation on the black man that's just trying to moderate this conversation so it stays on task. And you are going to come in as a black man,
right,
and argue about. I'm sorry,
yeah,
like
this is what they do.
It's confounding to me personally because as a
me too. I'm just
generally,
confused.
That was some hot ass bullshit that David Falk pulled about like trying to talk about theology by cup size, and we can fight about that because like that's a whole other level. But like, if you're then going to be mad at the black moderator for saying "stay on task," you fucking ginger ass bitch, in nicer language. It sounds like a you problem, my boy. Like that's.
But that's what I mean, Jerome.
All right, can we talk about things that I actually did now? Thank you.
But so that's that. But okay, Jerome, and then I had an issue because then again, instead of speaking to the issue, your only intelligent comment is, "Oh, I actually thought that episode was good laugh."
Speaking to what issue?
You're pulling a Doug right now.
You weren't. Okay, don't lie. You weren't like moderating the chat, right? Like you were instigating.
No, JR, please tell me, what is your opinion on David Falk's misogyny?
Yeah, it's misogyny. It's misogyny.
Hold on, wait.
No, it just
and then
is.
nope. And then what is your opinion on the redirection of PineCreek?
What redirection from what? Because they were already talking about that.
The redirection from the misogyny to Jay.
PineCreek didn't even do that.
I'm so confused.
Jerome did.
He didn't talk about. Yeah,
Jerome did that. Jerome.
My bad. Jerome, give me your opinion on your own fucking trash behavior.
I don't think I was redirecting though, right? Because I wasn't even talking about. And I wasn't talking about it. But you weren't there, so you're lying.
I'm sorry,
now.
Jay.
You weren't there.
It's okay. It's all right. I got it. Jerome, go ahead.
There.
Jerome, just go ahead.
So I wasn't even in the chat talking about any of the stuff. I was doing other stuff, right? I was doing other stuff, right? And then you brought up Doug being racist and stuff, and I said, man, I love the PC politics racism saga, very fun and interactive content, right? And I put down my laptop and went to go back to what I was doing, right? And I come back to find you like accusing, like counter assassinating me for enjoying the content, right? And then we decided to talk about whatever for for however long, right? We
Bro,
weren't
you
talking
literally
about
just said, I love that racist saga with Doug.
yeah,
I
and
felt
I
a
was
barrel of laughs.
and I said it was okay. So
Bro,
when
that's
I
my
when
real
I
life. That's what part of this don't you
Wait,
understand?
I'm confused. Jerome, are you not black? Like, am I
Yes.
wrong?
Yes.
Sorry,
yes.
I want to be clear here. Like, I'm clearly white. I'm trying to understand. Like,
I
what
don't
is?
know. I don't
No,
know.
he's a Lima being. He's from overseas.
He just
so.
don't
all right.
get it. It's different. Like, I don't know. I'm
So
trying to
and
be
this is
charitable.
something this is
I'm
something else I
simply
want to bring up,
asking.
right?
Okay, go ahead,
like
Jerome.
this whole saga, right, was US politics centric, right? Like obviously like you can say that my like me finding this funny, right, could be due to me not being involved in whatever, right? Because I'm not an American, right? But also I think it was funny for the other reasons I provided, right? When I say that like drama is funny, it's obviously because people were, I don't know, like annoyed about it in some way. He had to forge another whole channel because people were mad about it, and
I
then he
have a
went on to do
question.
other. Okay, well, I wasn't finished, but go ahead.
I don't care.
We're gonna be here for a
As a
while.
man, would you find it funny? And this is, I'm being 100% serious. As a man, would you find it funny if there was like drama as it related to a woman who was being marginalized or treated as less than or oppressed?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Huh.
Here's the thing, Jerome. Like,
I'm gonna let that marinate.
I think that we have an issue in this area, and I got to be honest with you. I don't like antagonistic viewers on my channel. Like, I just don't. Like, I'm from the Twitch world where you show up to a streamer's content, they're like Wayne. They're racing. They want to hear people cheering them on. Go Wayne, go get him, win the gold trophy. If you ain't about us coming in first place, get the fuck up out my chat.
Oh,
right?
that's nice.
And so
I'm fucking here for the fights.
So I respect that. A lot of people are here for the fights.
Shout out Jerome,
you
though.
know, if you're
like I got punted the moment you said something.
Sorry, listen, Jerome. Like, I will constantly box you, but I'm here for it. That's all.
I've seen you in other areas too. So I've seen you on like what's his name's channel? Jimmy Snow's channel.
Jimmy Snow.
Yeah,
all the places. Yeah.
I've seen
yeah,
you.
they're my guys. But yeah.
Apparently,
Sorry,
you talked to Darth before, right?
I have not, but
Have you
I
not?
am like close friends with many people that have. I just personally haven't, but
Oh, okay.
yeah.
That's fine. I mean, I'm not sure what else to say. Like, I could go through each video and tell you why. Like, I actually like align with you on a lot of issues.
Here's
right?
I'll tell you the whole thing, Jerome. My thing is this. I've known you since before I started making content on this channel.
Since before you were born.
And
I knew you together in the womb.
But I hate to interrupt you, right? I hate to
Sorry.
interrupt you, but like you knowing me before your channel existed, right? Is like the reason why like we've been talking about this, right? You've said this so many times, right? You started your channel like for PineCreek fan fiction or whatever you want to phrase that, right? The reason why like a lot of you don't even met each other was because of him, right?
Right.
I don't think for a second that you should think, for example, that he should have ever showed up to your channel, right? I don't think that he was like anywhere like near, like you can't even like approach an argument for obligation for him to show up on your channel, right? I don't think that the community that you forged should be like links to him in any way, right? I don't think that the safe space that you that I think you assume that you should have. I can't tell honestly. Like it's very hard to think about what you mean by like a safe space, right? Because you hear a lot about safe spaces in other areas, but those spaces have been forged in like closed areas, right? Like you lot are on YouTube and all that. So I don't understand how you're going to complain about someone
okay, so
making a video.
I think so. There's a lot going on here, but
yeah, there is.
But
There is, 100%.
to try to clear up a few things. So, one, yes, I'm focused a lot more on building community than other content creators are. I don't think that's necessarily all that unique. It's just I'm a YouTuber molded in the mold of a Twitch streamer because I used to be a Twitch streamer. And
That's
Twitch
fine.
streamers tend to focus on, you know, the full 24/7 365 interactive, my stream is just part of my life thing. And for me, I acknowledge that a lot of us came out of the PineCreek, you know, fans, right? We're all PineCreek fans, right? For whatever reason, right? And so Doug was a central meetup and hangout. Now, I don't think personally that obligated him to us in any way, but I found it to be a really big missed opportunity that spoke to the fact that Doug had very different motivations than a lot of us had. And to be honest with you, some of that came out of disappointment because I think when my one black friend and I started Hot Program, I don't think we could have imagined that we would have, you know, got the thing going and had our show as consistent as it was and have the excitement around it that we managed to garner, and Doug to just show it no love or support at all whatsoever. Especially,
He's just reactionary.
especially when he had the audacity to literally name us as the first two people when he named his black friends. These are my
Yeah, no, that
my
was
best
quite
black
bad.
friends.
That was quite bad.
And then I won't
You know what?
even.
I respect that.
I won't
Yeah,
even
no,
say
no.
subscribe
Honestly,
to
honestly,
their
like,
channel. Like, come
if
on,
I was to
man.
like lay it, like, if I was to like lay out a load of things that you would probably have a lot more respect for me than you do.
I respect that. I respect that. That was quite bad. Yep.
It was. No, and it's like I can't tell. Like a lot of the things that he does, I can't tell if they're jokes or not. Like most of the time, like it's very, very easy, but I can't tell if that was a joke or not. It doesn't seem to be, right? But like,
listen, I don't
after-
like Doug like fully, but also like I, as someone with a very dry sense of humor, I also find it very, very, very hard to believe that like some of the shit that he says are jokes, but also like he doesn't believe them. Like what? Where is the overlap?
No,
there?
but like I like when people make jokes to do this sort of, like, I just call it instigation, right? Like when people are trying to get a rise out of other people, I just call it instigation. Like they don't.
What does
like,
that say about your character?
Well, to me, I don't think it matters, right? Like the instigation is just like,
So if I make a
Right, so here's
racist
the-
joke, do you think that doesn't say anything about my character
No,
as a white
wait, no,
woman?
Hang on, I want
does, right?
to address this.
no.
Jerome. Go ahead. Because I
You
think
know, it probably does do, right? But like I'm not, for example, too concerned about like what people perceive his character to be based on his instigation, right? Like you can tell what kind of person people are based on the types of content that they make, right? And like in his case, it's very, very obvious about what the type of things that he believes, right? So for example, right, it is like extremely, extremely obvious, but like any like working use of the word transphobe like just applies to him. Like it's not like hidden or
But
ambiguous. It's just
why cape for that when people are quite literally dying
wait, don't what for that,
because of their
sorry?
identities? Like, yes, I understand that like he has this very specific I don't know, definition or whatever you want to call it of trans.
I'm not saying it's specific. I'm not saying like it doesn't need to be specific, right? Like anyone who's in these circles using the word transphobe is going to like, regardless of whatever root word argument. Like, hey, when people do this, like stop like digging into the root words of things to work out the definitions, right? Like anyone who uses this word understands that transphobe is somebody who doesn't think that trans women are women or trans men are men, right? Like this is like very obvious. It's not hard, right? Like it's kind of obvious that he's a transphobe, right? What am I supposed to do with this information, right? When I watch a video about like a PC politics video, and he is like, these people like these hypotheticals that you know, these see, but like I'm not about to go and do that, am I? 'Cause I
Why?
don't really call into shows like this. The only reason I call into this show
Sure,
twice,
but
right?
why aren't you pushing back?
No, no,
You
it's
have
fine.
privilege, and there are communities that are being punished and harmed, and you have the privilege to push back in a way that doesn't harm you.
Because I don't want to end up in situations like you lot are in right now, where
Oh,
you lot are saying
okay,
the same
because
thing.
you don't want to be uncomfortable. Be clear.
No, that's fine, right? So I all the stuff that I
Jay,
would
help me
ever
out
say.
here. Am I wrong?
No, yeah, but
No,
I want to hear him
all
talk. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, all the stuff I would ever say in response to whatever he's talking, like whatever disagreements that I would have, I would like get from other people, right? And all of these points have already been made to him like several hundred times, right? Like even
Sure.
apart from you lot, he's probably encountered this stuff from elsewhere, right? I
Sure.
don't
Sure.
care to go and like call into a show
Isn't
and
that
talk about
nice?
what. No, but like remember,
No, it is.
I
Isn't that
do,
nice?
I do think no, but remember, right? I'm obviously more uninformed about US politics than most of you are, right? I don't care
It
to go and
doesn't
talk
matter
about.
when it comes down to the issue. If you are not willing to stand up against bigotry, you are part of the problem. That's
So
it.
let me address what you said about the other, because I think you brought up some substantive points about, you know, Doug's content, he'll say things. What I'm trying to do is build a community, and I don't think Doug is obligated to participate. Now, what I really wanted to get at before is that I'm quite frankly disappointed that he didn't, but it's honestly mostly disappointment because it's disappointment on behalf of my one black friend. I think we were both big Doug fans. I think we both had an sort of unspoken expectation that Doug would be supportive, and I think the rude awakening of all of why that was and what that was about was tough for me to deal with, but it's you know, to his credit, it's something, you know, my one black friend is just kind of working through himself, but yeah, that's a source of disappointment. At the same time, I don't think Doug owes us anything, and I want to make that clear. At the same time,
Definitely not.
what I mean by safe is I see our community as primarily being about people who are recovering from religion, and most of us are progressive in some way that is meaningful to us, and by that I mean we all see that there's a serious overlap between, you know, religion and its effect on how people live their life and do social relations and political relationships and how we're trying to live our lives as non-believers. And it's such that we take these things seriously. And that means, like, for number one, we tend to respond, as I'm sure you're well aware, to content creators we don't like, right?
Right.
Especially content creators that are in our neck of the woods, right? Because to believe it or not, I think that's part of the unique value that our community has. So I think
I don't think that we respond to like British like politicians very often.
I would hope that you don't.
No.
I could be wrong.
No,
You correct me,
let
Jay,
let
but I
say
don't
this.
think that happens.
Here's what I mean by that. Everybody's playing the algorithm a different way.
Sure.
And part of what a lot of the bigger atheist content creators do is they really feed off the world of the bigger apologist. Now, we should all do a little bit more of that because we could help grow our channels that way. So videos about William Lane Craig, videos about Jordan Peterson, videos about Scott McDowell, Sean McDowell. These videos get these videos get a lot of clicks, right? Because
Are there shots available?
if you do
'Cause I'm so
look,
tired.
you can do the numbers on the algorithm, right? These guys generate millions of clicks, right?
Because they're dumb fucks. But yeah.
But my point is, so that's how a lot of content creators grow off of them. But if you think about it, those bigger apologists never ever pay attention to those atheists. They never talk to them. They never interact with them. They never mention them.
Mike Winger, eat ass.
So,
I really do hate that,
yeah.
by the way.
So
I
when
really do hate that.
when I started, like,
Sorry,
for instance,
nothing against you, but fuck Mike Winger. But yeah, continue.
you know, trying to hang out with Uncle Bobby, Robert, Gin and Truth on YouTube,
My guy.
I basically was like, hey man, we're not a huge like content community, but one of the
We
things
don't
that we
care.
can offer you is that we actually interact with these people. They show up on our
Yeah.
streams and we get invited to theirs and we're on panels with them. And he was like, "Oh, I'm game. Let's do it." I was like,
Uncle Bobby is just the best. He's
so-
also my husband,
so-
and we
I should
share
probably
gin.
watch
But
more
yeah,
of him,
love
to be
you.
honest.
Yeah. So
best.
so that's part of the deal. But at the same time, we are trying to like intensify our community building, right? Part of the issue with recovering from religion, you've all heard this spiel a bazillion times, is we all missed the community and the church did that really well, and we had friends and support and people to do things with and all of this.
All they had was stale
And-
donuts for me,
and-
but yeah.
and we didn't have that. And so for me, it's been like, let's try to build that. And to be very honest with you, it just can't be YouTube. YouTube just isn't where you do that.
Yeah, evidently not, based on what
Fair
we've
enough.
seen so far.
Yeah. So that's what I mean when I say talking about a safe space. I mean in terms of the places that are more intentionally part of my community, my channel, the channels of my co-host, our Discords, our Gather. Those are things where I see it as our, people joke about it. That's also I felt people use it against me because obviously we do the cult of the flying man. So that's it. That's our church. It's a membership. We're an atheist, humanist organization, right? We have an office and we have a virtual compound and all of that, universe that we're trying to create. Now, part of that is recognizing that when we go out to the outward facing world, which for us is basically YouTube, social media, or whatever, we're totally exposed, right? We can't control who comes to our chats and who we interact with and what kind of crazy creationists make reaction videos about our shit and all of this. Now, we can, because there's consequences. We're recognizing, hey, if I say, hey, I want to do a stream about my personal growth, and then 2 or 3 people call in and they start having a fucking abortion debate, we get to say, you know what? Y'all got to go back to the chat. I said I'm doing a stream about my personal growth, and this is going to be about my personal growth, or stay the fuck out my chat, right?
Yes,
And all
Hop
that
out.
kind of thing. So that's part of what I'm noticing is we leave our doors a little too wide open, right? I always say we want to be welcoming to anyone, but that don't mean we want to be welcoming to everyone.
Everyone.
Right.
No, but this is important, right? Because there's a reason why, other than that one time you called in, Doug has never been in here in terms of your stream, right? And the reason why I don't find the reason why I don't really align too well with you and on this point, right, is that he's not remember that it is YouTube, right? And he's gone into, for example, Nathan's chat to talk about an issue that was already talked about within the same stream, right? I don't consider that redirection in any way. I just see that because you could say, oh, he's like a relatively popular figure, he gets special treatment in terms of the subject of the stream, right? And him walking in here being like, oh, can we talk about David Falk again? Is a thing that happened, right? And then some people started to talk about it again. But I was never talking about that. And me and you started to talk about something else.
I have an honest question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Very honest. So forget any topic of whatever the fucking stream is about. Say this host has previously said something very racist, something about slavery or lynching or something that is very, very fucking clearly American and racist. Make it up. And then somebody comes into the stream and says hey, can you answer for this very racist comment? Can you and I mean this, can you explain to me what the problem with that is?
There's no problem, right? I'm not gonna object to people talking about anything in a live chat, right? What I do object to is when you are told to calm down, and then you retort by saying, "Oh, I'm being attacked," right? When you're the one who's typing in all caps, and like literally like blowing up, because basically half of the messages in there, actually let me not say that, maybe about a third of them were you and me going back and forth about an issue that wasn't even like related to a stream, right? So when he's told you to calm down and you said that you're being attacked, we are the
Sure,
one
but
causing an
if
issue.
you're
in
in
there,
a
you know?
position of privilege,
Why is
if you're
my
a
feelings such a
no,
problem
this is
for you? Like, I
this
don't
is what I'm
understand
saying.
that.
If you are
What's
a
the
white
problem?
man that doesn't have to worry about fucking anything,
Yeah, but who
and
cares?
then you're
Like, if that's how I
saying
felt, that's how I felt. Like, why? I don't
Yeah,
that's what I'm asking.
You
Like,
can
if
you can
you
say that, right? But then don't complain that like
No.
other people are attacking you and you're the one causing the issue with me. Like because me
yeah,
and you
no,
are
I'm
obviously
sorry. If
causing
you're
the issue
living in
here.
America and someone is saying that like you are causing a problem because you're upset about colonialism, then like I have a remedial history class for you.
And this is
This
also
is
why
a-
I feel like you're playing
it's a-
stupid,
it's a
Jerome.
YouTube
This is the
chat.
problem.
Yeah, don't
I
don't
had
play
a
fucking
critique.
stupid, dude.
No, I'm be honest with you, Jerome. I had a critique of Doug. And what you should have done is shut the fuck up because it had nothing to do with you.
No, but I wasn't talking until you added me. What was I?
Why are you caping for Doug? He doesn't
because
care about you.
That's fine.
Your
I'm not doing
commentary.
that.
Here's what your commentary should have been, my brother. Anti-racism or get the fuck off the stage. Instead, you did. Oh, not. You know what? I think the racism's kind of fun. I thought that episode was kind of
love
interesting,
racism.
and I decided to say, hey, guess what, Jerome? Guess what I think
I
of your
explained to you.
commentary. I think okay, I get it. I get it, and I think your opinion is dog shit. And I expressed so, and I expressed that I found it quite frankly inflammatory.
Yeah,
It
you
really
said
pissed
that.
me
I know
off.
you said that.
All right, well then that's what it
Inflammatory
is.
is a nice word.
Exactly. So I think and I think again, you have a tendency, as far as I'm concerned, of being an insensitive prick to me. And I fail to understand why. And I'm still not hearing why. All I'm hearing is, well, you said you didn't like this, and like, why is it that my expression of my feelings and my opinion bothers you so much that you feel the need to critique every time I speak up? Everybody in the chat, nobody in the chat felt the need to come at me about what I said except you and two other trolls I've never heard of.
No.
Jerome, I added you because I know your game, Jerome.
No, but I wasn't talking about you, was I?
You were.
I made a comment to literally
you made
nobody.
it very clear that what you said was a reaction to what I said about Doug. So whether you added me or not doesn't change the fact that what I said led to what you said, and since what I said had nothing to do with you, you should have minded your fucking business. Instead, you stuck your nose where it didn't belong, and when you added your 2 cents fucking sucks and wasn't worth 2 cents. So you should have kept it to your fucking self, and I made that clear, and you couldn't let that go.
My question is just, regardless of who started what is, Jerome, what is your argument against the position of Jay? That's what I want to know.
I don't honestly. I don't know what his position is at this point. I can't tell. Like,
Jay,
other than wait, hold on. Other than that Doug is a racist person who should be ignored at all times, right? I don't understand what other position you're
all right, let's rewind. Jay, can you express your opinion clearly for Jerome to respond to?
Yes, I think I don't need people in my life who are, approving of Doug in any. I don't need to be associated with Doug's associates. That's pretty much the best way I could put it.
That's fine.
I feel like y'all could probably both agree on that, but I'm gonna let you go ahead.
Yeah, no. I mean, you can do what you want, right? But another thing that kind of annoyed me was the title of this stream and the title of your last one and what happened on Endermosis stream. Like,
Right,
I don't know why you've done that. And like I put a comment on his video about like guilt by association. I really, really do hate guilt by association. Like, can we just not do that? Like, at all? Like,
no.
Like can we, like, okay, I mean, we're gonna have to, like, I have to just leave that alone.
Again, because you lay down with dogs, you get up with fleas. Here's the deal. There are consequences for bad behavior. There are consequences for people's bigotry.
And you can redirect that about the people who are actually doing the thing you disagree with.
Okay, but here's the thing. When there comes
So
a time,
Jerome, sorry, what is your position?
On what?
He doesn't think it's fair that if people have mutual friends or problematic people, that those people deal with the consequences instead of the bigot themselves. But here's what you don't understand.
Partially, but sure.
So wait, hold on. Let me make this clear. So Jerome, if you have a friend, let's say that is a clan
Hypothetical,
supremacist.
by the way.
Yes, hypothetical. Yes, absolutely. I'm not saying that you do. I have no evidence. I'm not saying any of that. I'm asking if you let's dial it back. If you have a friend that just espouses the idea that like the people of color are somehow less intelligent for any reason than someone that is born white, I don't agree with this. I'm simply asking. And you associate with these people, you support them like they're your besties. Your position is that you should not have to endure any consequences for these viewpoints. Is that correct?
I mean, first of all, I just reject the hypothetical, right? Because like that's like because you know I've spent an entire stream complaining about hypotheticals not applying to reality, right? And like in this case,
no,
it's just
all
not
of my hypotheticals apply to reality because I fight for the fucking rights of everybody.
No,
That's
but
not me.
In this case, it doesn't apply to me, and it doesn't apply to Nidimus, right? Like he was pretty upset about.
I think it
this,
absolutely
and, like,
applies, but
I don't see
pretty
I don't see
upset
how
doesn't matter. I could be pretty upset about any number of things.
Here's my thing. Look, there are consequences to bigotry. So I look at it this way. You might be uncomfortable because somebody has said, yeah, we don't want you to invite your racist uncle over for Christmas. But here's the thing. Your racist uncle has been the reason we can't invite our queer and people of color over to the house to begin with.
Yep.
So they've been constantly excluded, which makes them perpetually uncomfortable. So guess what? Somebody's going to continue to be uncomfortable regardless. This year, we've decided it's going to be the bigots. We've decided people of color.
This is the year that I told my
good to
fucking
go.
racist uncle that he
Exactly.
was behaving like a Nazi, and he never
2023
came back.
is that year.
But
It's
you know who did? The rest of my fucking family.
Yeah. So it's like that's my thing here. It's like we're always uncomfortable. So I'm not interested in making this easier for Doug. Now I do agree with you that Doug can say whatever he wants, but here's the thing.
Sure.
Doug has an influence because he's part of this neck of the woods. He has even more of an impact with his weaponized bullshit than say like a Tucker Carlson. I don't know fucking Tucker Carlson. I don't got a lot of Fox News. Matter of fact, most of the people I know don't even really watch Fox News like that. I know a lot of motherfuckers don't watch PineCreek.
Whatever he wants, but like none of us have to support him.
So if I'm gonna get on my high horse again, who the fuck would I be to sit here calling out Niddy? Like, yo, Niddy, you how you gonna be up? Again, if I'm gonna call out the racist on national TV, I'm a damn sure call out the racist that pops up on my YouTube feed, right? Like, and the fact that the people in this neck of the woods, again, the only neck of the woods, the only sphere that I actually do have a voice, where I actually do have influence, where people do know me.
We can
and
ask
my
people
behavior
to
actually
account
matters.
for themselves.
Exactly. We could ask people, look, I need to know very clearly, where do you stand on this?
Yep.
Because we all stand very aligned on this, and this shit is very serious to us. Because here's
Did you think that last stream was like a polite like request for people to like tell you where they stand, like based on that
All of
stream title?
these streams are.
Of course.
We're always
I think it
telling
was a bit
other
more
people
than
where
that,
we
though.
stand.
I think it was a bit more. I probably shouldn't be talking about that. It wasn't even about me.
No, I should, because
but
we
go ahead.
are
What do you mean by
constantly
that? Go ahead.
telling people where we stand.
As in like you were like, oh, I don't support like Nidimus and Tugs anymore, for like aligning with Doug or whatever, right? Like that to me is just a message of you go away, please, you know. But you haven't said anything about.
Did you listen to the entire stream before this with Nadimos before?
No, I wasn't.
You got
I wasn't
on?
here. No, I wasn't.
All
Here.
right.
I mean, obviously this happened after, right? But what I'm talking about is the stream from like a couple of days ago, right?
Go ahead.
No, but that's all I'm saying. I don't know why you've made a title like that when you were telling me now that you were like after some sort of like peaceful resolution to this. When given the stream title that I can actually like go back and pull up, like it's just like it doesn't seem
because
to be like
the
aligned
issue
with.
was it needed this was a process, and again, if you which again I don't know how you don't understand like how long you've been around and not see this. Like this is like you said, this started a couple months ago, right? And ever since then we've continuously revisited the problem with Doug, and every single time we've done, I've been consistent. The becoming less and less about Doug, and it's becoming more and more about how the people that we know and have access to are not responding to Doug appropriately. I've been
imagine
consistent in
how
that.
Nadimos responded to Doug 3 months ago versus how he responded tonight on this stream.
And I'm gonna put it to you like this. Let's talk
But did you
about
think
cost.
that-
Let me give you a very
okay.
clear-cut example. I just bought a PlayStation 5. Now, like I said to people, when that PlayStation
For how
5
much?
gets here, then like 5 something.
I don't know.
Like a little over 500. Yeah, no, I got it from Sony. It's nothing crazy. But let me just say
Have
this.
no thoughts, no
I
opinions.
genuinely would not have bought it right now. I would have waited at least a few months. Not because I don't want it, but because of financial reasons. The point
simply
is,
don't care.
I had to get it now because my club made a decision. When 80% of the patch members of our club get PS5s, we're switching over to PS5. So that means your PS4 is on a clock.
Useless.
Right? And so, as the wise
I'm
man
just
of the
saying
club,
things.
one of the officers, I had to make sure by the time everybody gets over there, I got my ass ready. So it got back to, hey, there's only 4 or 5 of y'all left. We said when it's 80%, it's about to be 80%. Well, guess it's time for my ass to
It's
buy a
on
motherfucking
site.
PlayStation.
Slash
Right?
80%.
And I had to just finance it. I literally could, hey, you just got it. It just has to happen right now. Right? And so my point is, a similar thing happens here, where I have to take stock of where my community is at. When I first decided, I had to make a decision for myself, like, man, have I really gotten to the point where like I'm gonna stop supporting Doug and I'm really gonna publicly call out Doug? Yep, okay, that happens. Okay, cool. Now, I didn't just cut him all the way off at that. Even though I said that's what I was gonna do, was very strategic about it. We kept engaging, we kept watching, we kept a hold of why, because we needed to make sure everybody understood what was up. The same thing we did with Rebecca. When me and James Apperson got together and figured out, yo, Rebecca Davis is full of shit, we didn't just stop engaging when me and James Apperson figured out she was full of shit. A lot of people were still going, but Rebecca's so sweet, Rebecca's so lovely.
No, I'm laughing because
We
it's
need
like
all the-
another thing that
We
happened.
need all the Christians to
sorry.
be more like Rebecca. So me and James Apperson just stayed with it so everybody could see it. We did the same thing with Doug. Eventually, literally, most of us got to the point where we were like, fuck Doug, we're done with Doug. We don't watch Doug no more. And not even that we don't watch, like, you don't have to stop, but people like, we don't support him. If we're watching, we're hate watching.
Him
We're
is Doug
blowing
that
up in
great.
the chat. Doug ain't on the end no more, right? And so it was like, cool, we're all there.
Miss you.
And it got to a point where not only was it that, it was most of us were done with Doug, and then went beyond that. Most of us got to the point where we were looking over our shoulders. We were starting to get a little bit questionable of some of those people who were claiming to be mutual friends. Because it kept getting to the point where it's like, yo, Doug is still dropping all these pipe bombs, and they still hurting people, and y'all still poker buddies with him. Y'all still acting like it's all
Same.
good. And we literally had situations where we would literally be talking about different issues on stream, and Tux be up in there, oh, sorry, y'all, I'm half paying attention. I'm sitting here playing cards with Doug. Nigga, what? Like,
judging.
what? You doing what?
He's be judging. I have no idea.
I don't value this though. Like in my view, like I don't value this. Like so when you're talking about like him
just
being
here to make jokes,
problematic, right?
yes.
Like when what was his name again? Bob something. What was his name?
Bob.
Yeah.
Bob Price.
That's it.
Oh, that fucking guy.
This like to me, like if you know we're gonna do any of this should have been when you were not doing that, right? Like
I
when he
did do
brought-
that. FYI.
Yeah, I remember. I think
I tried to. I couldn't. I tried.
yeah,
no,
see,
no judgment. That was just
but
like that was my moment to shine and also suffer.
It was.
This is my point, right? Like when that happened, and he did all of that, right? And he brought him on his channel, right? If anybody is gonna make a point to distance himself from somebody, that was the time to do it, right? And after the like that stream and the stream after, I decided that I'm just gonna like stick with it, right? Like I know what he is, I know what he's at, I know what he's about. Like I didn't need PineCreek politics to know about all this stuff, right? Like a lot of his social positions were just laid out way before then.
All that I cared about was making it clear that like quite literally all I cared about was like, this is public. I want you all to know about this. Make your own decisions. That was it.
I'm not talking about you, right? Because you actually did it early. I'm talking about the rest of you lot who didn't do it early and waited until like.
Jerome, I think that's a really good point, and I'm just being totally honest with you, bro. It was a process for me, and like that was the start of it for me. We talked about that earlier. I think you missed that part of the stream.
I don't have much sympathy for that though, because if you took until was it November or December when midterms were? I don't know how this works. But if you waited until then to be distancing yourself from him and you already know about his content, I don't really have like much sympathy for your positions about like get away from this person. Because you should have done it back then, no?
So to be clear, I tried that, and that was when I started like calling him out in comments. I started being antagonistic towards him in chat. What I did in November around that thing was, and it was more of me like feeling so uncomfortable that I felt like I couldn't stay silent about my opposition to his shit anymore. And I had to call him out on air. And I only did it because he was doing the racist dog whistling around that issue and people tried to call him out and he didn't listen. So I felt like I had to be like, Doug, this is one of the people you fucked around and said on air is one of your black friends who now feels obligated to say, as a black friend,
I think he
right
never should have
now,
said that, by the way.
he should have never said that. He definitely should have never said that. He should have. It was a horrible thing to say, and it shouldn't be as that he didn't have other people in his life to speak to.
No, but the thing for me is that now that he said that, he's giving you this optical point to whenever he says something, anything like against you remotely, you're just gonna bring up, oh, he said that I was one of his black friends. And then you're gonna forge a point around.
Well, here's the
right?
thing,
which is like completely valid, right? Like,
but here's the thing, JR. Think about this. Do you think it's not something people say to me? Right? You gotta remember. But you gotta think of it. That's what I'm saying. You gotta think about that.
Nobody ever says to me that I'm the white friend.
It's because people are saying to me off air, right? People are coming to me offline saying, "How dare Doug fucking treat you like that after he said that about you?" Right? So that's what I'm giving voice to.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement that he probably shouldn't
he should have said
no, he shouldn't have. Yeah. But like also he would have never, ever in a million years, giving the societal constructs, have ever said about me or a white man that we are his white friend. Wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, I mean, there's no obvious reason for that.
White friends, yeah.
I mean, yeah, there is, but I just feel
but going back to what I was saying, though, right? Like, I do think it's important for any of the people who didn't think that Price was enough and the following saga on from that, but midterms was, and the creation of PineCreek politics. Like, I don't think that any of you who actually like ignored but like thought the first one was like okay and the second one was not okay.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
I don't really respect any
those
of
us that found the like initial issue to be an issue. There was no doubling back. There was no
I thought that was the same. I thought they would like.
If you go back, dude, I went at him for his thought experiments about class. I wanted him for when he started talking about thought experiments about people should have to apply to a program if they could reproduce. I went at him about the LGBT stuff. So this is like we had a pattern of going at it. That was just. We got to call Doug out on Doug's stream to Doug's face because again, right now he needs to hear from us. Right now, but I'm with you.
And y'all are the only people that are saying it.
But let me give the reason why like I'm not like too bothered about like distancing myself from him anyway. Is because like if like that was like bad enough for most people to distance themselves from somebody, right?
Was it?
You can make form argument. Like I spent like before the Daryl Davis stream, I spent like a good week with people in like the ACD, if you know what the ACD is.
Mhm.
The ACD is the atheist Discord, basically.
Sure.
I'm
So I spent
literally hosting with Matt Dillahunty in
Oh yeah,
2 days.
I forgot you've been there before.
And I'm gonna be on there in 2 days.
Nice.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I spent a good week like talking over about like I don't want to say the word cancel culture, but I'm gonna have to do it anyway. Like talking about like what like prior somebody needs to like cancel somebody and distance themselves from somebody, right? But after the Daryl Davis stream that Doug made like a week later, maybe I just thought that like that like canceling is not really a thing that I want to be like upholding, right? Given what Daryl Davis did, right, with certain aspects of like conversations with KKK members or whatever, right? I decided back then that I'm just not gonna like, unless something like really really insane happens, I'm just not gonna bother like thinking about like cancel culture anymore.
So I think there's a lot. There's some stuff here.
Yeah, there's
So
a lot.
I
We haven't spoken about this before.
Well, yeah, I'm actually really passionate about what Daryl Davis does talking to KKK members, and it's a big part of why I do what I do with evangelical churches, right? And I owe a lot to him because that's celebrated with my colleagues. Believe it or not, my evolutionary biologist colleagues. The reason.
Wait, hold on, wait. Can I say something first, right? Like, I'm not like when I use the word cancel culture, right? I'm not like one of these like right wingers who will say that cancel culture is a big problem and we need to like stop canceling people and all that. Like, I do understand that like people can like draw lines in the sand with people who they don't want to be in part of their communities anymore. Like, I do understand what is meant by accountability culture, right? Like, I do agree with all that. So I'm just going to say that before people form opinions about me based on like 2 sentences, right? So go ahead.
Yeah. No, I get that. That's
opinions
reasonable.
are formed because you're using dog whistles and
That's the word.
buzzwords.
Yes, that's the and I think that, and I was gonna say that. So that's
Well, I do think that like I didn't like phrase that properly. So
that's I understand,
fine.
but
None of us have phrased anything properly this evening, but yeah.
That's a big. But
Sorry,
that's a
that's
big
true.
problem. And,
Yeah,
but that's a big problem. That's a big part of the problem in what happened, right? So, for instance, I tried to be as clear as I could be, although I don't. It's just people are going to take it how they take it. To say, I'm trying to make it clear why we've been supporting people in a very explicit way and why I'm not doing that anymore. And I felt people needed to be understood about, like I said, I'm drawing boundaries in the sand where I need to draw them. And I even said, I'm accepting that part of the consequence is that you guys are going to continue to like these people. You guys are going to continue to support these people. And I'm just not going to be there. And I want you to understand why I'm not going to be there. So I get that people felt, and I'm not trying to throw Niddy in the butt because we already talked about it. He said he was reacting and it was an emotional situation. But I think it wasn't me telling somebody, look, and again, I want to be very clear. Like, I made the situation about my feelings. I said very clearly, this is a source of discomfort for me. But the truth is, it's me and other people who feel like I feel about this, where we feel like we're constantly putting our discomfort about this issue to the side because we're trying to get along with people who are mutual friends. And that discomfort has become something we're repeatedly talking about. And I'm like, no, it's my responsibility in this community to address this, right? Now, for people, again, I know they felt like that was a tough line to draw in the sand, but again, that's not me canceling people because I don't have the platform to do so. And I also made it very clear, I wasn't asking anybody to do that. I was making it clear while we were moving the way we were moving. The other thing is, we say guilt by association. I'll take it because I try not to mince words with people. But I tried to very carefully use the phrase like exposure by association or whatever, vicarious exposure, right? And because I'm not trying to say you're guilty. It's not, the difference is I'm not trying to say you're guilty. I'm not going to treat you as a racist, right?
We have a powerful cumulative case.
Yo, we think this bigot has some mutual friends of ours, so let's throw stones at our friends like they're the bigot. That's not what I said. What I said is you have to understand there are consequences to this, and we're always dealing with the consequences, and I'm tired of ignoring our pain. So now I have to deal with the fact that, unfortunately, the continued association of people we consider to be friends with someone we consider to be attacking us is something we can't ignore anymore. So I'm saying it's not that we think you should be treated like a bigot, anybody should be mean to you, anybody should say anything disrespectful to you.
I mean,
It's just we need you to understand why we had to draw the boundaries where we drew them, right? Because this person is a source of exposure to you. When he keeps doing these things that we get you don't control, we know you don't control him, but guess what? You're still associated with him, and he's still dropping these pipe bombs. So eventually I got to say, look, if you're still friends with him, we don't understand that right now. So until we understand where you're at in all of this, you know, that's what it's going to take before we're good to go again. And so I do think that, again, if people want to say, hey, Jay's throwing everybody under the bus just because they smiled at Doug, fine, I'll take it if you're telling me that's the cross I got to bear. But I think if you're really honest with the situation, that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying these are the unfortunate consequences of Doug's bigoted behavior that he's brought to my front door. I'm simply getting it the fuck out my house.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I'm not sure what else to say here, really.
I appreciate you
I guess I
calling
know
in,
more
Jerome.
about. Yeah, See, like,
It's nice to actually talk to you.
I for once will be quiet. It's rare, but I will do it.
There's more things I want to say, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know how much longer you want to go or talk to me or whatever, but I don't
It's
know.
not up to me.
I'm not sure
I'll
how to
simply go
lay-
to sleep.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to let this out. So do you like if any of you know watch ContraPoints, right? She made a video this one time about cancel culture. Like that was the literal title of the video, right? Like you can't blame me for that. Where she goes through a load of terms to like talk about the issue, right? And one of the terms that she uses, I think it's called essentialism, right? Is when we move from somebody's behavior to like inferring about their character, right? And this is where words like racist and sexist and misogynist will come in, right? Because of that video and other situations that I've like looked at, right? Like I'm very, very wary of doing essentialism. If you know what that word means,
Yeah,
anyway,
I think
in this context. I'm extremely wary of people doing that. So like when like the price thing came up, right? Like despite all of the things that he said that you can like infer as like you can claim that like these things are like problematic. You can label them as racist or sexist or whatever, right? I'm very wary to then like infer about people's entire characters from whatever, right? You lot are fine to go and do that, but like I'm kind of wary to do things like that.
Jerome, I hear you on that. And here's the thing I think is a really critical issue with people like Doug. I think he's taking advantage of that, right?
Yeah,
because
no,
I agree
no,
with you. I think, especially as a scholar, I think anytime we try to understand these behaviors from a clinical or an academic perspective, right, it's really important that we try to understand. And so we got to set, you know, the judgment of, I don't know what that is. What is that? That's really loud.
It's
Oh
not
no, sorry,
me.
no, it's probably me. I had to move something.
It's all right. So it's really important that you try to understand it. Even if you think somebody's a fucking clinical psychopathic murderous narcissist. It's like, okay, but how did they get to be that way? Like, right? Because that's how the world understands things. So I think it's really important to look to explain stuff.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna hop off.
All right,
I need
appreciate
to
you. Yeah.
go do my like nighttime routine. But lovely speaking to you both. I mean that, Jerome. We had our differences, but
we do.
enjoyed
We're
it.
gonna do.
Like,
we're gonna do stuff soon.
Yeah, all of us.
And good luck with your
Together
upcoming
doing
shows.
things. Good God, don't remind me. Yeah, but it was nice.
Enjoy your night.
It was nice
Enjoy
being
your
on here, Jerome. I appreciate you regardless of our differences. So thank you for being here.
You're fine.
Get some rest. We'll chat
that's
soon.
true. I am. Thank you so much. Bye.
I didn't read it like that.
All right.
No, so wait. So like this is this is I think this links to like a reason why I just can't be bothered to like engage in like pushback, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know what form I'd even be doing that if I wanted to, but this is why like I can't be bothered to do that, right? So remember the I mean you obviously remember it, but the thing with the funk video that Doug made, right? What he stated his argument there is you can't infer that he was a misogynist based on his comments, right? A misogynist, which is essentialism, which is what I just talked about, right?
Yeah.
Like technically, I agree with that, right? You can't do essentialism
Sure.
based on what I said earlier, right? But like it is very, very, very obvious that like all his comments were just misogyny. Like all of them.
Right.
And like the apology wasn't great. It was pretty bad. And like you probably shouldn't be like discussing people's looks and all this shit. And like I don't know if she was fringe or not. Like I didn't know who she was up until my friend linked me this the original, because I knew about this from like last week when the Dan McKellen video went up.
Yeah.
My friend linked it to me and he was like, "Oh, look at this," and I watched the clip and I was like, "What? How's he talking about her cup size like that? What are you doing?"
Yeah, that's just awful. Yeah.
So this is part of the reason why I just can't be bothered to do pushback, right? Because when see, like I don't you call it dishonest, I call it careful, right? Like because what Doug tends to do is in these conversations anyway, is like make it very, very hard to do essentialism about like anyone's like character, right? Especially like his own. He can talk about the thing with like 1350 or whatever, and the clips he made, and like the creation of PineCreek politics, right? You can argue that like these are like really tired out points, and obviously we all know that like 1350 is like kind of like it's obviously a true statement, right? Like we all know this is true, but like the only important factor that we're talking about is why it's true, right? The reason why it's true is because of like certain like social like socio-economic factors that we like that people are like trying to fix, right, based on whatever. And like people like other people will make this very, very obvious in their 1350 messaging that like there's something wrong with like black people, right? Like people will like explicitly say that like this is something due to like black culture or whatever, or like black people being lazy or whatever, right? Like we like to me like these kind of issues are just done because like we know why these things happen, right? So when like if somebody was to go on a show with like the 1350 people anymore, right? He'd ask why is doing 1350 bad, right? And then we would go on to talk about like is it like the talk about like hate speech or whatever, right? And like when we come to things like that, it's like I can't be bothered to engage in things like this, right? Like I don't care enough to think about like maybe you could say this like maybe I should care more, but
all right, so here's my thing. Like, I guess
I'm rambling. My fault.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I think the thing that rubs me the wrong way, and it could just be personality style. Like, I'm not always agitated by everything you say. It's just been enough, and I've just been and I get to a point where it's don't poke the bear time, and you and other people have a tendency to poke the bear at the wrong time. And it's just something I've learned as a content creator. You've got to set your bounds, and you wake up. I'll be honest. I get out of bed some days and like, yo, today's the day. Peter W. say something wrong. Peter get W. get blocked off rip. Like and other days I wake up, and I feel bad, and I'll be, I'll put a wellness checkout on Peter. Anybody seen Peter lately? To make sure Peter's okay.
Nah, leave Peter, bro.
And that's but that's just the reality of being a content creator. But I think what happens is, and this is something that I think a lot of us should talk about. I actually, I talk about my mom, right? And it's one of the things where I feel like the truth is I punish my mom for being reasonable, right? It's like, my grandparents are fundamentalist Pentecostals, right? And they're, it's I don't want to say they're hopeless, but it's going to be a tough hill to climb. And without my mom's help, yeah, it's oof, daunting, right? And with her help, maybe a little bit more. But anyway, since she's a more reasonable person, she's well educated, she's socially sensible, she's progressive, she's loving, it's like, I'm always on her, and I find all her stances and beliefs problematic because, I know she could do better, whereas other people I can't. So maybe there's this thing where, if somebody's so lost at sea, I don't even bother. And if somebody's, a little bit more swayable, I tend to think they're more reasonable. I'm kind of at them a little bit more like, why are you even messing around with this stuff? And so to be fair to you, I can kind of see where you write off certain people like Doug or Rebecca, or at least as much, because I do see you criticize them when they say something really wild. Like, I'm not going to sit and act like you never give them pushback. That would be unfair.
Wait, what annoys me a little bit is that you coming at me for things I've said about Rebecca, right? And we can talk about that again, but like I don't know, like maybe this comes from like a different experience I've had with like other Christians in my life, right? To where like talking at them or about them in certain ways, it just rubs me the wrong way. To where like you're not like gaining anything of like addressing a certain person a certain way. And so this is why like I made fun of like a load of the things you were saying about Rebecca and like in November and October and all that.
Sure.
Because I do find it like kind of silly that people like say certain things. Like especially things that like James said about her, like kind of irritated me. I mean, obviously you know that, right? Because I've said that a number of times. But like, I do find these sorts of people to like not be. I don't want to say not worth getting irritated over. But
so
like obviously like all the videos you made about like specific like things that she said in her streams and all that being like silly or whatever, like, we're just gonna agree on because we're atheists, right? Like we agree on the same sorts of stuff, right? But what I kind of dislike is the like way you lot were saying it. I mean, I'm always gonna forget most of the stuff because it's happened ages ago. I don't have like the recording next to me, but like a lot of the times I was like I was doing instigation, I guess, right? But like a lot when I notice something that's like annoying, that you say in terms of like I'm not sure how to put it, but like character assassination, I'm not sure, but when you would say something about her that wasn't like related to the things that were being said in the stream, I just get a bit annoyed. And I feel the need to make fun of it, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean,
obviously you can say that's like toxic or whatever, but
I think for us or for myself, I think some of these people are they're my favorite punching dummies, right?
I mean, evidently, here.
Yeah.
I mean, like every time Rebecca makes a video, you come the next day with some
I'm disappointed with all this fucking Doug drama because it's got me, I haven't reviewed the latest Rebecca stream. But but again, part of it is they're the people who actually say these things that we can reach out and touch, right? And again, I think she pulls the wool over the eyes of people in our neighborhood. So like when I, interact with Kent Hovind, that's something that, you can put on your resume and you put them on your list of famous creationists you've debated. But nobody really thinks he's a reasonable human being or that he's like representative of, right? So it's just like
hold on, there are lots of people that think he's a reasonable human being, and that's why we push back so much, Jay.
You're right.
But can I interrupt for 1 second?
But yeah, go ahead.
Because Jerome, you said, why be bothered, right? Do intentions bother you at all?
Yeah, I'll say that. Sure.
So, because I think what bothers people like myself and maybe Jay are that with Rebecca, we see bad intentions, right? Like, I do think that she's disingenuous, but I think she has bad intentions.
Yeah, 100%.
Right? I think,
that's that was kind of what I was getting at. Yeah.
And the same thing with Doug, right? Like I think Doug just has
I would say both
terrible
genuinely
intentions.
bad faith actors. Yeah.
And even if Doug's only intention is to amuse himself by poking fun at trans people or antagonizing trans people or being a contrarian in the race arena or whatever he's doing, right? Like this instigating or this trolling. If we see this as bad intentions, that's why we push back. And then when somebody like you, if we're in there, somebody like Jay is, saying, look, this dude's problematic. He's problematic for my community, for just people in general, right? Because he's going in and he's being harmful or hurtful or malicious or whatever. And then you're kind of trolling Jay. I think that's the big thing. And then when you say something to me or to me that just means, well, I can't really be bothered to be irritated. What would make you irritated with what these people are doing? Like, at what point do you look at someone like Doug or Rebecca and do you say, look, yeah, sorry.
No, finish it. It's my fault. Go on.
No, that was, I just ramble a little bit. It's late. So, but yeah, that was my general point.
Okay, so
at what point do you?
So when he says like anything like when he went, okay, let me say this. When he talks about trans issues, I just cringe, right? Like because like in general, I really like, I don't want to come across as rude, but like I really do hate like trans issues like coming up in politics, right? It's because it's the same stuff over and over and over again between the same set of people, the same set of arguments, right?
Mhm.
And the reason why I dislike it is because it's the one issue that I see going absolutely nowhere anytime soon, right? So when like, especially for people like Doug, who we have to admit is like he knows what he's talking about in terms of like what people are gonna say in response to whatever like leading hypothetical he wants to bring up, right? Like he knows what he's doing, right?
You mean
So
like
when-
like in the sense of like when you're dealing with an apologist who already knows all the atheist arguments.
Yeah,
before
pretty
you
much.
start the conversation.
Close enough. I mean, I feel like anyone who's informed about anything should know exactly what the other, well, not exactly, but they should know like typical things that people are going to say in response to whatever, right? So this is what I said about earlier, right? Like I kind of can't be bothered to engage in like these back and forth conversations with people who I don't know in countries that I don't live in, and about issues that I'm kind of uninformed in. So, like, for example, about like CRT, I have no idea what the fuck that is. Like, I still don't know what that is. And I've been like watching, talk about it for ages. I've been watching like other channels talk about it for ages. I don't know what this is, and I don't know why it's important. Right?
Also, I'm gonna be honest with you, just so you know, my honest, like, and this is I mean this genuinely, trying to like, I don't know, reach across the pond and say, let me help you understand these things when they're a little bit confusing. And so please don't feel like I'm talking down to you, but that's actually the point. Like, part of what the situation here is just what you said. So I'm just saying you're correct. None of us really know what CRT is, okay? And none of us really could quite tell what it has to do with everything that's going on. We just know it's a fucked up ass issue. But that's literally part of what's happening is really critical race theory is like a graduate level umbrella term for
it's a graduate class at the University of Columbia,
and it really
just straight up,
and it really just means understanding how race has been critical to American history, right? That's literally when critical race theory, race critical to history, the theory of how that is so, right?
Yeah, I mean that's the definition I've been given.
That's pretty much it. And then what's happened is, because we've decided like we want to have new conversations about racism, just like the LGBT stuff. The reason LGBT is an issue, and this is why a lot of us are so angry at the Dougs of the world, is because in American culture and probably elsewhere too, we're trying to have a reckoning, right? Just like the different periods of history, people dealt with race cyclically, right? There's always something that happens, and then every generation has some sort of real reckoning where they try to take a real step forward in these social issues, right? And George Floyd's death, unfortunately, was the catalyst for a lot of these conversations recently in America. And to be honest with you,
I mean, we felt that, to be honest, as well.
Yeah, around the world, yeah. And I literally, to be honest with you, and I got to be very clear about this, I think that is when Doug stepped up his alt-right rhetoric. I literally think he has been having an axe to grind since the Black Lives Matter movement, which is why I was so triggered when this week, when we're dealing with Ty Nichols, all of a sudden Doug wants to make an anti-Black Lives Matter video. I was like, nope, that's it. That's it, because I see it happening all over again, right? I see it happening all over again. This is George Floyd all over again, and Doug, it did not waste a day in being reactionary and triggering people about it. So that's literally topical, and I'm just tying that bow together for everybody. Okay.
Okay, no, but I understand that because I actually forgot about the timing. Right, I understand why you think that.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
But to me at least, I think he was just already doing this. The whole BLM stuff. I remember him specifically making other videos at other times about this.
Sure,
or talking about it, because like as you can probably tell, I've watched every single one of his videos for the past 2 years.
Yeah, that's fine. A lot of
Like,
people
I've watched
PineCreek
pretty much
fans,
all of them. I don't think I've missed any of them, right?
Yeah. We live in a content desert. It's not. Yeah. It's
So like I do remember specific times when he would talk about this stuff. So like that doesn't matter to me, but
Jerome,
like,
you just roboted
it's like
on us
one
for a
of the things
second.
I think about, right?
You're good.
We also talk about, right? That midterm video, for example, the first one, if he made that 2 or 3 weeks after, right, you would still complain about it, right? I don't think that the timing of it is like relatively important. Like, unless you're talking about, which I actually do think this is your problem, right? Your problem is that it probably caused some people to vote differently or whatever, right?
I don't. You know what? I don't know
I'm not
that
sure
it
how much.
did. I don't know that. I don't know that it
Sure,
did.
yeah,
To be fair.
I mean, I'm guessing what your position's right. I mean, I agree with you. I don't think
we
it's
don't think
going to change
Doug's
too much.
causing people to vote differently, but Jerome.
I mean, I don't know, to be honest. But,
I doubt it, right? Like I think I look at Doug like I do guilty pleasure TV, right? Like I watch the Jersey Shore every now and then because it gives me a laugh, or like it's just kind of funny. But a lot of people watch Doug, and what bothers myself about Doug is the fact that trans issues aren't going anywhere because of people like Doug. When you say like these aren't going to change with the trans or the queer community, it's because of people like Doug and their soapbox, because there are so many people in America that are seeking out that like-minded voice to say, hey, you're not a real woman, you're not a real man, like this is biological, like all these fucking tropes that they go through. He's in the way of progress, right? Like, so people like family members of mine that don't have as many rights as they should, right? Like, and I know that it's not people like Doug will say, oh, well, he can get married wherever he wants. And I say, well, no, that's not exactly true. Not wherever, but it's not as hard as I would like to think it is, or we'd like to make it seem like it is, but the simple fact, if my brother wants to marry another man and can't do it in every state in America, that's a problem to me. And when somebody like Doug is antagonizing the gay community by whatever the day, right, whatever fucking soup du jour he's on that particular day, of like anti-trans or anti-queer community, or like when Jay says it's not necessarily the timing that has to do with it, but he's always like poking the bear in a racist way, or this like right-wing conservative way that in our country, Jerome, we think is limiting our progress, is limiting our ability to like help those that are hurting, right? Like, you've got this dude like Niddy that's been fucking beat over the head with a Christian bat for so long, indoctrinated in some crazy cult or something, and that comes out that's like fucking literally abused and like a rescued dog that's just riddled with problems. And he, for the next couple of years, is going to have to put in a lot of work because of this. And then you get somebody like Doug that manipulates this guy, right? And that's just infuriating.
Absolutely.
And you seem to be like, it's no big deal to me. And I think, that's like, fuck, dude. Really?
No, I understand what you think that. Because remember, I do like part of my reason for like me not not thinking to say too much about this sort of stuff, right? Is that specifically what I said before about like he knows the counterpoints, right? Like he knows like because remember here that he also thinks that like how do I
Yeah,
phrase
no,
this? It's hard.
JR, to be fair, I think this is part of the Niddy situation, right? And I think that's where Niddy was coming from too. Is like it's not like Doug doesn't know I disagree with him, and he's not like he hasn't heard the art, right? And that is part of the complexity of dealing with them. So one of the issues I think is I get why you don't feel motivation and push back against Doug. What I was trying to say before, and I use my mom as an example, is maybe what we're experiencing is, I don't want to flatter myself, but maybe you think I'm a more reasonable person than a lot of these other folks. And so, I'm within the range of influence. So if you disagree with me, you're a little bit more comfortable saying it or pushing back because, you find me to be generally a moderable, a reasonable person. And if that's the case, I get that, right? Because I too am the same way in the sense that people who are more reasonable in my life, I actually will give more pushback than I will to people that are just too far gone or it's not even worth it.
Yeah,
and I
no,
realize that kind of makes it seem, a little biased or whatever.
No, in this case, I don't like the reason why I was coming at you and stuff, right? Is because I just tend to
Hey,
watch like
Jerome,
music videos.
can you just to back up before you guys continue?
Sure.
When you oh shit, I'm gonna lose this point, but you said something and like Doug knows the counterpoints. And to me, so what do you mean by that? Like, what does that do for you? Like, I don't understand.
Well, nothing, right? Like it just causes me to like not like this is I don't want to make these like pretty silly comparisons, right? Because then somebody will be like, oh, you're comparing him to this X person who's like way worse and who's explicitly worse and said other things like I don't know. But like when like for like but based like
do you mean he knows he knows what he's doing is causing harm to people, but he's so well versed in rhetoric and like the counterpoints that it's hard to argue with him?
Because like that.
Because that makes that makes it so much fucking worse than I think, right? Because if that's what Doug's doing, then I'm literally just gonna call him a shithead, right? Because that makes it terrible. Because if he's out there learning all the counterpoints specifically, so he can literally like turn the screws to the trans community. And when we push back, say, oh, well, I have this argument, my stable. It's almost even worse than some bigoted asshole next door going, fuck that queer that lives next door, or those liberals, or whatever that is, right? Like
well, no, what I don't want to say is that, like, I don't want to say that, right? I think that he just preemptively knew all the stuff beforehand, or is learning the stuff on the fly, and is like forging hypotheticals to lead people into conclusions, right? Which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, right? Because when people like make a hypothetical, it's obviously almost always going to be a leading one to where they want you to like accept their preferred conclusion, and like hypotheticals are a form of argument, right? And we all accept these, which is why we look at people like Cameron Bertuzzi who say questions are arguments and laugh at them for being stupid, right? We all understand that hypotheticals are a thing that people use all the time to make like rhetorical arguments or whatever, right?
Sure.
So
but Doug doesn't do that. You understand that, right? You understand that Doug's not doing that the way that, like, let's say if we're all familiar with Nathan, right? Like his channel, and when they have a bunch of like 5 philosophers on, they're doing something much different than what Doug's doing with a hypothetical. Doug is using a hypothetical to one, I think Oz nailed it. I think when he comes down to the hypotheticals, it allows him to get his rocks off, because that's the position that he holds, right? Because his hypotheticals, if you do 2 things for me, they derail the conversation away from like the actual like where the rubber hits the road, Doug being bigoted, but then they also always seem to be anti, like this whole thing today, Jerome, if you listen, it was never like, hey, well, let's get rid of the hate speech, right? Because as a society, shouldn't that be our goal, is to rid the world of fucking hate speech, if we have empathy for our fellow man or our fellow humans, and we want to be good to one another, like we want to rid the world of hate speech. But Doug never says anything like that. He simply is like, oh, well, if nobody's around to hear the hate speech, is it still hate speech? Go fuck yourself, dude. Like, I mean, like, what are you talking about? Because I thoroughly believe, like, there's a very small point to what he said that I agree with, and that's simply this, right? Like, if my kid comes home from school and is being bullied, I'm gonna be like, look, dude, you need to fight back, right? Like, you need to be able to protect yourself. You need to be able to not take things too seriously. When somebody calls you a small kid or whatever they're calling you, right? Like, you need to be able to, like, do this because you need to be able to engage, especially if you're going to fight this kid, right? Like, you need to be able to take whatever that looks like. But ultimately, at the end of the day, right, you may, and I don't necessarily agree with the pull yourself up by your bootstraps or thick skin. I just mean, like, you can't take everything to heart that people say, or if somebody insults you, you have to be able to keep your clear mind. I get that, right? But at the end of the day, we need to figure out a way to get the bullies out of the school, or figure out how to raise children so they're not bullying other kids, or they're bullying kids less, right? Because that's the problem. And for Doug, he's always on the side of pull your fucking self up by the bootstraps, toughen your skin. What did he say to Stephanie? She's like, one of her responses was something to the
put it
extent of
perfectly
like,
in the chat and said that you know,
God, he's such a
he
fucking
boiled
asshole.
Stephanie's
I
whole
did
thing down to, oh, you'd still
sorry,
exist if they put your, if they put your, your dead gender on your driver's license or whatever. Like, my thing about somebody like Doug is he is Jerome, you brought this up earlier about essentializing people, right? Because here's the thing, like, I genuinely believe that, number one, as humanists and critical thinkers and compassionate people, that's one of our vulnerabilities, right? Is we're here to, and part of it is, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, it's from my perspective, it's a battle tactic when you know you're in the weak position, right? When people ask me at the end of the day, Jay, you're a motherfucking evolutionary biologist, working scientist. Why on earth would you play drums at an evangelical church in all your spare time? The reason is because we can't afford to ignore them the way they can afford to ignore us. So that means we got to go over there and get with them, right? Now, so that means, like, I literally understand 100% that our community has to engage with people who think differently than we do, right? But part of that is we have to recognize we can only extend our good faith as long as we're really getting good faith. Otherwise, we're just letting somebody take advantage of the situation, right? The other thing is, a lot of us are recovering from religion. And what did religion teach us? Love your enemy, be good to those who persecute you, all of this type of nonsense, which didn't really teach us proper boundary functioning. And part of what we're dealing with now is, and I use this metaphor, but I think it's wonderful, is we're so lucky to have Uncle Bobby, right? Because he's literally a women's self-defense instructor. But it reminds me of an abusive parent, not an abusive parent, an abusive partner or spouse who literally comes to stand over you like this while you're at your self-defense class, right? Why do I say that? Because we're in this community of people who are literally trying to recover from religion, trying to learn how to rebuild our identities, rebuild our sense of self, rebuild community without that. And literally we have the defenders of the faith constantly poking up like, well, hey, what about us? What about this? You guys are wrong. You're burning to hell. You're evil. That scientism is a motherfucking religion. And we're like, yo, like, whoa, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like literally like the party bus rolling through our AA meeting. Like, get the fuck out of here, nigga. So then again, right? Like, we have to be aware now of, yeah, we're trying to support one another and just have these type of conversations, right? and including people we disagree with, but there's a lot of people who are literally going to take advantage of the fact that we left the doors open. They just say, hey, whatever, we're going to come. And so,
JG.
yeah, exactly. So that's kind of happening as well, right? And so yeah, it's just we're learning as we go. That's the way I put it. But yeah, it's unfortunate because back to your point about essentialism, we do want to understand where there's people that we just disagree with, but we understand where they're coming from because we were there. That's the other piece I wanted to add is that a lot of us really do empathize with these people because we were in their same situation. We were religious fundamentalists. We were conservatives. We were apologists and ministers and church people and choirs and all of that shit too, right? So we've literally been there. We've really been there. We were true believers, all up in the word and everything. Saved, sanctified by the Holy Ghost, Spirit, all that shit, right?
I've read that big ass fucking book twice, bro.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So for all of those reasons, right? Like we really do feel almost compelled to listen to the other side. So the problem is, like you said, we want to make sure we can say, okay, you know what? I hate to say this, but, such and such over here, I know they're saying a lot of, biased things and bigoted things, but you got to understand they're coming from a particular worldview. They haven't really, accepted this, that, or the third, right? You really do want to be able to break it down and understand. And you definitely don't want to go judging people. And also, as an anthropologist, anthropologists are very serious about this. We call it typologies, basically, like saying that, basically, oh my God, basically like calling people like different, that was a motorcycle or some shit going by.
Yeah, that was near me, yeah. Sorry.
But like saying that certain people are certain types of people or putting them in boxes and stuff like that, right? Because it underrepresents the complexity of a human being, right? And it also gets us not thinking about the spectrums of human behavior. But like you said at the beginning of the conversation, there's a colloquial way in which we have to, go with the for all intents and purposes type of understanding. And like you said, like we all would know that any sort of reasonable way a person says, transphobe, Doug is functionally a transphobe, right? There comes that point at which Doug is functionally a transphobe and functionally a bigot and functionally racist and functionally classist and functionally on and on and on the list. And eventually we have to realize it's actually every single thing that we really hold near and dear,
And Jerome, I don't know if you realize this, but everything that he just said in that last thing about Doug, it's not even so much that it's Doug, right? That bothers us as much as it is what he represents. And that is literally, and I said this earlier, because soon I won't be able to just call him, fucking some Canadian that shouldn't have an opinion. He literally has like embedded himself in America so that he now can have an opinion by being a citizen.
I always forget about that, by the way. Like it's very odd that he hasn't been able to vote this whole time. But
Well, Jerome, my point being is this: it's we could interchange the word Doug with just normal conservative American, because all of these points that Doug like comes on and I think not coyly, I don't know what the word is, but you know how Doug is, he's fucking slippery. He doesn't come out and say like I'm anti-trans, but he sure as fuck is anti-trans if you listen to him, right? But this is just America. This is the way that our country is. This is what you see at the Walmart. This is what you see at the fucking feed store. This is what you see every day, or at least in where I live. I see this almost on a daily basis. I hear these little tropes that he says that because he's just pulling them out of whatever media he's listening to, but he's taking them to another level, right? And maybe that would give you some introspectiveness to why we get so angry.
No, I do think that a lot
I'm
of
sure
the
you have
reason
your
why
own political bullshit over there that you're unhappy with.
So, but what Jay said earlier about all the things that you lot used to be, I used to be like none of that, right?
Sure.
Like, I mean, it's kind of easy for me to go, I'm not an American. I didn't live in a very religious culture, right? The only sense that I was a Christian back then was that my mom would bring me to like church every now and then. And like deconverted when I was like 14 or 15 because of school or whatever, right?
Sure.
But and I have none of these positions that you lot have, and so I don't feel the same sort of like need to, I don't know, like get annoyed at certain things that certain people say because this is something that
Do you have any gay family?
friends, not family. I don't think they could survive if they were family, but given my family, though, it'd be kind of bad.
That's what I mean is like just because you're not religious or you didn't grow up religious doesn't mean because everything that we've talked about with Doug doesn't have really, I mean, we can say it has all kinds of things to do in America with religion because it's taught because of religion, but outside of that, it doesn't have anything to do with that. It's just about like literally it's empathy for your fellow humans,
Yeah, no,
right? Like I mean
I'm aware.
Well,
it's
so
also why
I do think you can empathize then with why we get upset, and I
no,
think if you
I
don't
do,
get upset about these things, then I just think you have a lack of maybe empathy for your fellow fucking humans, right? Like,
I'm obviously like less upset than some of you because of the certain things that some of you went through, right? But I have told you already that like some of the positions that I've heard espoused on this channel, well, not this channel, but Doug's one, have like annoyed me enough to where I go, oh, this is something I don't agree with, right? It like usually it's like an optical point where he probably shouldn't be phrasing things in certain ways, but other times it's just he's a transphobe, right? And I don't think that's like a good thing that people should be doing.
Yeah. All right. So here's the thing,
Jerome,
Jerome.
real quick.
Go ahead.
I'm just confused. Like, why
Wait.
is that not a deal breaker for you,
Wait,
bro?
who are you? Sorry,
That's
I
Wayne.
can't see.
It's
That's
Wayne.
Wayne.
Oh, my fault.
Why is Doug being transphobic not a deal breaker for you?
I mean, that's a good question, right? I do think it's because of some sort of socialization to where like I have a lot of friends who believe like very, very differently than I do in all sorts of different areas. And so like someone appearing to be a transphobe and not like specifically saying it is like mid-tier for me, to where I'm like, oh, I already know people like this and like I'm gonna have to speak to them anyway, right? So it's not like it's kind of hard for me to do that though, because like I don't want to be like, oh, I'm weighing up the good and the bad or whatever, right? I don't know. It's more like.
So you're just, and I'm not trying to straw man you. Your defense is people I know are bigoted. That's it. I'm really trying to work with you in your words.
Yeah. Right? It's a bit more. And it's so loud in the back.
Where's the nuance? You keep saying there's more to it. I'm just
like,
give it to me, baby.
It really. Can you hear that?
Yeah, it's a dog.
Yeah, hold on, let me mute for.
All right, no worries.
Yeah, for sure.
Dude, Wayne, this is like Niddy though, man. This dude, every motherfucker this dude knows may be a bigoted asshole, and he's just like, all my friends are bigoted. If I take this stance of like I'm going to like put my foot down and no longer take any kind of like
my friends
bigoted
me gay. Yeah.
Anything, whatever. Well,
No,
whatever it is. But like he loses everything. This is literally what Niddy was talking about with like he goes to poker because Niddy said, I don't have any other fucking friends. Like after I got booted out of this cult or ditched it, I got no friends. And so now I go to poker with Doug, whom I don't agree with all this stuff, but I go because it's the only kind of community I have.
Okay.
So I also think that what JR maybe was talking about was and this is to I think I'm trying to be charitable, which is I think just there are certain things like racism for me, right? Like to be honest with you, I was in a situation where it was just an everyday part of my life. So there became a point where I just had to know who certain racist people were and just not how I could see today. You know, oh look, me and racists nodded at each other today, and all right, cool. Well, that's nice. Ass whooping number one avoided today. You know, whatever. Like, you know, and I'm not saying that that's okay, but I think that that is a lot of people's reality, and I understand that. I think I've come to a different place. And I want to say this too about Jerome. I think there's two different issues here. One is sort of Jerome trolling me, and the other is Jerome not calling out other people. And I think that those are the things, and I think it's the combination that gets me. Although, to be fair, I get that they may not necessarily be related, right? So that's the thing that bothers me. It's sort of, and here's the other thing, Jerome, too, is like, I would say this, you and I have history. So even when I'm full on, fuck you, Jerome, I'm gonna rip you a new asshole in the chat, I have sufficient history with you to do that. So I mostly expect other people to stay the fuck out of it. So I was a little bit surprised. Okay. I'm like, why are people getting involved? Like what? So what? Like, it's Jerome Robinson. Like, y'all don't know. Like, I know exactly what this man. Look, I ain't fucking with Jerome today. I'm just in the chat talking shit. Like, why is this a problem all of a sudden? but then, you know, everybody's like, oh, you know, and I'm sorry. It did kind of catch me off because I'm sitting here like, what? Are you serious? I'm talking shit to Jerome Robinson. Come on, it's Jerome Robinson. Like, you don't know what this is. Like,
see, I think something like this this point about like not being a deal breaker for me, like, kind of easier, right? So the Rob Price stuff, I thought was like extremely funny. Like, the entire thing was just hilarious. Like going from Doug's stream to especially Nathan's stream, where Nathan talked to Price for a good like hour and a bit about all his bitches and legit and just like swept them away, right? I feel like because these are people that I'm not like too familiar with, and a lot of the positions that he had, and especially concerning like January 6th and all that, were things that we don't really talk about over here, obviously, right? And so I thought that was really...
it was the most racist moment in American history, and that's really saying something in modern American history.
I was gonna say, because it probably wasn't slavery, surely.
It's not, but it's. Let me just really explain something to you, bro. Let me just really explain something to you 110%. You need to understand this about America. If 10 non-white business owners gathered anywhere in DC, especially where political people work, there's cops, there could be military presence, if it's a certain number of people, there's riot squads, there's all that shit. If it's just like 10 black guys that want to protest their government, I need you to really get that, bro. They will show up in full force. The military was told to stand down.
Yeah.
When they were going
anxious.
after our political people. Like, you need it's the craziest thing ever, and they were only allowed to do it because they were white business owners. Like, no other demographic is allowed to tear down an American flag on a fucking government building. You understand me?
I mean, I don't think I need much persuasion to be convinced that like U.S. police is like bad for the like, to put it lightly, right?
Yeah.
So like I can take your comment at face value, like knowing nothing and being like, yeah, that's I mean, like that seems like rather reasonable, right? It seems like a massive claim, but like I'm just gonna like accept it anyway.
What was a massive claim?
No, as in like if like 10 black people show up, there's like all these like riot police and all that, right? Like I know enough about like police interactions with black people to think that that seems like rather reasonable. Like that's probably a thing that happens.
Bro, it is. It's every day. Like it's from Jim Crow. It's from Jim Crow and it's continued all the way. Just let me take this point. It's continued all the way to today. Like literally, no matter how well dressed, no matter how educated the people of color look, if there's 4 black people standing on a street corner in America, even if they're related, that raises suspicion. That brings cops over, bro. Just existing as a group of people next to each other, like. And my point is that there's no way that any of that stuff on January 6th could happen unless it's white men. Like they have the right to like when they say protest the government, apparently they have the right to run up in a place and kill people. We don't we
now,
don't
Wayne,
have
hold on.
anything close to that, bro. We don't have
Wayne, there
anything
was
close
that
to
one. The head of the Proud Boys was Hispanic, so they can't be fucking racist.
Wait, is that true? That's fair.
Yeah, Jerome. I think. Look, dude. You and I don't have any. Like, I'm a white American male, right? So I can't walk a mile in Jay's shoes or fucking Wayne's shoes. But I've grown up with black friends, gay friends, all friends of all cultures, right? Like I've traveled quite a bit, worked in restaurants my whole life, so I've had that. America's riddled with fucking problems, and a lot of that stems from white conservative Christian America wanting to keep it white conservative Christian America, Jerome. And unfortunately, we landed on Doug, right? Like, and that's just like what we talk about. But Jerome, just use Doug. When you hear Doug, just think white conservative Christian America, because that's what we really are pushing back against.
Well, I kind of already think that actually.
And okay, well, good. I just want to make sure because it's a little bit about Doug, but it's an overarching point of it's not about Doug. It's about the people like Doug and how many of these motherfuckers are in America trying to keep their America. Whatever, like they're just keep it what it is, and
the other thing but also remember that what like the extent of my association with him is like watching his videos, right? Like it's not like
yeah. So here's something I'll
like,
say about that, Jerome. Like,
go ahead.
The thing is, and this is like our issue with certain people in our community was because they're friends with Doug. It wasn't about they watch Doug or they watch his YouTube clips. You know what I'm saying? So it's important to remember. I don't really care. I don't have a problem with your association with Doug because I don't think you're like friends with Doug, so I don't care. Like you watch Doug, like you watch Doug, like you know what I'm saying. And it's the same thing. Like I get that. It's the same thing. Like I wouldn't watch Rebecca unless I was a glutton for punishment, right? Because it's not like I'm tuning in expecting her to show some magical personal growth between now and the last time she fucked up everything under the sun. So. It is part of, we all show up to bring popcorn and marshmallows to a dumpster fire once in a while. But that's kind of fine. I was just kind of making the point of, I do notice when people it's like, yo, bro, why are you constantly coming at me yet? I don't see you coming at these people who's a problem. So I just got kind of irritated, but I don't want to sit here and make you like defend Doug because I don't think you're some kind of Doug defender. Like that's not, you know what I'm saying? That's not.
Well,
really...
some people definitely think that.
Yeah, I just think in general, like and you like to get at me. Certain people are that way, and sometimes I'm with it, but a lot of times I'm not. Here's something I did want to mention though. We have a lot of people. Our community is different, right? I'm very aware of demographics. And one thing I noticed before I even started doing this content was that this community had a white boy problem. And I mean it very literally. Like if you do the demographics on these channels, it's literally like, sometimes 80 to 90% men, sometimes 80 to 90% white. Like it's crazy.
It's definitely over 90%.
Like it's crazy. Like it's crazy. It's just a white boy problem. Like now that also affects the content, right? Meaning Like, and it's why I rib a lot, and I hate to say because I always want to hang the asterisk, not all white people. And sometimes when I call stuff a white boy problem, I want to be clear. I'll call it a white boy problem because I'm not talking about racism, and I'm not trying to say white people are bad. I grew up like in a white community pretty much, right? And I loved it because you learn that there are certain things that are white, right? You know how people are like, hey, you know what? White people, they took rock and roll from fucking black people, and they took jazz from black people and hip hop from black people. Guess what? A lot of shit in culture we get from white folks. There's some good old white people shit. You know what I mean? And a lot of it's really beautiful. Like, you know, country music is performatively white, and it's like a uniquely American cultural phenomenon, right? And
It's also the lowest form of music.
Okay, but look, man, don't
that's
get me
wrong.
don't get me
No,
started.
no,
Don't
no,
get me
no,
started.
no.
I love
Hold on
country
now.
music. Yeah,
Like, I mean,
Let's just leave
what
Wayne
kind of country are we
alone.
talking?
He's
No,
from
no, no, no,
Minneapolis.
no,
He
no,
don't
no,
know.
no,
Just leave it alone. Just leave it. Just
From Minneapolis.
he don't
Nah,
understand.
bro, I
He
won't
don't
help that.
understand. He don't
You know,
understand.
no, I do understand. 90% of all country music fucking sucks after Conway Twitty.
Hey,
It
look,
fucking
Wayne.
sucks.
That's
Wayne, I'll agree with.
Because
I'll agree
Exactly.
with you.
So it's the
But look,
lowest form of music. We're in
no,
agreement.
man.
We're
Come
good.
on. Like,
No.
where do
I
you
would
put
rather listen.
K-pop? What about K-pop?
I know you just
No.
didn't say that because I'm actually one
I
of the
did.
biggest BTS fans
I
on the
got
planet.
3 letters for
Oh,
you.
You
motherfucker.
see this guy?
I got 3
No,
letters for
no.
you.
Pause.
Go ahead.
Pause. This motherfucker sees he sees the fucking Beatles over there with 200 million followers, most of which are female, and he's like, "Oh, I don't understand the language. It can't be good.
Wayne T's a
K-pop sucks."
grind.
That's disrespectful as fuck. Everybody here agrees that country music, 9 out of 10 country music songs fucking
Nah,
suck.
I
And you're
disagree
gonna
with that.
But I can't say
You
lowest
can't say
form,
everybody
but
because there are 2 of us talking to you right now that don't agree, and
You
K-pop
just said that
definitely.
everything. You just agreed that almost everything after Conway Twitty sucks. Conway Twitty was
if
in
we're
the 50s,
talking,
bro.
Oh, now
if
you're
we're
just putting
talking
words in my mouth.
lowest
I never
forms, I
mentioned
got
Conway
3
Twitty.
letters for you.
No, I ain't mentioned. No, man, you agreed.
EDM. EDM. That's all. We can't.
Oh no, I like
Nah,
the EDM
bro.
sometimes, man. Come on now.
You know, you full of it, bro. I'd rather listen to Tibetan
No.
screaming music than country music. You know what I mean? I'd rather listen to the worst screamo, like just peak middle school bullshit than country music. Fuck
Holy
Save a
shit.
Horse, Ride a Cowboy. Fuck
Wait a
all that
minute.
shit. Women country music is sorry.
Wait,
Women country music is
women.
cool, but all the other shit is fucking garbage, bro.
But what do you consider like
man.
look, mainstream country's terrible. I'll agree with you,
Nah,
but there's
bro. I'm into that
like when
bro.
we're
I'm into that bro country, man. I love that stuff. Give me some.
Yeah,
good-
same.
That's
give me
just,
some good
that's
old.
just him hanging out with
Give me
those white
some
boys
good
in that
old
country
Florida
shit.
Man, I
That's
actually,
terrible.
I
trash.
actually agree with Jay on something. That's crazy.
Trash.
That's crazy,
Country
bro.
music is
That's
the worst
crazy.
fucking thing ever.
terrible.
Y'all
It's
sitting here saying
fun.
white,
It's fun. Why
white
do you
man.
hate fun?
It's what is fun
Why
about
do you
it?
hate beer, Jeeps, and women in Daisy Duke? Stop.
Exactly.
Stop.
That's terrible.
I hate
Stop
them the
hating
same
your
reason I
American
hate
heritage. Stop.
the same reason I hate cocaine and drug dealers and smacking women. It's the same reason I hate country music. It's misogynist garbage.
How did we
Vast
get here,
majority.
bro?
All right, but look,
Country
but here's
music is
but here's the
terrible.
funny thing. So here's what I'm saying though. But here's what I mean though. That's the demographic thing, right? So because of that, just like country music, right? Our version of country music out here is philosophy and Bible nerdery. Literally, because we have such a white boy problem, sometimes the content in this community is just like, oh, if these white boys don't shut the fuck up about the fucking axiology of the ontology of the metaphysical nature of the subjective
See, but
transverse.
remember, I've told you that I actually enjoy that stuff, which is
I know,
I don't
but
know. That's more of a me thing, but you know.
I just like it's like all my friends are here, but goddamn, I wish my friends had better taste and things
Different
to
interests,
do
right?
after work. Like, really? Ain't y'all ever
Well,
heard
look,
of?
there's a place for that, right? Like there's a place for philosophy and like thinking and working stuff out.
Yeah.
But
So, all right. So, but it's
Sometimes
I'm kind of being
the objective world and the narrative world touch.
So where I'm really going with that is like, all jokes aside, our community is actually disproportionately diverse. Like the actual content creators and people that are on our streams are disproportionately diverse. and our mods and our live chat is and it's not saying that it's like what it should be, but it's better than the community average, right? By a long way. And so with that, I think comes, at least I feel like, a different set of responsibility to, like, you know, look out for people who, you know, that's important to us, right? So, and I think people like it here because it can feel like a break from a lot of, and I don't mean this in the sense of a break from the philosophy type stuff, but I do mean a break in terms of a place where we call this stuff out, right? And people are like, thanks. Like, I really like the fact that y'all don't play that shit around here. You know what I mean? And so I think for us, the thing I wanted to mention is, like, I know that that's who we're speaking for, and I know that that's who we care about. And so when the reality here, Jerome, is like people are bombing gay nightclubs because they're gay nightclubs. They're also, you know, shutting down, trans events because they're sexually whatever, blah, 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 blah. But really, it's like brunch story time. What are you talking about? Right? Like, it's the culture war here is crazy, right? And, like, the cops are still murdering black people. Post George Floyd. We saw all that George Floyd shit, and we're still like, shit happens. Right?
Well,
like,
and that's never gonna stop. That's just fact of the matter, right?
It
Like,
isn't, but it still has to remain appalling, right? And so when and all of these things are happening again, like the Francesca Stravakopoulos thing. Yeah, it's like
Her name is actually just top tier though. It's actually such a good name.
Look, Jerome, that woman is a solid 7, and that's before she even opens her mouth. And she is the most intelligent. Like, she's just so attractive on every level, right? Like,
What's funny is I hadn't heard of her before the folk drama, because I don't really watch much Mythvision. So,
Jerome, are you religious? Are you Christian at all?
No.
So you really should. She's got a few interviews that are pretty good. She's got a few talks that are pretty good that you can see.
Yeah, no,
on BBC.
So Jay, remember last stream where the where the guy at the end who came in and was like trolling you lot? Like, that's a friend of mine from elsewhere, right?
Oh yeah, I could tell.
Yeah, and so he was the one who told me about the whole David Fox stuff. And so, like, obviously I'm like being in these circles, like, you're gonna have to be like somewhat aware of, like, ancient Near East stuff and Bible scholarship and all that, right? So I'd heard of her before this, but, like, that's not the sort of thing that I'm, like, interested in.
Sure.
So it's not a thing that I've actually looked up, right? So that's the first I've heard of her. So, like, the claim that she was fringe was not something that, like, I cared about up until people started saying things about it, right?
Well,
when I heard that he was like, "Oh, you're fringe," I'm like, "Are you? I don't know if you're fringe or not.
Sure.
You might be." So,
well, that's
I mean, obviously the only like relevant thing that was there was about, like, his comments afterwards, right? But
yeah.
Hey, real quick, JR. I want to point out the main reason he kept calling her fringe was because her actual historic facts about Bronze Age people believing that God actually walked among us and had like a physical form and all that, that undermines everything that he believes as a Christian. But history and the facts show that people back then, like, they thought those stories were literal, and they thought God was walking around with the people in the desert, and that de-elevates his God. That brings it closer to just another deity, because there's thousands of other gods that were thought of in the same way. That's why he was calling her fringe at the core of it, on top of her being a woman who dared to open her mouth. I just wanted to point that
Yeah,
out.
and also Jr. I'll say this.
See, that's interesting, right? Because that's something that was like that's a position I've heard of from other
Yeah,
places, and I didn't know she actually believed that. So that's quite interesting.
And this is another thing that's also one of the things that's a problem is academics know that non-academics don't have the tools, and I mean that literally, often to assess the work of our peers. And so they rely on, like, what other scholars say, essentially, right? And that's why this type of misogyny is problematic, because it's sort of like the racist who know not to say, I don't like black people or use the N-word, right? But instead what they do is they do other things that are systematic, consistently problematic towards people of color in the hopes that, no one will notice the pattern, right?
Well, Jay, is it...
So I was just going to say quickly
ahead,
that
I'm
one of
sorry.
the ways that happens in these academic circles is people basically using accusations such as someone's work being fringe or uncredible or not well supported or whatever as a sort of personal attack that only somebody who's qualified enough to then go assess everybody's credentials and body of work and all of this can actually make heads or tails of. So I just wanted to call out, since you mentioned it, that because I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing to say, right? Hey, I'm not an academic. If some geologist says that some geologist's work is fringe, fuck do I know if it's fringe or not, right? I think that's actually a very reasonable thing. That's a very reasonable reaction to say. I don't know how to react to that part because I don't know. But I'm just saying that I'm now learning as an academic that that's part of what we're fighting against, because that's a very easy thing for people to do, and that we now know that that's part of the playbook, so to speak, of prejudiced academics, right?
Well,
is
Jay,
they take advantage of their authority to undermine other people's work. Go ahead.
you're also fighting against people like Falk,
100%.
literally, who are just... This dude is just... He's attacking her because she has an actual academic position where he's got a Rebecca position, right? Like he just has no ground to stand on.
Right.
But all he has to do is dog whistle a couple times in various different ways to get whoever's looking at her as an actual problem, right? So now you've got, like, he throws all these accusations, like she's not credible because of this or because of this. He makes a couple misogynistic comments, so he's dog whistling to all these different types of Christians, right? Like men, women, across the board.
And let's be honest about this. Something that I haven't said and needs to be said in all of this, and I haven't heard anybody say it, but I'm sure a lot of people are aware of it. Let's be honest. How much additional harassment is that woman going to face the rest of her career because of him targeting her?
I don't know, Jay. I don't think a lot, because I think on a daily basis, the world that she lives in looks at somebody like Falk and is just like, dismisses him.
I hope
I was going to say that, by the way.
I think of it, but I think of it along the lines of Trump and the stochastic terrorism, right? Where they kind of
I think of it like Rebecca. Like, what evolutionary biologist even gives her the time of day, right? The only people that give Rebecca the time of day are Christians and people like us that like to watch the dumpster fire.
I thought you were going to name drop Sal Cordova. But,
I'm thinking more along the lines.
Moron too.
I get that, right? Like the sense of, like, if Sal Cordova called out like a serious female evolutionary biologist, it wouldn't matter. I'm thinking more of the social media where, like, Trump knows if he gives somebody a nickname and says something bad about them, people are going to be blowing up their inbox and I don't know. I was just thinking, I hope you're right. Maybe it doesn't have an effect. And one thing I can say is he's faced a lot of consequences, right? So, I hope people realize how seriously people take that type of thing. But yeah, I felt like, I don't know. I hope that's I hope it doesn't happen, right? But I think that's a part of this to me, right? Is that type of behavior to me signals that it's okay to then for more people to make those type of comments about people like that.
See, this is kind of important to me as well, because this links to like my apathy for some of like the PineCreek politics shorts in specific. Like the streams are like they go from like fine to not great. They obviously vary mostly, but the shorts in specific, like in particular, they don't seem to be saying too much, which is something I said earlier, right? Because of what I said earlier about essentialism, and the specific like format of the videos that he's making, like not enough is like not enough things are being said for me to go, this is like a problem that I can base an argument on, right? If I was to pick up that first video, for example, and go, this is like a problematic video because it's racist or whatever, and then it will get like drawn into like a long conversation about why crime happens in like Democrat areas,
Sure,
right?
sure.
And, well, we obviously, like I've said this before, we already know the answer to that, right? Like it's hard to do two things, right? It's hard to make formative arguments based on videos that don't say too much, and it's hard to do essentialism for people like Folk, where people go, he's a misogynist, right? You can easily make like easy arguments about the comments themselves being like problematic, but like making comments about him specifically is harder and is open to counter arguments that can be done via hypotheticals, right? To just like put you in a
Sure,
situation where you can't like make a really easy follow up, right?
But that's kind of
'Cause
what I mean.
if
Like Doug to me is a person who knows that part of what's happening right now is people are taking advantage of plausible deniability. They're, you know, and eventually with Doug, it just got to a point because I think you're right. There's definitely a risk there. I just
Oh,
don't.
did I say that today, Jay?
Yeah, exactly. I think Doug is just so deliberate and he's so malicious with his stuff that, I mean, fine if people want to avoid using that type of language, but I'm with what you said when you began the stream. He's, for all intents and purposes, functionally a transphobe. It's just I would add functionally a whole list of other bigotries, and then at that point, I would say two things. Fine, I get it. You don't want to be too quick to judge, but at the same time, we have our linguistic toolkits for a reason, and sometimes I think philosophy, we overthink why we shouldn't. We overthink language. Right.
How many black jokes you got to tell?
Exactly. Like,
that's important.
It's important not to essentialize and understand why somebody might have limited views or limited perspective or where their growth opportunities are. But the word racist is an important part of our toolkit because of, like you said, we don't have to sit here and have an hour-long conversation about it. We all know what we mean when we say racist. You got clear prejudice against people of color. For all intents and purposes, this person demonstrates this. And so that is the thing with Doug where it's how many racist jokes you got to tell type of situation, but it's every issue. The other thing is it's comprehensive with Doug. It's all of the issues. And that bothers me, to be honest with you, because if Doug had some game to him, he'd just be a little bit more sophisticated. It's why the Mike Pences of the world scare me, right? It's like they're just a little bit more reasonable than Donald Trump. Oh, we really fucked if one of them gets in power, right?
Pence is the VP, the old VP.
Yeah.
Jay, isn't that the Florida? It's late. So what's his name? DeSantis.
Yeah. Exactly. He's just as bad, but he's actually got a little bit more political sophistication to him, and that's kind of the thing with Doug, where let's just say, to put it, mildly, let's say there are 10 critical issues where I'll put it to you this way. I believe we could simplify voting like this. There could be an app on my phone right now. And what's the number, y'all? If I'm being reasonable, I think an app could ask me 5 questions. It could ask me where I stand on about 5 key issues. I'm going to say maybe 10 at most. I want y'all to think about, what do y'all think it is? 5, 7, 8 questions, right? And it could literally predict how I'm going to vote up and down my ballot. And what they could do is they could ask me them 5 to 10 questions, And then from now on, they could say, based on how you responded on key issues, we've pre-populated your ballot. Please review it and change your selections if we've missed, right? And I could go through and I say, oh, no, actually, I want to vote this person for judge, that person for judge. And I'll get a Republican councilman a shot, right? Go ahead, and we're done. I believe that will be fine. Now, you don't have to like my voting system, but here's the point. Most of us in America can take 5 or 10 questions and really have an effective litmus test for where you stand on most political issues. The problem with Doug is if he just had, let's say he was functionally a little racist and he was functionally a transphobe, right? But that was kind of it, right? Like, you know, we'd be in a tough spot, right? Because he might be really strong on science and really strong on women's rights and really strong on social issues and really strong on economic issues. And so it'd be really kind of buried in the sand to get to some of this stuff, right? My point is you could get that litmus test and Doug is going to take the polar opposite position of us on 10 out of 10 issues. And he makes that shit abundantly clear, but for some reason, we're not giving him the Tucker Carlson treatment or even the Joe Rogan treatment. Like, you know, so that's kind of my thing with Doug is we lose the power to our words if we can't call people like that bigots. Right. And that's the thing with the timing, right? Like you made the point about the timing. Like I would have reacted to Doug's video no matter when he made it. Sure. Because anytime you want to throw black people under the bus so you can score points for the Republican Party, oh, trust me, you can go fuck yourself. You're right. 24/7, 365-year election year, not don't matter. But part of what we do in this space is give the analysis and the commentary. And so part of the analysis and the commentary with Doug has to be about Doug's timing. And that's part of how I had to build the case up for Niddy. Like, look what Doug does. Every time he shows up when our community is doing something, he shows up to take the exact opposite stance to everybody in our community. And what does he do? The very next day, he's on one of his channels making content about it. And he does it every single time. He did it with me on the race thing. He just did it with the Francesca Stravakopoulos stuff. He did it when Lena spent 3 hours with him on LGBT and climate change issues. He does it every single time. So then part of the analysis was, yeah, no, we're going to talk about how Doug dropped this video on, you know, the election eve. We're going to talk about how he dropped this racist bullshit on MLK Day. We're going to talk about how he dropped this racist bullshit on the day the national news story is a black man being murdered for being a black man. He thinks the story is we need to get up and talk about BLM's finances. Oh, Doug, you want to be an American citizen now? Well, come across the border, get this ass whooping, Doug. Welcome to America, brother. Let me tell you what's really going on in America. I'm about to beat you upside the head with what's really going on in America. You been across the border comfortable? Are you an American citizen now? Oh, you got to vote now, motherfucker? We gonna educate you on exactly what the fuck time it is in this country, bro. And if he don't like it, JR, I'm gonna tell him just like you said. Guess what, Doug? We don't know you a safe space out here. I got for Doug the same advice I have for all the Christian apologists. It's twofold. Number one, you want me to stop? Solution's clear. Delete your channel. Otherwise, the beating shall continue until morale improves.
See the thing here, right, is that like unlike you lot, I don't think, I mean, obviously you know this, I don't think he cares about like safe spaces, right? So like,
I know you don't care.
It's not going to be some sort of like rhetorical point where you're going to go, oh, you don't deserve X thing. He's not going to care because like it's not because he said this himself, right? Like what appears to be the main motivation for like his two channels is entertainment, right? Which I kind of like fine. Like you can do what you want with your own channel, right? It's just the most extensive. But like this thing about our community bothers me. I've said this already a little bit. Is that like when he walks into a chat, for example, like Nathan's one, I just view him as like any other person, like who's saying anything about any topic, right?
Sure.
I don't view him as like redirecting anything. Like the only reason I think you think that is because everybody knows this guy and he has like history with certain people and is made like who actually makes videos and has like an influence on things that people watch, right? So like I just view him to be like any other sort of like conservative-ish person, right? So like
Oh, I see. No, for me, it's more like I don't think Nate sees Doug that way, and I don't think most of us think Nate sees Doug that way. I think Doug is very
I think he
important to Nate.
does. I think he does. I mean,
Well,
like,
Jay,
like evidently, surely, because what was it called? He made a couple community posts about the whole climate change thing, which do seem to be quite linked to what happened in this chat. He's talked to him before about on both of their channels. Actually, they've talked back and forth about certain things.
Well, Jerome,
so-
did you watch the end of that particular stream that you guys are talking about?
And
when
Nathan's one?
when Nathan actually addressed a few of the points.
Yeah,
and
no,
I think at least, and maybe I'd love to have like some feedback when everybody watches it, because I think Nate is very dismissive of Doug because he knows Doug's conservative bullshit, and Nathan literally says, Doug, you're flatly wrong, and then he moves on and just doesn't pay him any other time. Like, Jay, I don't think he's as important to Nathan as you think. Like, I don't get that
I
idea.
could be wrong about that. I'd be happy to be wrong about that. I mean, I didn't. It's all seemed a little bit weird. It to me, it felt like he was very reluctant to call out Doug, and it felt like he was, and maybe, you know, he just didn't want to do it then or whatever. But you know, he just seemed hesitant to.
I think
but
he
again,
sees
I
him
didn't
as
say
a
I
fucking
did.
conservative troll that
Yeah,
he just
I
is
don't-
like, that he's like,
I don't
fuck
know
it.
about
He's
that.
yeah. He's just some.
I
He's
do-
just another troll in the chat to Nathan. I think Nathan
I mean, I'm
takes the
not-
time to say you're wrong. This is why you're wrong, and then he moves
I don't
on
want
and
to
goes
say
back to what he's talking about.
I don't want to say troll, right? Because those two have like a lot of history. We all know this, right? Like, it's
Yeah, but
very,
Doug
very obvious.
trolls.
No. I'm talking about like Nate's deconversion and all that. Like, I'm talking about this. Like, I'm not sure he views him as a troll. It's just like he like in specific areas of the stream, he'd bring up a comment and then say something about it and then shift onwards. Like despite what we know about the link between the two of them, it's Nathan just seems to just talk about it like how we talk about anybody else, in my view. I don't know.
No, that makes sense. I mean, that's fair.
I mean, what I don't want to do is like psychologize Nathan, right?
Sure,
Like we're just
I don't know.
speculating
I don't know.
on what Nathan
I have
thinks.
no idea.
So
Yeah, but you can tell by when you watch the stream that I don't think he's like So sure, he's definitely not like anti-Doug, but he definitely when he addresses the points, he usually disagrees with everything that Doug says if they're talking like conservative stuff. And I think you can just literally watch the end of that video.
I guess. All right. So I guess
yeah.
my issue with Nate is I feel like in my interactions with Nate, Nate kind of throws me under the bus, and it's happened to me a couple times now, and I'm just kind of like over it. One time it was like the last time I was on there. I remember I was like talking to a Catholic friar or something, and I felt like I was having a good conversation with the guy, and like Nate totally derailed it, and I was just like, all right, that's weird. And then I felt like when I did the whole thing where I called out Doug, Nate did this whole thing where I felt like he was trying to call out PineCreek, like he was trying to, you know, I guess call out what he saw to be problems with Doug's behavior. But he again did so by throwing me under the bus and basically critiquing my emotions and how unhelpful it is and all this stuff. And even then, people were saying like, actually, I think it worked. I think it was effective. Like I don't, you know. And again, and again, like that bothered me. Like I think Nate buys into this problematic version of what I call the white boy problem, where these are issues that we should sit around with a mild tone and disagree about the finer differences of our opinions. And, you know, for people to be getting upset, I just don't think that's helpful. And it's like, look, white boy, when it comes to black folks talking about race, you telling us our feelings are not helpful is totally unwelcome. Just gonna put it like that. And then I found myself in a position on Saturday where again I was feeling some type of way, and instead of Nate, to me, the streamer being like, yo, my mod's clearly pissed right now. Like, what's going on? Like, if I look at my chat and YouTube Punk is raging at, so I'm going to figure out what the fuck is up. Just like today I did. I saw YouTube Punk saying shit back and forth to Jerome. I looked through the chat, and I was like, Jerome, knock it off. Like, right? Because I don't even want to hear the story. Like, I have my mods here for a reason. So, like, that's just how I felt. And then I'm like, look, I'm not going to be part of a place where I feel like this man can't deal with the issues at hand without my participation being his springboard for his refined critique on things. I'm like, nah, I'm out, bro. Use somebody else as your diving board from now on, because this is now a repeated thing where it's like he gets the issue but doesn't get the problem. And it is a white boy problem, because it's like y'all basically, again, sit around here like this is all entertainment.
Well,
we're all
hold
in a
on,
cigar
Jay.
club. I'm not saying y'all. I don't mean like everybody, but that's the feeling of the community. And so when people like that don't have that identity are like emotional about something, and everybody then turns the conversation to literally be about our emotional response instead of the fucking issue, that hurts.
Jay, I agree with you 100%.
And then you just get to a point where you're like, look, I got to step away from that, because I can't keep I'm trying to, and I know it's not everybody, right? Obviously, Sean, I mean, I should not imply
Well, no,
that.
Jay, you're right. But the thing is they turn it away from where the rubber hits the road.
Right.
When we've got people out there hurting because of all the anti-trans rhetoric, right? To sit and listen to these guys sit around, and I've been on this particular stream where, like, you know, they're having this philosophical conversation about like the dualism going inside a trans woman or a trans man, and like the way that they feel. And I'm like, what the fuck are you people talking
so what
about?
does it really matter?
Like,
what does it really matter what your license says? Again, Doug, they're blowing up queer clubs because they're queer clubs.
we're talking about
be pro queer people or get the fuck off the stage. Like, that's the thing. It's like when people when it gets to that point. Again, the things we can have a healthy, civilized discussion about is what football team did you root for on Sunday? Oh, my team lost, your team won, cool, we can still be friends, right? We can't agree to disagree about this fuckface wants to talk about what's wrong with misgendering people when, you know, we're blowing up their social gatherings. No, bro, you got to understand right now, like, this type of thinking is a threat to their existence. So we're not trying to hear anything else right now. And some of this has to be what I call social physics, right? What I mean by that is not everything. And here's another thing that becomes it's a very pointed point I want to make about privilege, and I wish I made it earlier before everybody fell asleep. But part of what really hurts about these situations is people making you feel like this is all a matter of the people in power's understanding, right? It's like people like Doug sometimes want to say, look, I hear you. It's really hard to be trans. It's really hard to be black. I get it. But I don't understand. I don't understand. Well, why this is you? I don't understand. So could you help me understand? And number one, they don't really want to understand. And number two, the time for you to understand, sometimes it's time, it's not time's out, it's time's up. Right? And this is what I mean by social physics. Like, the real physics is, I could tell you why you don't touch the stove, but ultimately, go ahead and touch the stove. Right? Because if you touch the stove, you're gonna get burned. And then you're gonna know exactly why you don't touch that fucking stove. Social physics is the same way. I'm gonna try to sit here and tell you, listen, Doug, there's a lot of violence against LGBT people, and you really should come on awareness, and we are the world, we are the children. Come sing along, Doug, right? But ultimately, if you don't, I'm gonna say, go ahead, Doug, touch the fucking stove. Now get your ass burnt. Because now you're gonna learn, you touch the stove, you get fucking burnt. And if you don't understand, now you understand. Right? So when your ass is sitting alone, when all of a sudden it's a few less people around the poker table, or your community becomes a white boy echo chamber of nothing but yes men, and you're not getting any meaningful feedback anymore, and where did all the fun, cool people go? Doug, it's consequences. And so what some of us are doing is we're pouring accelerant on it. We're like, yeah, you need to feel these consequences, bro, because we got action too. We have influence. People listen to us. We have friends. People show up for us too. We got fans too, Doug. We can use our platform just as well as you can. And if you want to use your platform to make us uncomfortable, guess what we can do? We're going to turn around and use our platform to make you uncomfortable. How you like them apples? And that's what I mean. Like, so part of this just comes to, at some point, I don't care what Doug understands. I don't care what white boys understand. And that's what y'all got to understand. It's not to be disrespectful, but you got to understand what it looks like. What it looks like to us is people are screaming and crying and begging, and they have been for generations, to say, we're here. Okay, we know you didn't ask for us. We know you wish we go away, but we're not. So can y'all just get over it? No, you can't, okay? Well, now we're just saying time's up. Time is fucking up. You come against queer people, you get cut the fuck off. You touch the stove, you get burnt. We don't care anymore. Right? And what y'all do is sit around, but we've got to get them to understand. We've got to get them to change. We've got to influence them. Can we get the right scholars? Get them the right citations? Get them enrolled in the correct? No, fuck that. Fuck that. Go ahead, Wayne.
It's like motherfuckers want to end racism, but they only want to. I'm sorry. Motherfuckers want to end racism, but the only way they want to do it is in a way that accommodates the racists.
Exactly. 100%. 100%.
Can't do it. Get uncomfortable. Can't do it.
And they know that. And so they will make sure that every inch along this way, they push back.
Right. And it's not just the racists. It's just when it comes to like
any of the issues.
And any position where you're talking to a male, particularly power dynamics, and it's a white male, like his humanity is never in question. It's never on the table. We're never discussing his rights. We may be discussing, if we're discussing his rights, we're discussing his rights in relation to other people that have lesser rights. Almost.
Hey, can somebody mute that?
Yeah.
Might be me again.
Yeah, I think JR clicking.
It's like fucking somebody playing the spoons.
Go ahead, Wayne.
Yeah, but like every single time in these conversations, the power dynamic going in is that this white male is a full person, and we're not going to discuss taking away his rights or whatever. We're going to discuss someone else being equated to that white male, and like rooting for, saying, hey, let's hear what the white man has to say. Like that's been all of the last like 400 years of existence over here on this side of the pond. Like that's every day.
And to your point, this is what the shitty realization that a lot of people never will come to are that Doug's so, people like Doug, and I use Doug very loosely now just as a general fucking umbrella for conservative, for like literally wealthy conservative. And I throw him right in the Christian bubble because his politics and everything that he talks about are just as Christian as he can call himself an atheist. I don't believe he's religious, but he just fits in that Christian conservative box, right? Very nicely. But he's so well insulated that he's going to replace somebody at the poker table. He's never going to worry about money unless something drastic happens, but he's probably got enough in the bank that he could retire now and be done with it. But this is the problem with white male America that you're talking about. They're so well insulated that it doesn't matter. Like it won't change until these motherfuckers die off. And that's what's the promising thing for me when we look at politics, right? They're getting older. 20 years from now, we're going to see different politics because the motherfuckers are going to be dead. 40 years from now, we're gonna have like the next generation, like the 20-year-olds
Jerome,
now
can
are
you
gonna
mute when
be
you're
like,
not talking? Just
Oh
because
yeah,
we were
hold
just
on. Yeah,
but that's the only thing that I see as promise is literally these motherfuckers dying off because otherwise, Doug's never gonna change. He's never gonna see this. But I think what he's good for us is as an example of what's problematic in America that we can point to and say, hey,
Sean,
this is what's
I
sorry.
was gonna say I couldn't agree with you more. Like, and I think people have to understand that Doug. I don't lose sleep over Doug.
Right.
None. Like I don't lose sleep over Rebecca. What they are is their examples, and it's the same thing I say to my students. I love the fact that me and Rob, we try to teach about creationism. Our teachers now, and our students get this perspective like that's something you read about in a textbook, and we settled in the courts. And then I could just pull up my YouTube channel and play Rebecca and play Ken Hovind, and I'm like, oh my god, it's that shit you said in class. Right? So that's what's amazing about this to us. And Doug is the same way. He made his whole thing about why I no longer go to church sermons like this. And what he do? He sat up there and tore down apologists. Doug is just an apologist to us. He's a perfect example of what a lot of us have been trying to call attention to, which is the right-wing problem even within our midst. And so Doug fucked around and pissed off the wrong people. One, he did shit that, I hate to say it, like, I don't think many of us take it personally because we know Doug's just an idiot, but he did enough to bark up the wrong tree, let's say that much, right? And then on top of that, it's like he's just, since he doesn't care, since he does this all for his own entertainment, since he does it so gleefully, he just spoon feeds you the content. I think he knows that too. So it's just kind of all in the game in that sense. But yeah, I think you're right, Sean. He's just an example.
Well, what's really problematic, what we should really look at, it's not the Dougs and the Rebeccas that truly are the problem. It's the people that buy into their shit, especially like, and Trump's the biggest problem with Trump wasn't Trump, but the amount of Americans that were like, yeah, when he talked, that were like, yeah, this is a good idea. I mean, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
We're just riddled, like people that watch Rebecca and go, yeah, this is awesome. When Jerome, sorry, Jerome, I'm not trying to start anything again, but when for a brief moment, people were like, yeah, racism's great. Like, I mean, this is the problem, right? Like it's their voices for the real problem, which is America's fucking terrible. It's full of ignorant, unintelligent, just bigoted, racist people that believe that they're on the right winning side. And to think that like Christianity doesn't, like they want to say all day long, we're a Christian nation up until you point out all the terrible Christian shit. And they're like, oh, well, hold on now. Let me rephrase that. Right. I mean,
I do want to say something about that, right?
Sure.
The original comment that made you upset with me was the I find this fun thing, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not going to deny it because it's just true, right? Like I
Sure.
do enjoy drama, dumb stuff are funny, right? But when I said it's very interactive, it comes to the point like that I was making earlier, where it's like I was actually just being sarcastic about that. It's not interactive because A, the videos don't say too much, and B, to interact with them would be to engage in a lot of the stuff I said earlier, which I find to be like long and annoying, right? Where trying to accuse people of being a certain way is a lot higher of a bar than arguing that certain things that they've said are bad. So the misogynist thing about folk versus misogyny, for example, right? It's way harder to argue that he himself is a misogynist rather than it is to argue that like his comments are misogynistic, right? So that was, I mean, that's kind of an explanation of what I meant, but I do want to ask you about something, right? So someone in the chat just now, well, not just now, but maybe about 10 minutes ago, was saying, why are you talking behind his back? Why are you not going to go challenge him to his face, right? Obviously, some of you have already done this, right? But, like, do you not think that you would do that again? Like, just show up on, like, PC Politics one time and be like, yeah, let's talk about this thing again. Would you do that? My guess is no, based on what's been said already. But
I don't know. I don't know.
See, like, because his Nina was talking about this earlier, right? Where on his channel, Doug was like, "Oh, all the people who watch Jay's channel are like mentally ill or something," right? And I thought that was funny as shit when he said that, right? But like, if you deep it, it's actually like quite bad.
Sure.
Like, if you deep it, it's kind of like insane to talk about like an entire set of people as like mentally ill, right? Like, obviously that's used as a pejorative. Like he's just done that to insult people, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, like the way that this is why I've had like reservations about like the way you've gone about like engaging yourself in this talk of his behavior, right? Is to where obviously like I'm not about to go criticize you for feeling a certain way, but when you've like laid that like frustration out in a certain way, it's very, very easy for people to use that rhetorically against you and go, all these people are mentally ill. They can point to specific like examples where you're like showing at people or getting upset, right? And then people will just ignore you for that, right? And so again, this does sound like me being like, oh, maybe you should calm down a bit. And I'm not really trying to say that.
I mean, I think that, but I'm sort of like, it comes with the territory, right? I know people think I'm a loose cannon or whatever, and people do write me off because of it. It comes with a lot of what I would consider to be high risk aspects of my personality, and I think it's a valid criticism, right? It's just one of those things you say you pay the cost to be the way you are, right? And that's part of finding my voice, is part of my authenticity. And it's not me saying other people aren't authentic. It's just a way of me authentically being myself. Is I have a real problem with trying to be the most effective me versus just being honest, right? And what it feels like is, like a lot of us, again, we're all reconditioning ourselves from our religious upbringing. A lot of us, that's problematic in many ways. And part of what it is in like my family and like the circles, I came up when it was always very restrained, right? Like you never really dealt with your emotions. And anytime you did really feel, you were constantly reminded how it'd be better if you didn't. Oh, you might be crying about this, but don't let people see you cry. Don't so-and-so ain't worth your tears. Be strong. And then a lot of it is, you get upset with somebody. Well, don't you think they'd be more likely to hear you if you baked them a batch of cookies first and sat them down and explained it to them in real hushed tones, like, right? And at some point, it's back to the privilege thing, right? It's yes, people, that is true. If we do the clinical psychology studies, and we know positive reinforcement works better than negative. Got it. Being inclusive works better than being divisive. Got it. Being, you get further with honey than you do with vinegar. Got it. But guess when that doesn't work? When it doesn't work, right? And so the point is, we're usually past that. And what people fail to realize normally is you're getting the outburst because you missed all the cues before it. And now it's kind of a situation where it's like, the rage is the rage. Now it's like, look, I'm not bringing you this hushed tones, because the hushed, inquisitive black man who really just wants to sit here and, hey guys, I really think we ought to think about that, and I'm going to type it out and proofread it, put it in Microsoft Word, make sure I get all the grammar correct, right? Like, no. It's going to be fuck this racist bullshit. Are you serious? Y'all grown, right? Y'all 25 plus. I know the demographics. Most of us 25 plus, right? Y'all too old for this shit, right? That's the tone now. Why? Because that's my authentic voice. Now, again, I was gonna go to law school, right? Yeah, I could whip out, pre-law J on you, right? But that ain't me, right? So, and again, I'm not, and Jerome, I'm saying this because I want you to hear me. I'm not upset. Like I'm literally saying people are right. It's a very valid criticism, but that's part of the complexities of our maturation, right? Is you have to say, do I always want to be putting other people's needs first and thinking about what's best for them and what's best for our goals, what's the most effective? No, because at some point I'm manipulating the people around me. And that the base of all of that is I'm manipulating myself. It's like I feel with a lot of Christians. I'm lying to myself so I can lie to you. I'm going to sit here and pretend like I'm not outraged so then I can present the problems with your behavior, not you, but whatever I'm dealing with, in a way as to make them feel like what I'm upset about is not quite outrageous, but, maybe something that if they've got some time, I'd like them to maybe consider considering, right? Instead, it's like, nah, I'm outraged. Oh, but Jay, you're yelling, you're screaming, Yeah. It turns out, guess what? I never start flipping out at people because they said, hi, Dr. Bundy, how you doing today? Never went upside somebody's head, not one time for asking me what I wanted for breakfast. Right? So sometimes it's like, if you said something and they just they went from 0 to 100 on your ass, hey, maybe watch what you say to that motherfucker. Because they trying to let you know either you said something really off or at least you touched the sore spot with them. You better be careful around them with that. They ain't playing that. So yeah, but I hear you. Like, and it's something I talk to our community a lot because I think it feeds into this problem, Jerome, right? I think it's part of why we're here. Right? I think part of what is coming to a head in our community is our community's approach has been, but we've got to do something where we keep these people in, right? We've been like, because if we cut off the Dougs and we cut off people for being friends with Doug, then what do, right? And I'm like you, I don't think we're gonna get through to Doug. And part of that is he's not a good faith actor. He's not trying to. He's not lost. Doug is not lost on these issues. It's not a misunderstanding. Right? He knows exactly what's up. He's informed himself on these issues, right? But again, it's to the point where, and I've seen him do this, I don't know if you saw this, Jerome, but he had Sean and a bunch of people on the panel, and he's like, now everybody, guys, the vaccine can kill you, right? The vaccine can kill you. Now I need everybody on the panel to go around and say the vaccine can kill you. The vaccine, literally like,
I think I might remember this.
You say the vaccine can kill you, and you say the vaccine can kill you, and you say the vaccine can kill you. Doug, we in the middle of a fucking pandemic. Doug, I've been sitting in this goddamn room for the better part of 3 years, Doug. Why, Doug? Because I want to? Because I like it? You think I double down? Like, come on now. Now again, we talk about people's real life, Doug. So it's like, again, it's about 10 issues you could line, and I'm gonna tell you right now, we could line up people and just say, do you think racism is a bigger problem in our country or the indoctrination of critical race theory? And they're gonna say racism. Do you think people should be vaccinated? Yes. Like we're gonna literally go like 4 or 5, and I'm gonna predict 95% of your voting patterns right now. Doug is on the wrong side of every single one of them fucking issues. And so it's like I'm not gonna treat my enemy like he's my friend. And I'm not gonna treat the friends of my enemies like they're anything other than the friends of my enemy.
Do you ever feel like at some point there should be some discourse with him?
With
do you ever
Doug?
feel like do you ever feel like you want to interact with him again?
The only way I see something like that happening is it would, to me, start with people like Niddy and Tux walking away from Doug. and being
Well, I
very
mean, I
clear
think
about why.
Niddy.
But why would
Yeah.
that link? Why would that link to you talking to him again?
Here's where I'm going with this. Because part of it is people saying, "Hey, look, Doug, I just can't carry this with you, bud. This is too much." And then part of that conversation would hopefully be, when it comes to these issues, Doug, you have to listen to the people in our community who are affected by these issues. And if it was me, and I don't know how they would carry that, but if it was me, I would say things like, for instance, you had a long conversation with Lena about global warming and trans issues. You then made a pretty fucked up video right after that about global warming and trans issues. I think it's a good idea to revisit your conversation with Lena. You had a conversation with Jay about race issues. I think it'd be, people really did have a strong reaction when Jay tried to call you out and you played the music on him. People thought that was disrespectful as fuck. It'd be a really good idea for you to really get serious and maybe sit down Jay and my one black friend for heart to heart, right?
Yeah, but
my
he don't give a
point
shit
is,
about any of that.
I don't think he does either. But I'm saying here, I'm always about low yielding strategies. I think there's a very low probability of any of this happening. But I'm just saying that's the only way I see there being a shot at Doug even putting in the appearance of a good faith effort of trying to hear me out, right? That's all I'm saying. I don't think they have to. I don't think they owe me that. I don't think he
Jay,
would.
that's never gonna happen.
I'm
just
saying
curious.
That's the only
if
way I
you,
see it being productive.
That's never gonna happen.
Yeah.
Doug's never gonna have a good faith conversation with you.
Right.
That's just not in the cards. That's why I'm asking if you ever. So like typically we talk a lot about Doug. You voice a lot of opinions about Doug. We talk about this. Do you ever just want to like show up on a stream he's on and say, hey, like, this is what I fucking think of you? Because I don't follow him anymore, but I often, if I was around last night, I would have hopped on that stream, just call him an asshole. Just when everybody was talking about whatever they were talking about, just to call him an asshole at some point and say, this is why you're an asshole, because you're literally calling Stephanie a survivor, right? Like you're a fucking prick.
When
right? And that's what I'm asking. Do you ever feel like just jumping on a stream to be like, look, you're a fucking asshole?
I feel like I kind of went off on him when he came the last time he came here. Like I let him have it. But I
want to talk about both of those, by the way, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I think
I'm very, very, very surprised that that one stream that he was actually on here, and at the end you were like, "Oh, call in again, let's talk again," right? I'm very surprised that after that you just never talk to each other again. Obviously that's because of like other things that happened, right?
Yeah.
But that was kind of a disappointment for me.
I don't. To be honest,
I did want to see like a follow-up.
I'll be honest with you. So I haven't thought a lot about engaging with Doug again. I have thought about questions like, would I engage with Kent Hovind again? Would I engage with Rebecca again? And it should tell you what I think of Doug that I put him in that same boat. I haven't really thought about it till tonight because I've just been so done with Doug, and I don't even think Doug is like, I hate to say this is gonna sound very like inside baseball, some pro wrestling bullshit, but I don't even think Doug's fun to play with. Like maybe Wayne could speak to this, but like people may not remember this, but in the build up to like the whole deal with Kent Hovind, Donnie was like in the chat, and Donnie would hang out here and on our other channel too, the Casino Theater and Arcade. And Donnie's a wrestling fan, and most of what y'all saw on that Kent Hovind debate, we basically gave away on stream with Donnie in the chat, and Donnie was with it. Like it was just fun. Like we just had a good ass time with it. We were like, come on, Donnie, you got to do the double turn, right, Wayne? Like we literally did the whole deal, and Donnie's a fucking wrestling fan. So my point is like, Donnie's content is literally as diametrically opposed to mine as possible. He is sitting on the most weaponized, ignorant bullshit imaginable. But homeboy kind of fun to work with, he's gonna promote this shit well. He'll put you over. Like he's gonna do business with a smile. Like. He's gonna promote our channel. He's gonna say, check out Jay. We have a lot of fun there. I fuck with him a lot. I'll send Donnie hateful super chats. He always reads them. And you know, if I want to poke, like he just, I don't know. He got a little something to him.
Donnie has bullshit positions, but he doesn't actively hate a lot of people.
That's I think it is. That's probably it.
Yeah, I do not know who this is, by the way. But
he's the guy who's he's the moderator for Kent Hovind's like online presence.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. He's a biblical literalist, creationist, Kent Hovind,
standing for truth.
Yeah,
Jerome.
it's
Google.
Okay.
Google standing for
truth.
I'm aware.
There you go.
But yeah, like he doesn't hate us, right? He doesn't personally hate us. Like he doesn't. He's like, oh, you guys are fun to game with and you know, talk wrestling with. Had a good time. See you later. He's like, you guys are. I love all this. He's like, I love listening to you guys at work. You know what I mean? Like that's how Donnie is. Yeah, Doug.
All right, so
is a hateful fuckhead.
So what I said about going on stream, like links to, I think maybe it was Sean who said this. Like you go on a stream and like call him out and call him names on stream, right? Like again, that's like instigation, right?
No, Jerome, what I meant was this. When someone like Doug is talking to someone like Stephanie, who I've talked to Stephanie a couple times now, only a few, but she's very nice. She's, God, I'm sorry it's late, but look, she's always very cordial. When she talks, she's never interrupts. And I mean, she's just not the asshole that a lot of us are, right? Like, and I've had great interactions with her and watched great streams with her. And then when Doug's like doing his little dance with her, I often want to go on one of those streams when I'm watching it, like in hindsight, just to be like, look, dude, no, this is why people think you're a fucking bigot, because of the way that you're interacting with this woman right now. And Doug's going to be like, oh, well, I mean, the simple fact that you don't consider her a woman, that you're going to vote for her rights, like these are why people think you're a bigot.
Okay, let me say
when
that.
Doug's like, oh, well, when have I ever said anything bigoted? Is this saying something bigoted? I don't want to talk about your hypotheticals. I just want you to know this is why people think you're a fucking asshole. And Stephanie, if you watch Jerome, that whole stream, I've got like 10 more minutes left in it, but at some point, Stephanie's like, yeah, motherfucker, I've dealt with this my whole life. I've dealt with assholes like you my whole life. I'm used to it. I have thick skin. But the problem is we shouldn't have to thicken our skin. We should, whatever it is, we should get rid of the bullying, the hate speech, the anti-trans, right? Like, and that's all I meant in that. And
all right, hang on. That's fine. All right, before we keep going, Lena's here. Welcome, Lena. Unfortunately, you weren't. I don't know if you were in the chat, but Niddy was here. I think we had a good conversation with Niddy earlier, and just man, we're doing been a late, crazy stream tonight. But I guess we'll go for a little bit to hear from Lena. What's up, Lena? Lena, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm muted. So you're still muted. Still.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
While she figures that out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Jerome, did you listen to the stream?
No, so I think you should see me in the chat early in, right? And then like an hour and a half into it, like it gets to like 3 a.m. over here. The reason earlier where you could hear sounds in the back is because I'm in Jamaica.
Oh,
now.
Lena's not on the stage. I see. That's what's going on. That's what's going on.
Well, Jerome, hold on 1 second.
Hang on. I think Lena's coming. Hang on.
The reason I ask is because
hey,
Lena.
Sorry about that. That was Sicilian.
So real quick, Lena, this pertains to you.
Mm-hmm.
So Jerome, when I talked earlier about wanting to go on and call Doug an asshole for the way he treats Stephanie, towards the end of the stream, Lena started to call Doug out for what he was actually doing, because Doug was saying, like, Lena, when he was talking to Oz, was he changing a position, or was he saying, like, he did something, he was saying something and you called him out for, like, this is why you're disingenuous, Doug, this is why you're
Well, I remember the exact phrase because it was repeated a number of times. It was, your goal in life should be to be able to look someone in the eyes and have them say the most hurtful things, and you can take it. And it's this typical conservative stoicism. And when we were, attacking him, it took like, I don't know, a good 5-10 minutes, maybe not 10 minutes, it took us a while to pry at it and eventually get him to be like, well, what I mean by that is, going to therapy and like getting to the point where like, your abuser doesn't have power over you. And we're trying to like explain to him and how it's like you don't want to be eye to eye with your abuser, and how this frames it in the completely opposite direction. And I just told him, I was like, I think you're being intentionally dishonest. I think that most people who are like on the fence politically, or are deconstructing and have come to your channel for the atheist content, if they hear that sort of rhetoric and they hear you talk about your stoic conservative takes, the way that lends itself to is not towards left-wing progressive therapy and whatnot. It's towards suck it up, buttercup, and right, and then
And Lena, didn't he even?
abuser.
Didn't he even? I'm sorry,
Didn't he even what?
When he was saying like your therapist, he's like, that whole therapy. I was so fucking pissed when he pointed at Stephanie and was like, "Well, you've been in therapy too, right?" Like the trans. All that aside, because Doug probably thinks therapy's bad, or I don't know. Maybe he doesn't.
Yeah,
but all
he
that
assumed
aside,
I was in therapy. I mean, I've
That's what-
tried it, but I've never found a therapist that stuck well with me.
but he says leading shit like, "Oh, well, I bet your therapist would have said X," and you're like, "No," and he's like, "Well, not exactly, but something to the extent." Like he does this.
God, yo, this is so hard because like all of this, I'm just feeling like, yo, this is what apologists do. This is how we deal with apologists. Like we're constantly dealing with the sophisticated layers and layers of tactics they use in this word game, and we're sitting here. It's disappointing, man. It's disappointing. Go ahead. I don't wanna interrupt.
Yeah, and he's
Nina's
very
thoughts.
quick.
Go ahead.
He's very quick to jump on his wins, like his little rhetorical like. Oh, do you really mean every single like just jumping on my rhetoric and hyperbole, which is important in certain issues. I mean, I get that he's trying to defend himself, but like that's kind of part of the issue. So
defend yourself here in the real world. Don't say, okay, I'm wrong on this issue, but what about this hypothetical where I could be in a gray area? Like it's all word games. When you're bringing actual real world like observations of your life, of your demographics to him, and
Yeah.
he just
And
throws
it's-
that all away.
And it's also like the pictures he paints. So I'll give you one from last night. He said to Niddy, well, would you rather deal with somebody like me who you might disagree about a lot, but the things we disagree about, it's our fun. We can set it aside and have a good time together. Or would you rather have these people out here who you agree with them about mostly everything, but the couple things you don't disagree with that, they just can't let it go. They just and I'm like, man, so you must have missed the part where I was talking about how it's like y'all sitting around in the old boys' room smoking, talking about how uncivilized the savages are. Right? But like Doug literally like, let me paint you this picture of how uncivilized these Negro is. Right? Like, and I'm just sitting there like, bro, like really? But that was part of the narrative. Like, and again, the funny thing is it's Doug. So if people,
well, it speaks to how he sees it.
Right, but also check this out. Like, if people think about his recent behavior, like Cameron came through the chat in Nate's stream. Doug blocked Cameron as soon as he saw Cameron Bennett's name in the chat. And Then literally later started to act like he forgot he had mod privileges on Nate's channel. Doug is blocked.
I didn't realize why people were complaining about that. I thought it was a personal block.
No,
I didn't know it was a
Doug
channel
blocked Cameron from the channel off
That was
rip.
I mean that was quite funny. I mean
Rip.
I mean to be fair, right? I don't want to. I don't want to do the whole plausible deniability thing, right? But I can imagine, because I've done this myself. I can imagine blocking somebody from a channel by accident, because I've literally done it to somebody in Nathan's channel by trying to press some other button. So
Yeah, the only reason we don't
I
buy
don't
that
think he
though is
does.
because Doug knows. Is because Doug don't like Cameron, and we all know it, and he's blocked Cameron.
He doesn't do anything by
Yeah.
accident.
Yeah, and
But
then
Lena,
Doug also he's blocked people like YouTube Punk off rip. But my point is, he gonna literally sit there and paint this picture of you don't really want to be friends with Jay, do you? He's the type of extremist that if you disagree with him, he don't want nothing to do with you. Doug, like I don't watch you block our friends all the time just because they don't disagree with you. Like
Hey, Lena, but
it's just again, go ahead, Doug. Just do some more projection, bro. Like it's just ridiculous. Like, but go ahead.
hey, Lena, before all my shit dies, and I'll just say goodnight to you all now because it's gonna die, and I'm gonna go to bed instead of recharge it. But was what he was saying to Stephanie as was it as offensive as I took it to be? Because I just to me it was infuriating. But from your point of view, Lena, like because you were, I mean, what the fuck?
Well, I
don't
try to, keep my. Funnily enough, I managed to, come to a pretty tough skin place as far as dealing with these issues. Not that it doesn't hit me personally, and a lot of the latest drama has been affecting me fairly emotionally. So yeah, I can easily say like it's upsetting to have to engage with people who think that is care and think that is the sort of thing that we need in our community. I'm not gonna put it on the same level as religiously motivated bigotry, or the sorts of bad actors that really need to get deplatformed. But it's not helping at all, and I hope it wasn't too upsetting to Stephanie. I know she has a tough skin, but all the same, it's and for whoever's listening, I mean, if there's any other trans members or allies that were offended by that, I'm here to support you.
It's upsetting to me. I don't. It's sort of unbelievable that we're having these conversations. But these are the conversations that are being weaponized every day in this culture war, and I think it sucks that every day you wake up and you don't know when race or trans or gender is going to be the topic of conversation that day, and it gets exhausting. Like I'm sort of on the Uncle Bobby tip where I feel like I'm on the left, but particularly the anti-culture war part of the left, where we're trying to be hyper vigilant about these issues, but it bothers me that we're talking about it more and more because I do think we can't ignore it, but I do feel like it's trending in the wrong direction. And I just find that incredibly painful. Like I don't know what to say to people, how to explain the fact that it's 2023. Like I say, it's Jetsons time and they're trying to take us back to the Flintstones era. Like it's 2023 and we're really, really sitting here with, aspiring Kent Hovind apologists like Lupin talking about, Leviticus passages, and you're just like, really?
Yeah, and it speaks to the broader problems that we are fighting against, and just how important getting people to become active is. And so that's kind of the silver lining with all this, right? And you guys were pointing out Niddy's viewer count. I don't know how this stream's done. Probably nowhere near as well, sadly. But you know, at least the drama can stir up some views, and we can get people to start caring a bit more. It's certainly inspired me to start doing more content. I know I've just kind of been showing up on people's streams and whatnot, and it's been a struggle for me to start my content creating career, to call it that, which I don't think I'm qualified for, and I don't necessarily know that I want to make that into something, but I do want to be here as an ally and as a voice of opposition to fascism and to anti-democracy.
I think that's wonderful. And I heard Niddy say something, and I mentioned this to Jay earlier, when Niddy said, well, I'm not as well versed in politics as Doug, or I'm as well read, or like can't hold my own against him. And I really feel like, look, all you need is to be a human, to have an opinion about politics, right? Because to say like, well, I can't hold my own against Doug, I don't understand.
Well, so many people don't have political views. I mean, you have to remember, like, politics, it's a niche area that kind of fits in with the whole apologetics community, because we're already a sort of philosophy, science, nerdy type group.
But it doesn't have to be, right? It simply has to be when somebody like Doug says we should limit someone's rights because they're, because of whatever conservative bullshit. I don't have to be political to say, oh, that sounds like a terrible idea, right?
Well,
like, because it hurts people.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing that we've had to do here is like deconstruct the vagueness and the obscurity and get at the heart of the matter. And most people who aren't invested in politics or aren't invested in critical thinking and logic, they just they don't see these bad faith actors the same way, right? Like the layperson doesn't look at someone like Matt Walsh and think, oh yeah, he's a total transphobe who wants to wage a genocide against these people. It's not on the surface in the same way to people who aren't either first-hand victims or know someone or who cares about these issues. And that's a real big issue for the left, is just getting people to care about politics.
I'm gonna it's getting late, man.
Yeah,
we'll
probably wrap soon. Jerome, thanks for coming in and chatting, and appreciate
no
you.
worries, man.
And
there are like obviously, like, the reason why I came in here was because of what happened on Nathan's stream, right?
Yeah.
But obviously there's like more things that I want to say. Like, I have some reservations about certain things that some people have said, right? But I just want to like make it clear that I don't really like. I don't like the stream title of the last stream or even this one. Not the biggest fan, right? Like, especially if you're not going for instigation, right? If you're trying to instigate, then it's fine. But like, I don't think that like Niddy deserve this. And I feel like if you hadn't done what you did last year, we wouldn't really be having this issue, right? And obviously you gave your reasons for that, but I have some reservations about that. So
well, we've managed to clear the
air. No. I saw. I was very late.
Sure.
I
appreciate you coming on to clear that air.
Yeah, the reason you might have seen my comment on his stream, right? But like, I was pretty annoyed that I fully thought he was going to delete his channel because of what happened. I was like, what the fuck? Like, really? Like, have we really done that? Especially from a viewpoint of guilt by association, which you obviously told me that you don't actually do it like that, right? Yeah.
Oh wait, why do we not actually? Huh?
No. I said guilt by association, right? To where, like, Niddy has like been removed from like Discord or whatever because he associated with Doug or whatever. obviously Jay's like told me why he's done that, and he doesn't actually view it as guilt by association. But I don't know. That's kind of why I decided to call in this time, because I was a bit tired and I was like, nah, I'll just call in some other time. But I thought I'd just go ahead and do it because I had the space and the time to do it. So
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, that was an aspect of it, but and that's not necessarily a problem. I think guilt by association is an important thing to recognize.
yeah,
in
I
a lot of
just
situations.
I just don't like it, to be fair. I don't know.
The thing is, if you and again, I think it's really clear to distinguish between, you know, it's like this. When somebody goes to jail in the family, everybody in the family suffers for it. A lot of those people didn't do anything wrong, but they're going to pay consequences nevertheless. And what happens in communities sometimes is associations between people hurt people. Like this is the best way I can put it. Like if somebody's bullying me, and I have a friend who's dating that person, I don't know what you expect from me, but we're not gonna hang out a lot, right? Because the truth is, I can't even look at you without thinking about the fact that this motherfucker's a threat to my safety doesn't bother you when you're all up in their cologne. Now, to be honest with you, the same thing happens with friends. It's like I said, I think it was a bit strict, but I understand why women say swipe left if you're a Trump supporter. And
that's actually funny.
And so, but bro, if you were in America, bro, that's a thing, bro. You're gonna see that in like 7 out of 10 profiles from women that are Democratic, like straight up. It's gonna say
that's fair enough. Right?
That's why it's a thing. Like nobody here is like, Jay, what are you talking about? Everybody in America knows you've been on a dating app, you've seen that shit in hella profiles.
I did say.
Look, I bet
did
it
say
says
that's like-
swipe left if you're super conservative Christian as well, right? Like just pass me by. But maybe Jay, if it was framed, or Jerome, if Jay would have framed it, like I can no longer associate with people because of X, instead of like, if you associate with Doug, then you're out. If he'd have framed it with what he's saying now, which is kind of like, Doug's toxic, I can't be around people, or this, I need to disassociate from all of Doug in my life because it's fucking toxic. Would that be a better way to frame it than?
Yeah,
I mean, that's what the shit
much, yeah.
was.
Yeah,
it's
close
hard
enough.
to fit that in a title. But...
Yeah, you gotta remember, you're dealing with a 100 character limit, and also there's like a new thing. Like a lot of this is a social media thing, and so part of the new thing YouTube is trying to do is they're trying to get you to do stuff like, all the channels now have these little @tag things they're doing, and so when people are doing streams with people or about people's content, you're trying to get the proper tags in the title. So literally, that's half your characters right there. If you want to put three or four names in your title, boom, that's half it right there. So now you got 30 characters left. You're gonna just, you know what I'm saying? So that's literally and you're already too long. 100 characters is the limit. YouTube really wants it to be like 60 to 80. So that's a nightmare. So you're like, I can only do so much, right? And then again, it is what it is, right? You're trying to get clicks, you're trying to, have stream titles that are getting people to pay attention, and again, like, I'm confident, I'm comfortable with what I put in the stream title, and again, I feel bad about the position this is all putting Niddy in, and. I said that early on. I said that months ago when this all started. I said I felt bad about this position because I realized it put a lot of us in a bad position. But there were some people who just, I could tell a while ago, were, more hesitant to really disassociate from Doug than the rest of us. Now, one of the things that bothered me that keeps getting lost in all this is I do think that, and I don't want to put words in the mouth, but they've more or less said as much to me, that I think they realize that they would have more sway on Doug than we do. And
wait, who's they? Sorry,
Niddy and Tux.
Oh, okay.
So part of the frustration, and again, I'm just relating it my own experience, is, and this is what I heard a lot growing up. People knew that what I was dealing with was fucked up. Nobody could come up to me and say, "Oh, well, we know this dude's bullying you because you're black and he doesn't like the fact that his sister likes you, but we don't really. Is it really that bad? Is it really that bad? You know, like nobody could say that." But what they all did was they basically made all these excuses where the messaging was clear. He's just too popular for any of us to really do anything about it. And so you realize, like, that's super fucked up because y'all lowering his social status is effectively one thing that would really go a long way to solving this problem. Boy, if they said, yeah, sorry, we don't let bullies start on the soccer team. Yeah, sorry, Johnny, you're going to have to sit this game. You're going to sit this one out until that's cleared up. Oh, yeah. See, I know that you're kind of cute. We've been making out. You're a really good tongue kisser and all that. Yeah, see that Jay Bundy guy? Yeah, see, you know, all my female best friends? Yeah, it turns out he's with us. Like, he's best friends with all my best friends, so he even works with some of them. So, yeah, you're going to have to take care of that because I can't really be dating a guy who's seen as a... Right? Nobody did any of that. Nobody. So all of the layers where the social consequences could actually happen, everybody was, right? And so that's the situation we're dealing with. So that's where, and again, I try not to call it guilt by association. I try to call it, vicarious exposure. It's that you're exposed to the potential for some of this person's consequences as long as you remain a known associate of said person. If you hang out and, you're not part of the stick-up crew, but you're always in the car with them, guess what? You're going to keep getting dragged into the police station. And you're going to have to make some new friends if you don't want to be dragged down here with this type of inconvenience. And that's really, and to be honest, to be fair to Niddy, I realized this was tough for him, but I think our community did a lot to make it clear that that's what needed to happen before it got to that point. And it really got to a point where, to be honest with you, I felt like it was very clear to Niddy and Tux where we stood, and they were just going to avoid it. It was just going to be sweep it under the rug. It is what it is, and we're just gonna ride this stalemate out. We're just gonna keep playing a central role in the cult of the Flamer and keep being down with the crew and linking up with the gang, and we're just gonna hope people stop talking about this Doug shit. And I was like, nope. And then again, Doug just kept dropping haymakers. Again, everything. Doug claims he was sick and he hasn't been paying attention. Bullshit. I don't believe a goddamn thing that comes out that man's mouth. But he just happened to miss that was the biggest shit all week. And then he comes in and undermines that with that sexist bullshit. And then he just must have missed the fact that we're having a conversation about how 5 cops just murdered another black person. And just like George Floyd, Doug's just on time with, as soon as we're about to strike up the band for the Black Lives Matter 2.0, here comes Doug with another racist ass video. And again, like, what do you want us to do? You can't keep demanding that we look the other way. So it's not trying to say, we'll hold you responsible. We're treating you just like the bigot. No, we're not treating you like the bigot. We're not throwing stones at you. We're just saying there's going to be a cost to this man's behavior. And if you don't disassociate with them, you're going to unfortunately bear some of them consequences yourself. Because at some point you're accountable for the company you keep. That is your choice. That is part of your behavior, is who you choose to call a friend. And you're not obligated remain friends with bigots, but your anti-bigotry friends are certainly not obligated to ignore it. And so at some point, all we're saying is this is a very simple solution. May not always be easy, but it is simple and clear. It's time to stop being friends with this bigot. We're here to help you do it, but you need to do it.
Yeah, but I think you can see how some people may construe that as you manipulating what Doug would consider Doug's cancellation, right? Like, so some people could see like this whole, like, you know, the consequences of you hanging out with Doug are like, you know, you're gonna suffer like ousting of our community if you keep hanging out with Doug. And I think some people like Jerome and, you know, even myself to a little extent are going to be like, who gives a shit who they fucking hang out with? I'm going to give Niddy grief if he keeps hanging out with Doug, and I probably won't seek out Niddy's friendship as much. So when I do see him on like your stream, I'm going to be like, how's your boyfriend Doug? I think I told you this earlier.
Right.
And then somebody like Jerome's like, well, I don't know. How does that make you feel, Jerome?
Well, no, I believe exactly that, right? But I viewed this yesterday as like pseudo disfellowshipping, right? And we all know about how bad disfellowshipping is. And to talk about like I see YouTube Punk in the chat, right, being like, why weren't you this upset when he cancelled me, right? I don't view that as the same sort of thing because he just blocked you on his channel or whatever, right? Like, what's going on here is that Jay's called out certain people and have been like, you who've been part of like our friend group for like X amount of time, you need to stop talking to this other person. Otherwise, this will happen, right? I just view that through not through the lens, but I feel that like very, very similarly to what like shunning is in religious groups, right? And it rubs me the wrong way when people do sort of things like that, right? I do tend to not care very much about who you hang out with, to most extents, especially when these two in particular don't even know the guy in real life and like just play poker with him, right? I don't think I care enough about like the interaction with poker to be like, yo, you need to stop talking to him because he holds this position, right? Which is why I was like pretty irate yesterday, being like, why have you causing this much issue for something smaller? He's not even like the connection isn't even that deep. He hasn't done anything. He probably agrees with you on most social positions and all that. So that's what irritated me, I guess. And so I don't view people being blocked by Doug on YouTube as like canceling in the same sort of way as what happened with Nidibus or whatever. Obviously, not resolved that, but like I'm talking about how I viewed it originally.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair, and I think that was very hard. It was the hardest part of the whole thing, and I certainly didn't want to put it on anyone else. That's why I didn't, demand that anybody else stop talking to Niddy or anything like that. For me, it came down to, and this is me just being as candid as I can get, a sort of assessment of the situation where I felt like they had seen enough and I had seen enough. I think of it as like watching an MMA fight. At some point, the ref steps in, I've seen enough. I don't need to see you take any more punches to the face. And I felt like Doug and Tux and Niddy just lacked the whatever it was going to take to really cut off PineCreek. And when I realized he was just going to keep making stuff, it was just going to get more inflammatory. And over the weekend, I had it. Like, I just had it. Between the Francesca Stravagapulu stuff and the Tyree Nichols stuff, I just said, nope, I've seen enough. And to be honest, Niddy was we kind of called out Tux and Niddy on this, and I said in a chat on one of Niddy's streams, like when Tux came into a Niddy stream and Niddy was talking about personal growth and all this shit, and Tux was playing cards with Doug. I literally said, like, I hope playing cards with Tux is sorry, I hope playing cards with Doug is worth overlooking the clear discomfort in this community about the issues with Doug. And Niddy kind of had a little bit of a side back
Jay,
and
I'm
forth.
sorry to interrupt. I gotta go.
Oh yeah,
My
I'll see
shit's
you later,
dying.
Sean.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you.
I'll see you soon.
But you know, Niddy and I had a little back and forth about it in the side conversation, and I more or less suggested as much as like, look, you want to know? He asked like, what would be, you know, satisfying? He said, look, I'm not here to tell anybody what would be satisfying, but you could start with somebody else arranging a goddamn poker night and not inviting the bigot. And it just became clear like that they didn't really engage with that idea. And that it felt like Niddy shut down that stream because the side chat was kind of starting to talk about that and he didn't even want to talk about it. And I was like, bro, really? Like, so it really felt like there was this sort of active avoidance where with Tux and Niddy, it was like, don't go there about Doug. And I'm like, all right, well then you look like you're running cover for him. Especially again when he's gonna take advantage of that, meaning he sits and clearly watches these streams, hears us talking about them, because when he gets on streams, he references stuff that happens on them, doesn't show up, doesn't show any support, doesn't do anything to clear the air, but then he pops up to pal around with Niddy and Tux. And then you're palling around with Doug while we're complaining about the type of social issues that Doug is constantly weaponizing against. And it's like, come on, man. Like, I started to feel like you want to break bread with the racist and the anti-racist and play both sides of the fence. It's not going to work for us. Because, again, it's back to that thing where it's all about the privileged guy's understanding. If he doesn't understand why he's being isolated, if he doesn't understand what's wrong, then we've got to and this is my most honest critique. Like, I feel bad that that is in fact what it looks like. I get that it feels like this fellowship, but I think that that's part of what has to be at stake. You know, Tux always talks about people should have a marriage mentality, not a divorce mentality. It's unfortunate, but some people don't get serious about the issues in the marriage until you tell them you want a divorce. And to be honest, I feel like part of what we're seeing in our community is that people don't do what's necessary until there are consequences. And sometimes the threat of losing those social relationships is what makes people realize, oh shit, I'm gonna lose I'm gonna have to do something about this. I actually am not going to be able. Turns out there's no neutral. There's no. I thought I could get from here to California neutral. Turns out that's not a thing. And that's what it was. It was like, look, there's no neutral on this. There's no more. Oh, I'm not sure. Well, I just think we should hear Doug out, and I just think he's got a lot to contribute. No, like what? Like what? So, it just felt like for us that's unfortunate. Now, the difference I think is we're not hanging some unreasonable doctrinal position over people's head, which is why I think those comparisons to religion are honest, and in this community, I think they're gonna happen. But I think if we're critical about it, they're kind of uncharitable. Like, we're not really a cult like that in the same sense that we're saying you have to believe this, and this. What we're saying is we really care about these people, and if you care about these people too, we don't understand why you need to be friends with these other people. And there comes a time when people have to face consequences for their behavior. And so that's what it's about. And just like I think we've shown with Niddy, and I think we'd be happy to show with Tux, the goal wasn't to cut people off and disfellowship them. The goal was to make them aware of how serious this issue is and the fact that this community really needs them to step up. And if they do, we'd be happy to welcome them back in. And this is something I want to speak to overall, because I've had to make tough decisions as this community grows about access to this community, including our Discord, including our Gather. And I see it in sort of a escalating, you know, platforms. And as you change, you get more and more intimate with the people in our community. And so YouTube's very public. Anybody can come and interact with us on YouTube. Our Discord is a little bit more community driven. It's offline. It's where we get to know people. But, you know, you have a lot more access to us, so we're careful about who's in our Discord, and we use that to get to know people. And then when it comes to our non-public gathers, that is a members-only space because it's 24/7 access to us. And I very much don't want it to be an extension of YouTube. I don't want the culture in Gather to be like the culture in YouTube, where every perspective is valid. Hang on, the trolls are trying to talk. Hang on, the trolls are, well, you know, is it objectively or subjectively bad? No, like, we're on we're kind of a community vibe, and it's really nice. Like, it's really nice to be able to wake up in the morning, shit all over, you know, the right wingers and the apologists over my cereal and coffee in the morning, and not have to worry that, you know, I'm going to be hurting somebody's feelings because I'm talking about their buddy, or they really want to, if only I understood Jesus the way they understood Jesus, I'd be more okay with Jesus, right? So to be honest, there are people who like want to be in our gathers and I won't let them in. And part of the reason I won't set people in is because I just don't get along with them. And I can't stand the sound of their voice, and they can't have that much access to me. It'll put me in a bad mood. Setting my personal grievances aside, there are people I won't in because they're Christians. Because I don't think a community of anti-theists should have to be subject to the defenders of Christ on a whim. I think we should say, oh, we're going live. Do we want to have guests today? Oh, cool. We'll go to the guest room. If not, I don't want theists dropping in on us. Because again, I don't want to have to entertain defenders of what I consider to be the abuser and oppressor of the people in my community. So there are a lot of people who is like, I really like you and I'd love to have you in Gather. All you got to do is stop being a Christian. Now, I know people hear that and think, Jay, you're a fucking cult-like asshole, and if people don't believe like you believe, you won't let them in. But again, like, why can't our community have its own standards like every other community has? Anybody banging down the doors of the church telling them that they shouldn't be allowed to have memberships based on statement of faith? No. You want to join a church, sign a statement of faith. You don't agree with the statement of the faith, you can't join the church. It's that simple. Them the rules. Clubs have rules. And even in my own church community, like, I accept that. I accept that I'm a welcome part of the church. I'm a huge part of the church family. I'm a huge part of the church community. They honor me. They invite me to everything, including membership. Not only am I invited to membership meetings, y'all, the membership classes, I'm invited to membership meetings, including meetings where they discuss all the fucking finances of the fucking church. Literally, I'm allowed in the members-only meetings. I'm just not allowed to be a member, okay? You just accept it. That's the rules of their standard. You could decide to cry home and not participate and take your ball and go home, or you could show up and play drums, have a good time, and go home, and it just is what it is. And our community is the same way. This is a community for really progressive, anti-theist motherfuckers, and most of us are just on that tip. And it's beautiful, and so that's that's kind of what it is. And Doug and some of these other people, it's a similar thing. It's like, look, you know, those particular personalities are the type of personalities our community has been identifying as abusive, narcissistic, gaslighting, trolling, all the things that we have a problem with. And even though we engage with those people, and yes, a lot of times we're engaging them as the other side of critical issues, sometimes when we think we can, we'd like to influence them and build relationships with them and be friends with them. We have spaces for doing that. I tell people, look, you got friends, family, Christians you want to hang out, send them the link to the cafe. You can hang out here anytime you want with anybody you want to. I literally don't care. And y'all know, right? When we have holidays or weekends, sometimes we make those special holiday gatherings and we keep those open, and everybody can join us for holidays and everybody can join us for special occasions. We literally do try to be inclusive, but we do have standards for our members, and it works out beautifully. But part of it is somebody's got to enforce that standard and make sure it's met. I don't always get it right, but it really was a situation where I felt like, something had to be done, and I feel like, at least I can say in the case of Niddy, like I think. I think he's trying to work through this with us, and I think we'd be happy to work with him to get through this. And everybody's responsible for their own journey. I think he's in a different place with all of this probably than Tux is, but this community would be happy to be supportive of Tux. Another thing I want to speak to is, here's the thing. In a bit, part of this is like Derek with the Robert Price thing, where you make a lot of content with somebody, you have a friendship with somebody, you have a relationship with somebody, you're in their channel a lot, they're in yours, whatever. You become known associates. And part of that means your promotion of that person becomes more explicit. You're co-hosting shows with them, you're promoting them, they're promoting you. You are explicitly investing in them. And there's a cost to doing so. And I have been burned by this a lot. Some of y'all remember the fallout with No Name. I had issues with, different mods on my Twitch stream over the years. And I remember feeling after some of that, like I have to be very careful who I promote. And even this whole Doug thing, even the call to the flying man, it feels like that coming to bite me in the ass. It's like, you wish you would have let that one marinate another month or two. I bet you'd have gone a different direction, right? But, that cat's out of the bag. But again, it's the same thing. Like thinking back, I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have done it. Why? Because it was too much. It was too much making our brand close to what Doug's brand was. Right. And when we were largely a community of PineCreek refugees and it was all good just a week ago, that was fine because we were all happy to be, some like offshoot rebel band of PineCreeksters. And so we were the call to the flying man, and, we all loved the thought experiment, and it was cool to take that and make it something real. Right. But it turned out to be promoting somebody who because I thought Doug would see all that. And to be honest, I thought at first the reason Doug didn't promote it was I thought Doug just thought it was silly. Like, I thought Doug was just kind of more into like, I'm in a serious theist calling me and having these serious conversations where I deconstruct. And Jay's like got outfits and wrestling and dancing and singing. It's just a fucking shit show over there. So I thought he just thought what we were doing was silly. And I was like, fine, whatever. But then all these, y'all know the whole drama that unfolded. But yeah, that was a case where I felt like I got burned, thinking somebody would be excited about what we had going on and want to be a part of it or at least encourage it. And it came back to bite me in the ass. And now I'm stuck with it. And I love it. And we just take it and make it our own. But I felt that way with No Name. I had No Name on almost every stream with me. And then I couldn't, get him to stop doing things I made very clear were problems. And then he started attacking me offline about it and all this other stuff. And again, I'm like, I don't need help doing this. I'm really good. I can stream. Y'all know I can stream all day and all night, all week, all month, all year by my damn self. I'll make it work, right? So, so you feel like the community benefits from having different voices, different perspectives, a different cast of characters, a lot of people to grow and get behind. We're out here in the content desert. So you're trying to put people on. I don't want to be like Fuckface Doug. I want to be like Derek. That's part of my vision. I would love to be like David Packman, where I got a couple million subscribers. And like y'all heard Lena say, it's been a struggle for me to get, my little thing going. And I'm like, man, Lena, don't even worry about it. And then like the day Lena launches her channel, I'm like, yo, everybody go subscribe to Lena right now. And then like 3 days later, Lena's monetized. I'm like, yeah, that's that Jay Bundy effect right there, baby. You know what I'm saying? We're not there yet, right? But that would be like awesome, because that to me is using your cachet, using your social capital to put spotlight on other people, take advantage of all the resources and experience and attention we get, and use that to grow the community. So that's important to us. So I didn't want to stop doing it, but I wanted to be careful about who I did it with. And, you have hits and misses, people like Lena and Cameron and Wayne and James is like fucking, I'm just James just success speaks for itself, but James has been amazing. And now Carol's doing awesome stuff. And, all the great work we're doing with Uncle Bobby and my one black friend. So, we're out here, you have your hits, and I really think Tux has a lot to bring to the table, right? I just think my take, and I don't know, I don't want to speak for Tux, I don't want to psychologize the man, but I think he's more sympathetic to Doug's perspective, and I don't think he understands the hurt that a lot of us are dealing with as a result of this type of stuff. I think for him, these are discussions where people should agree to disagree at the end of the day and still, treat each other as brethren, right? And I don't see it that way, right? I don't see the way Doug treats this community as him treating us like brethren. I don't see him holding up his end of a marriage mentality. I think he's constantly throwing us under the bus. I think he's an abusive person. So if Doug, to me, had a lovely disposition and ethos about him, but was slightly misguided, I think we'd treat him like that. But I think he's made it very clear just how toxic he is. And so I think, for lack of a better way to put it, Tux has a bit of the rose-colored glasses on with regard to Doug, and that's a problem. But so what I'm getting at with this, folks, is it's not. I see it as different than disfellowshipping, because part of it is you take responsibility for who you promote, and if the people you're promoting go too far outside of what the values of the community are and you don't address it, people assume you're okay with it. And without naming names, people had literally started to come to me and say, I'm not watching Niddy as much. I'm not with Tux as much. I'm not supporting their stuff as much. Matter of fact, I damn near unsubscribed to him, but you still talking to him. So I've been trying to give him a chance because you still giving him a chance, right? Like you have to you can't become a leader in your community and then not take responsibility for your leadership role. And so you say, if I put people's names on the marquee and then, you know, I don't know where they stand on certain things, who else do you think is going to take their damn names off the marquee, right? You know, at some point, I don't feel like I can pass the buck in this community. I have to say, well, okay, if I've been promoting these people and, you know, they're not, you know, it's an issue. And again, the motivation was the discomfort felt by people in our community. I get that. The story for a lot of people is Niddy was upset. I don't feel good about the fact that Niddy was upset, but you have to remember there was a lot of other people who were upset, and myself included, and I could not comfortably ignore that anymore. And I hate that feels that way. Hey man! Yeah, but that's it. Yeah,
this makes sense.
Champions have championship responsibilities. There's yeah, in a nutshell. Lena, what else do you want to say? I want to get out of here so I get some sleep tonight. But I do want to say I'm incredibly grateful to everybody in this process. I think even it shook up Jerome, and we were able to have a productive conversation with Jerome Robinson. I better not say too much. I'm sure he'll be back trolling tomorrow. But
yeah, I'm really hopeful for our community moving forward. I think things are gonna get better and brighter, hopefully.
Yeah, I think I really commend Niddy. I think he's been very brave in all this. This was hard. I hope people realize I've had to work very hard to keep my emotions in check during all this. This was very difficult for me. I love Niddy. I really, like I said, I really think Tux has a lot to offer our community. I think this community needs to excise the Doug problem. You got to remember, we're going to be on Doug watch, right? Because he is a perfect example of problems going on in our community. So we're going to keep calling this shit out. We want to know that our people are with us the same way. Look, it's the same way we call out people like Rebecca. I wouldn't let Rebecca join our community, right? Like, because again, I'm not going to wake up and then I'm sitting here, you know, practically naked, just first thing in the morning, letting Sam out and sitting here listening to some shit. And I got to hear Rebecca talk about, you know, evolution's ridiculous. Like it just, I really mean that. I do not want Gather to be an extension of YouTube. So, yeah, I hope people understand where we're coming from, but I'm really grateful for everybody tuning in and giving us their feedback and participating. I'm glad we came to the guest room today so that people could actually call in. It's been a crazy long stream. I'm sure it's way too much for people to rewatch, but it has been fun. Lena, yeah, close us out, and then also, will you come back this week and talk about church?
Yeah, gone twice already, and I haven't engaged with anyone yet there, so it's time to move things forward on that front, and that should be exciting. So I'll go ahead and close this on out here. In the name of the Father and the Son. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, do it. Do you know it? Do you know the whole thing? See if you can do it. Let's go. That. Yeah, do it. Come on.
No, I'm not doing that.
You got to practice.
In the name of the Darwin and the Dawkins and the Christopher Hitchens.
Science bless you all.
Science bless you all. Poof.
it burn. Saying that the house not a home. Sunshine cause you heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too boss. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Carl. Dick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call.
It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
We smoking that side. I'm trying to get high.